All right. Another Saturday night. Another Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's been waiting for me to come. I'm a few minutes late. Thank everyone who's been waiting for me to come on. Uh, thank everyone who's going to be here shortly. And thanks to everyone who's listening in the playback. You know what I like to do? I like to hop on and I like to talk about what we're discussing tonight. If you're out there live with me, you could hear my voice. Please do me the favor of typing one. Let me know that everyone's hearing me loud and clear. Audio sounds good. Hit a one. Let me know you're here. I see Lero's out there saying peace, loved ones. Peace to Lero. Marcus McGee hit one. Appreciate that, Marcus. Daily Affirmations is here saying good evening. She also says one. Lero says one. Thank you guys very, very much. Nancy Annette is out there. Hits one. I appreciate that. Thank you all for being here. What are we talking about tonight? Tonight, we'll be talking about how Europe stole Africa. We're going to talk about Skid Row. We're going to have a discussion on Skid Row Explained and city planning. We're going to talk about, and I found it interesting too, the submission has a video talking about India and how India is reversing colonization, mental colonization, and otherwise. So we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about plantation tactics. We're going to talk about the FBA attacking me, Erzulie and Gas. We're going to talk about Haiti not having reclaimed their resources. We're going to talk about moving back to Africa, repatriation, but maybe not South Africa. We're going to talk about the school that comedy built. I don't know if you guys heard Michael Blackson, the comedian, built a school. I want to say it was in Ghana. And we're going to talk about the planned state execution of an innocent man in Missouri. So I hope you guys are up for those conversations. Like I always say, if you have a topic or a story or what have you that you want to discuss, join the Discord. I have it pinned at the top of the chat. It's also in the description of this video. Join the Discord today. Click the link. You can join the Discord. Also, pinned to the top of the chat is the panel link. So those of you who want to join the panel, click the link. And if you want to donate to the show, there are the links for that as well. Okay. With that said, I'm about to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one. So you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Kokou.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Kokou. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, sir. Make sure you guys are also tuning into the Brother Bakari podcast, Consider Cheek Show, the Forecast Radio, and Tanzan African Mind. Tanzan actually had a very interesting show this past Tuesday. I was tempted to derive a prompt from that conversation, but I'm gonna let Tan and them, have an opportunity to kind of flesh out the idea and present that before I do a Shoot the Breeze topic on it. I see Afterzer is here saying evening to you as well. But that was a very interesting discussion. You guys should tune in to that episode if you haven't already. And make sure to tune in to all the shows on KWAZ Radio. I got to get that thing done with all the shows, that spot. I'll do that soon. Like I said, if you want to join the panel, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. And if you want to help out the show, share the link. Share this to your social media. That's how you can help the show. Share it to your social media. Let your peoples know, invite your peoples to come and tune in. All right. Should it be topic number 1 tonight is going to be how Europe stole Africa. So I'm going to play this video. It's like almost a 30-minute video, but I'm going to play 10 minutes of it. Hopefully by that time, more people will have joined the panel. If not, it'll just be me. That's fine too. We're going to look at how Europe stole Africa. You guys, let's watch, and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
We need to look at something astounding that happened over the course of like 100 years. This is the final chapter, and what I think is the most mind-boggling chapter in the story of how Europe took over the world. The reason why it's so mind-boggling is because this is the part of the story where the map goes from looking like this in 1800, with Europe controlling like 35% of the world's land, to looking like this by 1914. With 84% of the earth being controlled by the people or the descendants of the people from this once isolated continent, Europe. 84%. How on earth did this happen? A huge part of this next chapter has to do with this continent, the second largest continent on earth, and the part of the world that the Europeans hadn't really carved up yet. So this is where the whole story comes together. It shows us how technology and different ways of thinking helped these people take over the world, and in the process, shaped the world we live in today. The way that we trade, where we get our stuff, the language I'm using to speak to you right now, and most of you understand it, even though you don't live anywhere near the place where it was invented. I'm telling you, this isn't far away history anymore. This is the world we currently live in. So let me show you the third and final chapter of how Europe stole the world. Another video, another set of beautiful printed maps. And I'm telling you, this is the chapter where the maps get really good. Cartography really took off. Okay, let's get up to speed on where we're at. Remember, it all started with Spain and Portugal. They ramped up this colonialism thing back around 1500. And this led them to divide the world between them until other European countries got in on it too. Then the real competition started. The Dutch created the modern corporation, which allowed them to speed all of this up. The world quickly turned into a giant marketplace, run by Europeans with boats and guns and incentives to bring profits to the shareholders back home. This is all a huge part of the story, but I'm telling you, when it comes to scale, imperialism is just getting started. And that's because Europeans are about to level up. We're going to call this Imperialism 2.0, a new way of taking over the world, fueled mostly by technology and a rare cooperation between all of these empires. One British Prime Minister described this Imperialism 2.0 as, quote, the vulgar and bastard imperialism of irritation and aggression, of grabbing everything, even if we had no use for it. But let me tell you, if you're like me and you kind of have a low-key implicit belief that European domination was inevitable and that this was going to happen no matter what, I'm here to tell you that it almost didn't happen. That's because by the end of the 1700s, revolution was in the air. Empires were losing their colonies, starting with a group of Europeans who were done having a king and declaring independence for themselves in the late 1700s. Soon you had a bunch of Spanish colonies declaring independence. And then over here in Haiti, you had enslaved people who were organizing and rebelling against their French masters, throwing them out and starting their own country. These empires weren't only losing their colonies. Back in Europe, one ruler even lost his head in all of this. The empires were losing their grip, and soon they were fighting with one another like never before. It was chaos, and it totally freaked these European rulers out. Are they losing their empire? Are they going to lose their reins on power? Is the era of abundance and domination coming to an end? No, we can't let this happen. So they start doing something that was kind of unheard of. Instead of fighting and competing with each other, like they've always done, the European powers start talking to each other. Their empires were in jeopardy and they needed to collaborate, find ways to share power both at home in Europe, but also on the world stage. Soon, this new culture of diplomacy and collaboration would turn to focus on the one continent that none of these European powers had carved up yet, the new imperial frontier. Certainly full of resources, but not yet conquered. I mean, the maps tell the story here. The maps were like a record of what Europeans knew and didn't know about the world. I mean, this one British map from 1800s says it all. Look at this thing. Europeans were definitely familiar with Africa, especially here in the coast, where for hundreds of years they had trading posts and, of course, the Atlantic slave trade. But look how they map the interior of the continent. It literally just gives up and is like inland parts, almost entirely unknown, which is pretty rare for this time period. At this point, the Europeans had really mapped a lot of the world, but this place was off limits. It was the stuff of legend, of myths. The caption here on the map says that this interior part of Africa may be considered as absolutely unknown or completely unexplored. All we know, says the map, is that its immense and arid sands are intersected with complete collections of the most ferocious beasts and most uncivilized men. That's all they know. There was a very good reason for this. The fact is that soldiers and explorers from Europe who went into this area, a lot of them didn't come home. Up to 40% died from diseases like the mosquito-borne illness malaria. So much so that this part of the map became known as the white man's grave, totally off limits. But that soon changed. Two giant things happen that change everything, completely redirect what Europeans can do with their mounting power. First, these two French guys are able to take the bark of this tree, which had been used for a very long time for a variety of purposes, and isolate a vital chemical called quinine. It combats malaria, the major killer of Europeans in Africa. They now have a white man's shield to protect them from the white man's grave. The door is slowly creaking open. Second, this guy happens. King Leopold II. He's the king of this new country called Belgium, and it existed for like 40 years. It's kind of a minor place in Europe, nothing like these OG colonizers. So it's like 1875, and King Leopold wants to play with the big boys. He wants a colony. So he literally goes around and starts asking these major colonial powers for like some of their land. Like he goes to the OGs, Spain and Portugal, and he's like, hey guys, I know you're in decline. Can I have one of your colonies? And they're like, no. So then he goes to the British and he's like, hey guys, I know you have New Guinea. Maybe you don't have any plans for it. You could give it to me. And they're like, no, Leo, don't you realize how hard we worked to steal this land? We're not just going to give it to you as a handout. So King Leopold decides to take matters into his own hands. He turns to the map and decides this part of the map, the parts unknown, where none of the colonizers have arrived to yet, is a prime place for his colony. King Leopold sets his sight on the white man's grave. A quick reminder that this is kind of the fantasy of the Europeans who haven't explored this. In reality, at this point, Africa looks a lot more like this. But in the mind of King Leopold and other Europeans, it's a big blank canvas with unlimited possibilities. So Leopold sends explorers to like the dead center of this blank canvas. And they're armed not only with some of the latest and greatest weapons, but also with medicine that shields them from these killer tropical diseases. These Belgian explorers arrive and are able to make agreements with the locals, laying claim to this land. King Leopold now has his own little colony in the center of the white man's grave. And of course, they start mapping it. This is a map from a bunch of Belgian cartographers and explorers when they first arrive to this center part of Africa. Very little detail here at the beginning. This is 1880. They basically got this river, some of the offshoots, but they don't really know what's going on in here yet. This becomes the frame that Leopold uses to build his colony. Now, of course, this freaks the French out because they're like, hey, what's Belgium doing in Africa? Why are they exploring all this land? So they decide to send their own explorers to claim their own bit of land. After all, they've got the medicine. It's not nearly as dangerous. And the Belgians are doing it. Well, of course, now the British are waking up. They're sending people too. And even the new kid on the imperial block, Germany, is chipping in. And now suddenly, we've got a scramble on our hands. But wait, say the European powers, let's learn from our mistakes. Instead of the old days where we always had to fight over things, in this era of revolution and warfare, remember that we're trying to be better about talking to one another, coordinating. Remember? So it's 1884, and all these big Africa-hungry European empires get together in Berlin. I mean, there's this amazing painting of just them all sitting here looking at this big, beautiful map, which would be like an amazing activity to do until you realize what's actually happening here. You've got the Chancellor of Germany, you've got the OG colonizers in Portugal explaining this place to Belgium and France and Italy, and you've even got the new country, the United States, who showed up. Kind of new to all this imperial stuff, but quickly learning how power really works on the international stage. Basically, anyone in Europe who didn't have an empire yet got in now. Oh, and crucially, they didn't invite any African leaders. And to be clear, this painting isn't like exaggerated, like it's not a political cartoon. This is literally a bunch of European dudes in a room in Berlin in 1884, discussing and coordinating how they're going to carve up and take this continent. And they decided that there was going to be one big rule for this new scramble for Africa. No pretending. None of this only on the map fake imperialism thing that the Pope arranged for Spain and Portugal a few hundred years previous. You actually have to control the land if you're going to claim it. So they divide up the map on who gets what, they leave the conference, and they get to work. The French start moving in quickly from West Africa. The British begin taking over Sudan and expanding north from down here in South Africa to take over all of this land. The Germans really start establishing themselves here and over here. Italy starts occupying all this land up here in the north and east. And Leopold, well, he got his colony, 77 times the size of Belgium. Here it was as a blank canvas when they first started exploring in 1880. Here it is 14 years later. Little Belgium down here, giant Congo up here. The blueprint has filled out. The conquest is complete. With his new colony, King Leopold, of course, went on to do horrible things, exploiting, pillaging the resources from this place, and wreaking horrible havoc on the people. And it is horrific, and it is horrendous, and I made a whole other video that kind of goes into it more. I'll link.
Yeah, I also did Carl Hezekiah and I did a book review of King Leopold's Ghost. You guys should check that out. I think that's one of the better episodes of the book club when we had it. It's a shame that and I'm kind of getting tired of saying things are a shame, but it's a shame that we don't have more participation, more people asking for it to come back. That it really is a shame. We gotta do better as Black folks. You know, I had this show on MLK Day. Let me just say this real quick. And one of the questions I had to ask out loud is, honestly, are we trying to get out this situation? Because here's why I asked that question, right? And it coincides with a conversation I had with a good friend who said he's kind of tired. He's kind of tired of this work being put in, but like our folks aren't really responding. And he feels like he's wasting his life. And that's why I want folks, listen, if y'all ain't serious about this stuff, man, just say it. So we ain't gotta waste our time. We ain't gotta waste our lives. We could go back to being rugged individuals and trying to make it out the gutter ourselves and find a cozy little spot. But it's time for the masses of black people, the mass of black people to speak up now. It's time for y'all to be honest. Do you want these things? Do you want to change the situation or not? You know, look at these white folks in this video. These guys weren't friends. But when it came time to carve up this continent, which I noticed they like to call Africa the second largest continent, which is funny to me if you understand continents and what Europe and Asia is, right? They weren't friends. They hopped across those divides and they got together. They got together and explained what they learned, right? As they pushed forward through the parts, the quote unquote unknown parts of Africa. They talked about what they found. They collaborated, right? Arthur is alluding to that in the chat. Check out his comments. You know, they got into what I would call pan-Europeanism. You know, and meanwhile we're here still questioning whether Pan-Africanism is worthy or not. Anyway, with that said, let me welcome my two panelists tonight. We got Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, how are you this week?
I'm good, Kokou. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn something new tonight. I'm on my phone, so hopefully this will go clearer and you won't have the delays. But I'm
All
good,
right.
brother.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's welcome in our boy Jose, man. Jose has been a stranger of late. Jose, how are you this week?
I'm strange. I'm strange this week.
Right.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. I appreciate you hopping on with us tonight. Marcus McGee says, I would like for the book club back. Those were the first episodes I came across. Thank you for that. After says, people testify by their actions what is important to them. The people who are serious are doing the work. I Can Fire, who was with us last week on the panel, he says, respect to the host. Respect to you too. I Can Fire. All right. We saw 10 minutes of video. One thing I kind of hate is when I have to cut those longer videos short. Because you kind of will lose the point, you know, like the weight of the whole message when you cut it short. But if you guys want to, this video is called "How Europe Stole Africa," in parentheses, so quickly. Johnny Harris is the YouTube channel, so you guys can check it out. Jose, did you see the video?
It was 18 past 2 here, so maybe I missed a lot, but I saw maybe 1 or 2 minutes and I immediately jumped in. And why to say this? Looking back, you know what it is with liars. They are satisfied with confusion. So I'm looking at this, and I have I can't call it information. It's all data, right? When the liars win, you only got data left.
Right.
There's no information, right, because it could be this, it could be that, it could have gone this way, it could have gone that way, and what I know, what I thought, or what I think I know about the scramble of Africa is that that Portugal initiated it. It was an idea of Portugal governors or kings or whatever. I believe back then Portugal was still a kingdom. But and then An American tells the story and it's this version. An Englishman tells the story and it's that version. And yeah. What I wanted to say is, what if we use that as a as um, as a starting point, right? So everything is a lie. The truth slash reality is the here and now, and in the here and now, we are still the most creative. We are still the most inventive. We are still the strongest. We are still the survivors. Without history, we are also the greatest. Why we don't, all we have is us, is also in this, from this angle, all we have is us, is the reality. We are the reality, not here and now. It's real. Everybody is afraid of us. We are the only ones really fighting against the world's evil. Everybody has succumbed to world capitalism, except the African. He is still with a stick and stone building skyscrapers. You understand where I'm going to, where I'm
Yes.
going with this?
Yeah,
Because he was telling a version, and I'm like, oh God, and another completely new version to me. Maybe somebody else was watching, and oh yeah, that's how it went, because they learned it that way. But I just wanted to share this idea again, that we can let everything drop, and still we are number one.
Thank you for that, Jose. Mr. Untouchable, Juana Hagaziki, what say you?
Yes, sir. So in this video, there's a few things that stand out to me. A few things. The fact that the Europeans was they organized, they cooperated with one another, which is important, and the fact that they shared technology, being the gun, which was very important in conquering over Africa. They shared medicine, the quinine, which was very important as well. And they also shared information. Information was important to the domination and conquering in Africa. And I think that with those three weapons, they went into Africa. But I'm asking, for me, I used to play sports, and they used to say the best defense is a good offense. So I'm asking, where is the Senegalese conference? If they had the Berlin conference, where is the Ghana conference? You know what I mean? It's like these guys sat there, our ancestors sat there into their separate nations and states. I didn't think, man, these guys are trying to run a Boston on us. We need to organize like they are. We need
I
to
have a
organize
big
like
problem
they
with
are.
that, brother. Big problem. Yeah.
Okay, come back to it. Come back to it.
No, no, no,
I
no, no,
I
no,
want to add
no.
something.
I'm saying I don't have a problem with what you're saying. I have a problem
Yes,
that our ancestors just kind of
yes,
sat there while these dudes was meeting up, man. But go ahead.
yeah, yeah. So this is the reason why I see, and the brothers don't fight me on it, which is fine. They have the right to. But I believe that our unity is just as powerful and even more powerful than theirs is. But if we sit in our collective little tribes and nations, etc., 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 they're not doing. Even if I disagree with my brothers, even if I have an ideological disagreement with my brothers, I'm understanding that my external enemies, external forces, is the people who I should fight the most first. We as brothers, we could work out our differences later. There's a more pressing issue that we have to face, and I feel like our ancestors on the continent didn't realize that until it was too late. In fact, they still rifling with the fact that, oh, I'm Igbo, I'm this, I'm that, and them, and the outside forces. Now it used to be Europe. Now the Chinese coming in with the same unification because they were separate entities in China, but they coming into Africa as a unified force. When are we gonna get the picture and stop playing with this whole idea? Oh well, we can't be Pan Africa, we can't really get together. This is. I understand Jose saying that this is their version of history, but this is the history that was written and I could like quantify. And I know Africans have written their own history as well, but this is quantifiable history to what they did. It's interesting how the criminals tell tell about that, how they so honest about committing their acts of crime all over the world. That's interesting. But I say use it, use that information because they showing you what they did. So I feel like we should get on the defense and do practice the same kind of politics. I would the only person who I know in history, the black man in history, who had the balls to go into a European society or state is Hannibal. That's the last man, black man, who ever attempt to do that. We don't think like that. You know what I mean? Dominic been going into European countries. Needless to say, I'll leave that. I'm just saying that it's important for us to have a collective idea of the world because our external enemies are doing it. So and so should we practice the same thing as a defense and in some instances as an offense. But that's a big balls argument. That's a whole lot of argument. But this is what I saw in this particular video. Jose, you could rock.
Yes, I want to rock. We make the mistake to call the Berlin Conference unification because we forget what happened right next. Right next, what happened was World War I. And World War I was over Africa because here's this bag full of money, right? And here is Azuki, and here is Jose, right? And we both want this with this sack of money, this bag of money, right? So we're going to fight over it, and the one who loses goes home with nothing. So what happened? They fought, and German quote unquote, and that's again my point about how history is being told. Quote unquote, Germany got punished by losing their colonies. No, they fought over it. It was not. It was bound to fail. The Berlin, excuse me, the Berlin Conference was bound to fail and end up in a war. Why? Because that's how competition in industrialization works, right? So it was no unification. It was greed, and greed led to the First World War. I want to lead the industrialization of this world. I want to and it's not even nation. If we dig in deeper, it's corporations and the old money. But anyways, let's keep on faking it as if it's countries that are leading colonization. Germany was like, no, I want to lead the industrialization, the industrialized future. France was like, no, I wanna, and England was like, no, I wanna, and the Netherlands, because Belgium and the Netherlands, that's one country. Belgium wasn't even two digits old at the Berlin Conference. I'm exaggerating, but you know what I'm saying. So eventually it led to world wars, right? So let's stop saying that they work together and united and etc etc. Same as the new quote unquote colonizer slash partner, China, right? They are there's no competition because everybody has one foot of the government up their ass, right? No, it's of course it's competition among these Chinese companies in Africa. They're competing for with a brown tongue. They lick the ass of the Communist Party or the government or the 5-year plan administrators, and there's competition. They're not united. They're competing with each other in Africa. So let's be real. Now in 2023 we are past the first and the second World War, and before that was the Berlin Conference. So how are they united? They are not united. The whole thing is mentality. So we can beat techno. We can. Adapt technology, but then we still need the mentality to see uh, 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 other humans as a threat to our existence, and we don't. We don't, and it's not going to happen. I'm afraid.
But Jose,
So Jose, okay, go ahead.
but Jose, you could very easily say that they do both things. They fight amongst each other, but they also get together. They might fight for who goes first, sure, but they join together. They'll join together for a common cause, and then they'll fight about who gets to lead. I think it's both. I actually think it's both.
In Ukraine, in the past 10 months, the past 10 to 11 months, we have seen how not united the Europeans are. Germany
I
doesn't
don't
want
think
to live in tanks. Poland has its own agenda. Slovakia is dealing with Russia. Everybody does what he wants, and what his pocket demands.
so. What I would say is this: yes, European powers compete with one another, but yes, they also get together as well because there wouldn't be a European Union. And when England said that
Yeah,
we're gonna
but
let,
wait, I live
let
in
me
the
finish.
European Union.
Yeah, let me
I,
finish.
I see the bullshit.
That
I see the southern European countries cheat. I see the northern European countries. The population get angry for all the money that goes to the southern European nations. No, there's no European community.
so when Brexit, when England or the UK decided to leave out of this whole formulation of European states, they was trying to unify and I think they come under €1 dollar, some nonsense like that. But let me say this. When when um when George Bush decided to go into Iraq, France decided to afterwards. I think France decided to send troops into Iraq, and so did Germany, and so did the UK. When they decided to, when they was fighting Gaddafi, when it was fighting Gaddafi, France was with Gaddafi at one point, and then I think Sarkozy turned against him, and then you see what Hillary Clinton did. They do pile-ons when it comes to other non-white countries in the world. They pile on Europeans. They work collectively all the time to run Boston. Now they fight among, so who's gonna keep the booty? Who's gonna keep the gold, the silver, the diamonds, and the oil? They fight about that. But as far as dominating and controlling the world, I think that they compete with one another. Because ultimately one group wants world domination like Hitler did. But I don't think that I think that when they doing the pile-ons into these non-European countries, they send troops, they send money, they send forces. Collectively, they do that. It's like a domino effect, one after the other. They did it in Iraq. They did it in Gaddafi's Libya. They do it all over the world all the time. So from my standpoint, I feel like that is instructive. That is instructive for the Black world because they operate with unity at times, but they do compete with one another, and I feel like that's a feeling that we could get away from. We don't have to go the way agreed like the European countries do. You know what I mean? You say, listen, if you eating, I could eat. Maybe that's not how human beings function. Maybe that's not our nature. But I think that's something that we could look at other groups to say, well, they are exposed when they operate under the premises of greed. Because if they don't operate under the premises of greed, you wouldn't have these wars and struggle in the world. You wouldn't have certain things going on. They could share the spoils of our natural, minerally rich resources and not even have to fight about it. And we'll have nothing to say about it because we could do nothing about it. We don't have the manpower, we don't have the technology, we don't have the military might to do anything about it. But they just, because of their greed, they decide to fight after they get all our resources, they fight amongst each other for it. So I think that is a chink in their armor that we could avoid. But collectivity, I feel is what makes them strong, and it is going to continue to make them strong in the world. And I feel like we need to change our strategy and methods. I believe that, maybe my opinion, I could be right or wrong, but I believe that I think it's instructive in what they do.
I agree with we have to change, but what we have to change is our mentality. It's the mentality behind that gun, it's the mentality behind that that staff of that investment company or that multinational. It's the mentality, the fuck you mentality, and we don't have the fuck you mentality. We don't have the I eat and you die mentality. We don't have it. And that's the core. That's what we are lacking. So why does it work for the European? He has programmed everybody. He has turned every face to the same direction, and that's to have blue jeans, to date, to have a nice car, to go on vacation two to three times a year. You know, the American dream. And that's what that's the mentality that he planted in everybody, and he may be the system, not even the white man, the system, the commercial make grow 15% every year, slave driver is that's how he programmed every nation. So this we the black man, the African, in the diaspora or at home, still have this abundance reflex. Oh, it's dry. It hasn't rained over here. We'll move over there. No problem. Shrug, and move over. You know. So there's we to cut a long story short, we lack the mentality, we lack the fear of extinction.
That's interesting. That's an interesting statement. I have to think on that a little bit, but that's an interesting statement. I can think on that one. We lack the fear of extinction. That's an interesting statement. I got to think on that.
Yeah, I often think it's the opposite. I think we fear extinction. I think that's why we don't act. You know, we fear we'll be wiped out, and sometimes I wonder personally, is it worth? Is this reality worth not being wiped out, man? You know, in the chat, Forecast agrees with Buana. Trigger Happy 262 has some interesting commentary. Trigger Happy 262, click the link and join the panel tonight, man. We only have a few of us tonight, so just come through and join the conversation. Let me drop the link again.
Yes, Trigger Happy. Come on, man. It's a new year, brother. You know what I mean? You type chapters, bro. Come on and make a contribution, brother. You know, your voice is just as valid as anyone else's on the panel. So come on and click the link. We can't read your chapters. You know, come on and express yourself.
For real. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is Skid Row Explained. City planning. This, of course, came with a link. Let me grab it again because I put something in the chat. So let me grab it again. Skid Row Explained City Planning. So there's the link here. Let's watch it, and then we'll discuss.
There's a neighborhood in Los Angeles that we need to talk about. It's called Skid Row. Last month, there was this really popular true crime documentary on Netflix. It was like the #1 most watched show here in the United States and maybe around the world. And it was about this hotel that was right here in Skid Row. It's about a 21-year-old Canadian woman who disappeared after exhibiting some very strange behavior in an elevator. And yes, there's going to be plenty of spoilers here.
The Hotel Cecil is haunted and it's got some sort of uncanny force.
The show is haunting and confusing and thrilling and an appalling and insensitive abuse of the power of documentary filmmaking. The whole series feels like a true crime documentary, but there ends up being no crime at all. And the whole energy of this series is founded on the idea that this hotel is haunted with dark energy.
I think that we're hoping for a ghost because it's what we've come to expect.
I'm here to tell you that the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles doesn't have dark energy. That's a tantalizing but very lazy explanation. and it exonerates the people and policies that built modern-day LA. Instead, there's a much bigger story here, one that the documentary decides to largely ignore or mischaracterize. The story worth telling here about this hotel and the neighborhood in which it resides is the story of how cities draw boundaries. These subtle borders that are meant to contain the city's least wanted people. Once you understand what this looks like and how it happened in LA, you can understand how it happens in a lot of cities. And it helps you understand what's really going on with the Cecil Hotel.
It's the story of a city and a microcosm of the American dream.
Okay, first, let's establish what and where the Cecil Hotel is in LA. Here's downtown LA, and you have this financial district here with all these big buildings. A few streets over, you have the Cecil Hotel, right on the border of this 50-city block neighborhood called Skid Row, right in the heart of downtown LA. Go to Skid Row today, and you are quickly brought into the plight of basic survival for nearly 5,000 homeless people.
The reason why there's so many tents out here is because people can't afford to live in a house.
Nearly half of them are considered to have serious mental illness, and life expectancy here is 48 years old, 30 years less than the US average. This small block of streets is surrounded by highly developed districts that every year become more shiny and more expensive. So how did Skid Row, this one small block of downtown, become where so many of the city's sick and marginalized gathered? Way back when California was first taken from Mexico to become part of the United States, loads of Americans were moving west, moving to California. Some of them were looking for gold, and some were just looking for a new start. The US used to be really good at railroads, and they built a railroad across the entire country. That railroad ended right here in LA, right in the location of modern-day Skid Row.
There is probably no single area holding so much of charm and beauty and the good things of life as Southern California.
So you have a lot of people arriving around this train station looking for work. This area developed a reputation as being full of transient people coming to the West with dreams of gold and a new start, and instead ending up with neither. No jobs, no homes. It was a part of town that no one wanted to go.
Los Angeles counties has a gregarious fun zone where everybody has a good time.
As LA grew, so did the bad reputation of Skid Row, and so did the homeless population. The neighborhood was sort of for the untouchables, and when anyone considered helping them or figuring out a policy to solve this, people resisted. One columnist of the day wrote, quote, "Don't help this class. It is a crime against the community to do so." The Cecil Hotel was eventually constructed in the 1920s, right here on the outskirts of what was becoming this undesirable part of town. At the time, it was a grand hotel built for business travelers. What turned the Cecil Hotel from this to this wasn't dark energy or mysterious forces, nor was it the fact that U2 played a concert on the roof right next to the Cecil Hotel in the late 80s. No. What happened to the Cecil Hotel is something that happened to this whole neighborhood starting in the 1970s, when city planners and politicians started re-envisioning downtown LA, drawing lines on maps to contain the growing population of mentally ill and homeless. The goal here was to bulldoze all the decaying buildings in downtown and to make way for a new business district full of tall, shiny buildings. The original demolition plan included Skid Row, but the community leaders fought back, saying, "Listen, City of LA, if you demolish Skid Row without solving the underlying issues, you're just going to have a bunch of smaller Skid Rows pop up scattered throughout the city. Homelessness isn't going to go away if you just bulldoze the neighborhood." The city was like, "Yeah, you have a point." So they agreed upon setting firm borders that would be the, quote, containment zone, where the homeless and mentally ill could stay, so that the surrounding neighborhoods could build nice big office buildings without the presence of these undesirable populations. Within Skid Row, they constructed public bathrooms and benches and public spaces so that, as the city officials said, those amenities could, quote, act as a magnet to hold the undesirable population elements in Skid Row. Undesirable population elements. Wow. That is just a fantastic way to take human beings and turn them into units. So weird. Even though the borders of Skid Row, based on the city plan, were not like walls, they were just city streets. But the city planners made sure that they would have, quote, strong edges that will act as a buffer between Skid Row and the rest of the central city. They promised that when Skid Row residents enter the buffer, the psychological comfort of the familiar Skid Row environment will be lost. So how did they do this? One way they did this is with harsh lighting. Back in the old days, they had these historic lights on Main Street, which is one of the borders of Skid Row. They replaced those with like harsh prison lights to make it very just unpleasant to walk across the street. They put locks on the trash cans in the surrounding districts so people wouldn't leave Skid Row to come scavenge for food. Residents of Skid Row also reported that police officers would be patrolling these borders, and anytime someone would cross, they would be approached. Yet they would be left alone for a time if they stayed peaceful within the containment zone. All of this happened throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s as rent prices started to go up all throughout this area. So rent is getting more expensive. At the same time, funding for mental health institutions was drying up, and the war on drugs propagated by the Reagan administration was also heating up. Skid Row literally became a dumping grounds for mental health institutions who would drop off patients right here, knowing that they would be contained. The idea of saving Skid Row by drawing borders around it came from the community leaders of Skid Row itself. It was a solution to keep affordable housing, keep the community intact, but soon this solution was used as an excuse to neglect the people within these lines. Street cleaners and trash collectors came less frequently than in the rest of LA. City maintenance for streets sort of stopped showing up. But the one city resource that did show up in abundance was the police, whose job it was to keep these, quote, undesirable population elements within this zone, criminalizing the poverty inside these lines. And yes, here's the Cecil Hotel, right within these firm containment borders. So if you look at the Cecil Hotel under this lens, you now see the danger, the drugs, the violence, not being caused by some creepy dark energy that lured in this woman from Canada. Instead, this was the result of a policy, intentionally creating borders within the city to keep the city's problems contained into one area. A spot that had real culture and community values and history. And yet, because of these dehumanizing policies, Skid Row became defined as a series of statistics and social problems. What I've found by looking into these policies is that this wasn't an inevitable course of action. The city could have put its money and effort behind the harder thing to do, which is addressing the underlying issues of unemployment, mental illness, drug addiction, and unaffordable housing stock. And yet the policy they pursued was fixing this problem with a Band-Aid, using policing and the power of redevelopment. The real problems were swept under the rug to be dealt with another day, keeping the city's problems contained neatly in this border and hiding them from view. So let me tell you about the sponsor of today's video, which is a thing that has let me watch a bunch more Netflix that I wouldn't be able to watch. ExpressVPN is a very affordable way.
Good stuff. I guess there's 2 more minutes. Maybe it comes up after this ad. So actually, let me continue playing it just to see.
To not only protect your anonymity while you are on the internet, but also allows you to expand your entertainment options. Basically what a VPN is it allows you to connect to the internet, but like via a different country. So like I'm in the US, but I can like connect via Canada or the UK or India. And now the internet thinks that I'm in those countries. But also it allows you to expand the stuff you're watching. Like a show like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for example. Like I can watch stuff that's only available in Canada here in the United States, which is pretty cool. The crazy thing about this though is that it's really cheap. Like it's very affordable. You can actually use a VPN in that country because then it has to keep my internet connection free, zero money for sponsoring this channel. It's been
All right, so that was a waste of time. That was a long ad at the end of that. Skid Row explained city planning. Jose, what did you see there? What was of note to you?
I thought Skid Row was a popular neighborhood. That was I'm shocked. I see a lot of policy. Practically the whole world comes to the United States and Israel. The police of the whole world comes to the United States to learn and copy, and go to Israel to learn and copy. You did know that, right? So I recognized a few policies, and I actually, I'm involved. My whole damn life I'm involved. I wish I wasn't. I wish I was egocentric with my own to-dos and have-tos and dreams, but I'm always involved, and so I noticed. I think a couple of policies in this city, Rotterdam, are maybe results of visits to LA and Skid Row, right? Certain terms, a certain angle in approaching the Skid Row type of neighborhoods, so I at a certain point I stopped listening, and I'm looking for words. My thought. I was in flashbacks. I was listening with a half ear and in flashbacks of all the policies here in this town, and I thought, wow, these motherfuckers. So I have to go back to the previous topic and say that, yeah, they are united. Their police departments. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, there are levels in which they are very united. Yeah, I was close to shocked in the revelations in relation to policies in this town where I live here in the Netherlands. It's that's my point of view. I'm still letting it sink in how close even the naming, right? Even the names of policies made me think of how Skid Row started with a train station and people stranded, right? It's amazing. I was carried away. I found the word. I was carried away based on policies that we had in this town here on the other side of the world. That I had some aha moments. It's hard to explain. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, I understand it perfectly. I was going to come in after you and point out the relationship to the previous topic. They might compete, but they share information. They do some collective stuff, and I was going to point that out. And the other thing I was going to point out, what was it again? Something else you just said, and I forgot it now. But yeah, I was going to point that out, that they share their information, and oh yeah, I was going to also say how incredible it is. Use a Mr. Untouchable term. Fascinating how much work they put in to these little ideas that are all in support of them protecting their population or whatever, right? It's just fascinating, the thought and planning that goes into this. You're gonna have to really put in thought and planning to go up against this too. Let's hear from Buana Tagaziki.
Yes. So what I say, I go back to what I initially said. You know, that for when you playing a game, for a good defense is to have a good offense. And if you study the immigrants, because you watch this and you think to yourself, "Oh my goodness, these white guys planning to run a Boston on the populations, people who are economically deprived, people who are in situations where they don't have employment and things like that, and how they plan and get together and structure, because these people certainly wouldn't live in that community." What I say is, I watch the immigrants. When immigrants come to new countries, in particular immigrants like the Chinese, when the Chinese move into a neighborhood, they take over the whole neighborhood, which means that the Chinese man owns the apartment building, he owns the food, he owns the restaurants, and he owns the bank. I remember I saw a bank China when I was in Canada. The whole writing is in Mandarin. It's in Mandarin. They're able to, even though these city planners have their plans, the immigrants, the Chinese, when they come into different territories, they have their plans as well. And they execute their plans to such a degree that they almost take over a city block. And if you was to come inside that community to try to open up a business, the Chinese people who live there know not to patronize you. It is Chinatown. Maybe not formally, but informally, that's Chinatown, and everyone knows it. It's the same thing the Muslims do in the UK. The UK do this. They open up a mosque, and around that mosque, they open up their little grocery shops. They have their little apartment buildings, and they patronize one another. If you was a Christian person coming into that community, try to open up a secular venue or whatever, no one would patronize you. No one patronize you. So even if it's against the law, because you don't do business, because you won't make no money there, you know not to go there. The Haitians have done it in Little Haiti. The Italians have done it in New York City. I am just saying, humbly saying, that we may not have the ability to do these formal plans, but informally, maybe not necessarily written on formal documents, but go into different territories and take over blocks as well. The Muslims did it in Michigan, in Detroit. I'm saying that if the price of housing and houses in Detroit is so low, wealthy black people or black people who are trying to invest in things like that, they could take over whole neighborhoods and blocks and redefine these neighborhoods and blocks. You know what I mean? We could play offensively as well. And if other businesses were to try to move into them communities, don't patronize them. Don't give them a reason for them to stay there. So indirectly, you are really city planning as well, but you just ain't doing it in a formal way. You know what I mean? So I feel like we could carry on the same strategies as well if we had the idea of collectivity. Because, like you say, from this same video, they had developed financial areas, arts and design areas, all these other things, and strategically, I think that we have money men and thinkers within our community who could practice the same kind of policies. And because we don't define their laws, we have to do it informally. You don't always have to go on a public platform and make a statement. You do it to your resources and your acting. I think it's good to see how strategically people plan out things. And for me, it's just an instructive video. This is just a how-to video for me. I mean, and people who are interested in these kinds of things, these are how-to videos. I'll stop there.
Want to shout out to Brother Bakari, who's in the chat, saying peace and black power to the panel in the chat. Skid Row explain. I lost that thought too. Is there any other thoughts on this prompt?
Yes. So what I also wanted to, I don't know if Jose wanted to, but what I also wanted to say is this is how the Chinese is doing, taking over Africa too, just piece by piece. You know what I mean? Informally. Let me buy this business. Let me get this hotel here. Let me get this hotel, and they bring their families in and their cousins in, and they redesign, reformulate certain areas. You may not be able to take over the whole country itself. In time, they'll eventually do that. But they take it over piece by piece, and they have their own intent and planning for what they want their community to look like. And I feel like we could plan strategically as well. It's not beyond our gate to plan just like they did. They did it in a nefarious manner, but we could do it for our people in a manner that is productive for us. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. If there's no last thoughts, then let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is, should leaders of the diaspora implement these methods? These methods are in this video for reference. So let's check this video out, and then we'll have a discussion on it.
It's been 75 years since we got independence. The colonial mindset, the inferiority complex, is still there in the minds of India. For more than 65 years, the government did not make any effort to erase the symbols of slavery. But thankfully, since 2014, after Prime Minister Modi came to power, significant initiatives have been taken by the government to decolonize India, to restore India's glorious heritage. I'm going to list the 7 most impactful things the government did since 2014 to decolonize India. If you find any value in this video, please share with your friends and spread the word. Number 1, Abide With Me to A Mere Watan Ke Logon. Abide With Me is a Christian anthem which was played at the wedding of Queen Elizabeth II. This hymn has been part of the beating retreat ceremony of India's Republic Day celebrations since 1950. I do not understand why did the independent India took up the Christian anthem composed by the Britishers to celebrate the Republic Day. Especially, that day should be about remembering our freedom fighters and realizing how glorious our heritage was. I'm ashamed to even admit that we have been doing this for 75 years. But thankfully, now it's being replaced with A Mere Watan Ke Logon, which memorialized Indian soldiers who died in the Indo-Chinese War. On 29 January 2022, when A Mere Watan Ke Logon played, instead of Abide With Me, it was nothing but goosebumps. Number 2, a new ensign for Indian Navy. The St. George Cross has been removed from Indian Navy's new flag. Instead, it now features the national emblem with the tricolour on the top left corner of the flag. The national emblem is covered by an octagonal shield and sits atop an anchor. Beneath it is the Navy's motto, Samno Varna, which means, may Varna, the god of ocean, be auspicious to us, and the golden border surrounding the national emblem, inspired from the seal of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. My question here is, why did we keep the symbol of Britishers for 75 years, even after the independence? Number 3, Rajpath to Kartavya Path. Rajpath was known as King's Way before independence. It was named after King George V during the British Raj. After independence, it was simply translated to Hindi and became Rajpath. Rajpath was for British Raj, to which the people of India were nothing but slaves. And now it's renamed to Kartavya Path, which means the path of duty. For a democratic nation like India, Rajpath doesn't make any sense because we do not have a king here. Those who are using the path are the servants of people. So Kartavya Path makes a lot more sense than Rajpath. Number 4, the statue of Netaji at India Gate. A 28-feet statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is now installed under the Grand Canopy of India Gate. Earlier, this canopy had a statue of King George V until 1968, which means India kept a statue of a British king at the most significant part of the nation for 20 years, even after independence. Number 5, budget briefcase to Bahi Gata. In 2019, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made history by dropping the budget briefcase culture and opting a Bahi Gata to carry the budget papers. Number 6, 3 Andaman Islands were renamed. 3 islands named after the British officials now have been renamed. The Ross Island, named after East India Company's hydrographer Daniel Ross, is now Bose Island, named after Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. The Neil Island, which was named after British Brigadier General James Neil, is now called Shahid Dweep. The Havelock Island, named after another British general, Henry Havelock, is now called Swarajya Deep. For 7 decades, these islands in India had the name of British army men who fought for the East India Company against the Indians in the 1857 War of Independence. Number 7, the traditional outfits during convocation. Indian universities have been carrying on the British style of wearing a robe and cap for the convocations. Now the UGC asks the universities to wear traditional handloom Indian outfits for convocations. And it's so heartening to see many universities have started following this already. Recently, on 75th Independence Day, Prime Minister Modi said, "We do not need to show ourselves like others. We will stand with courage in the way we are. We need freedom from servitude. There should not be any trace of servitude left in our existence. And it's high time we do that." Jai Hind.
Yeah, that was interesting. I've often wondered in the past why certain nations that were named by these folks just didn't change the name. You know, I guess it's because, and I guess this is where gas them up are needed, is that occult type stuff, words are spells and all that kind of thing. But there's an importance for sure in naming yourself or naming the things around you. And I've wondered, you've had so-called independence. Why didn't you just go about and change it? And what I bet it is these power discussions, the real power discussions, these discussions happen on the lines of, listen, do this deal. I'm able to feed my people. We'll keep your name floating for the next 75 years. This way you don't lose your power, your level of power and stuff like that. We'll keep the people kind of praising you guys through continued curriculum setting and all this kind of stuff for the next 75, 80 years, whatever. I really believe those are the kind of conversations that are had at the very, very top of this power thing, man. These dudes are just cutting deals to just keep their people where they're at. I think that's a crazy thing, man. But anyway, I don't want to ramble. Let me hear from Jose. Jose, what say you to what you just saw?
I thought her Jewish R back in her throat interesting. It was distracting my attention. but yeah, it's I see this. I in pain. I thought of my own nation because yeah, you probably know because you did a show on Amilcar Cabral this weekend. This weekend, every Cape Verdean is a Cabralista, and Monday it's off to work again, and praising the Portuguese for discovering our islands, right? So yeah, I had many thoughts listening to this Indian nationalism. And it's in Senegal. In Senegal, we are seeing traces of it, right? So there's this upcoming, and I hope he'll be the next president. But he is right now. He's doing exactly what she was talking about, and the examples that she gave. He is doing exactly that in the south of the nation. He's right now. He's the major of the southern city Ziguinchor, and he has changed all the names. He is removing statues and replacing them with local heroes of the colonial wars, etc. So yeah, it's Senegal may have an interesting near future. In the same lines as what we were watching, but we'll see, because I've seen it's always those. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's always Christian Africans and Africans that have studied in France or England that are way before way before the revolution arrives, they are already condemning it and speaking of violence where there's no violence. Can't a black man be angry? but yeah, I'm curious what and that's Senegal, because I'm involved in Senegal. I don't know what's happening in other African nations. It's not happening in Cape Verde. It's not happening in Cape Verde, but yeah, there's spicks of lights. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Is how I see it. I see it. I rather look at the way that we have to go than look at my nation of birth, and that wants to stay on the lap of the Portuguese, or on the plate. Maybe it's better to describe it as that. So you got these nations. You got nations that rather rest on the plate, on the dinner plate of Europeans. And you got yeah, there's voices on the continent that lean to what we just saw. And yeah, that's where we should focus on, and eventually those nations that want to stay on the dinner plate of Europeans will be left behind, or put to shame, and eventually come along. That's what I had to say.
I appreciate that, Jose. Bwana Ezekiel, what are your thoughts here?
I am all for decolonization. I think that decolonization, we should have been not only talking about decolonization, but I think that Kwame Nkrumah and a lot of leaders, old leaders, was talking about decolonizing the Africans, in Africa, going through that process, going back to self. I think that we've been talking about that, not necessarily executing it. I personally think the reasons for it is because decolonization is an extremely dangerous game, extremely dangerous, and I don't think it should really be left into the hands of the leadership. I think it should really come from the intellectual class and the people themselves to convince other groups of people to do it. You can't leave it to the leaders, in particular, because the leaders are just as colonized. They just as colonized, so they wouldn't know how to decolonize their own minds, let alone the masses of their people. And then when you start telling African people, well, we need to go away from just Jesus business or this Muhammad business and go back to our African spirituality and ideas and mindsets, people will fight you on that tooth and nail. In fact, they will kill you because they've been steeped for some for hundreds of years, some for many decades into this idea of this European paradigm of the best way in looking at the world. And when you start to take that away from them, it's almost like ripping the rug from under their feet. People will fight you on that unless you could, and even if you was to present a more reasonable alternative, people will still fall to their passions and want to cling on to that wig they wear in courtrooms, that little European wig they wear in courtrooms, and their old European traditions, like getting a OBE from the Queen. For some Negroes, that's the highest honor paid to them. So for you to take that away and say, well, we're going to just have an African version of honoring you in our country, they say, well, I don't want that. I want something from the Queen. And they will fight you tooth and nail in that. What is interesting that I find is in America, there is a politician his name is something DeSantis. Right now, he is bringing legislation and policy in places like Florida, and other states as well. I've caught on to this to get rid of this idea of CRT. People say critical race theory, critical race theory. What they're really saying is that they want to get rid of the whole African American studies, history, and teaching these in public schools and schooling systems. They say they don't want to pervert the minds of young white children to believe that historically that they did any kind of wrongs. So they want to rewrite, whitewash, which they always usually do, whitewash the history, and have a process of recolonization of the minds of the American young people. They want to take out the bad parts, the parts that make them look evil and disgusting, and then just only leaving into parts that praise themselves. which is historically they usually have done. But now they're making it a little illegal to have little white children taught about MLK and the civil rights movement and things of that nature. It's just interesting. They recolonizing them, but we ain't taking a note from that book and trying to properly condition and instruct our people in how we need to look at one another. In fact, I remember there was an argument in my own home country, our hometown, Kokou, where there were some voices that saying, well, we need to get rid of Christopher Columbus. He was a killer, he was a murderer, he was a genocidaire. Don't you know many old people was fighting you? And I said, well, what the tourists are gonna come to look at when they come to the Bahamas? Because you know when the tourists come here, they want to get their ego stroke. You know, they want to feel like, well, we are the founders of the world. You know what I mean? It's like, well, if you take that statue down or you take the statue of the Queen down, what are they gonna come to look at? Because they need their ego stroke. They pay money, hundreds of thousands of dollars to come to these countries to see how a long time ago they dominated the world. So they come here for that ego stroke. So you don't want to remove them. So you have the young people fighting against that and saying we need to get rid of them statues, and then you have the olders saying, well, we don't need to get rid of, because they really cling on to these old, antiquated, outmoded ideas of the white man should be in charge of the world. You know what I mean? So the process of decolonization, I feel, is a very dangerous one, and it's a tricky one, and it should come really from not necessarily people who are properly instructed, and that could also be leadership as well. But from what I have seen, there's not enough Black African people who understand their history or who have been inculcated, you know, from a historical mindset, African mindset, for them to be able to push that out to the rest of the public. I think that they need to be properly instructed first before they go through that process. But I applaud India and what they try to do, even though the Indians don't really like Black people. I applaud them in their attempts at decolonization, even though I know there's a lot of old people who are going to fight against the young people. They don't want that. And shout out to Dr. Obadele Kambon, because Dr. Obadele Kambon is really one of a loud voice in this whole bringing back the idea of decolonization and going back to the African mind, even in Ghana. And he's an American, and he have a big voice in Ghana. So shout out to him for at least attempting it. But I just feel like it is a dangerous thing that you want to decolonize a mind of someone who want to hold on to old vestiges of certain things, believing that this is the best way of looking at the world, which I believe is patently false. But I believe it's a good thing for India. I think it should spread to all so-called non-European countries. And I know people are going to fight you on it, but I think it's a fight that we all should take up. And we try to do that every Saturday night on a Bit of Medicine podcast and conditioning the minds, people back to our African mindset themselves. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Barney. Yeah, I was going to bring up the Columbus thing too. We talked about it on Shoot the Breeze, that fella who chopped down the leg of Columbus's statue down there, and I remember seeing people was vexed that this guy went and destroyed that statue. People were vexed about that.
Yeah, man, people will fight you. People will fight you, and you know what? Marcus Garvey, and people well, I can quote Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey say, if you don't have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated. Twice defeated, you know, in the game of life. These people have no confidence in themselves and their abilities and what they could possibly do. So they're ready to lose. You know what I mean? You have to start at a place where you will have confidence in your own abilities. You have to start there. And if you don't start there, then the game is lost already. So you have to inculcate people with the mindset of, listen, yes, the Europeans have done some things into the world that you feel is beneficial, but so can you. And you need to get it ingrained into the mind of a young child from grade one. From grade one. So when they approach the world just like any other human being on this planet, with full capabilities of being able to have limitlessness in their mindset and thinking. And there's nothing beyond their gate. That's how they should approach the world. And they'll be winners if they approach the world that way. But if you approach the world as a second-class citizen, or being as adequate as these people over here, you have lost. So I applaud India, I applaud the Chinese, and I feel like it's now our time.
Joe, say you wanted to add something?
Yeah. If they can get their egos stroked, they can always get long stroke Leroy.
Don't say been drinking a little bit tonight. He having some fun. He having some fun tonight.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
All right. If there's nothing else to add, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is college degrees not needed. Thoughts. Let's check this out. I believe this takes us to YouTube as well. Yep. Takes us to a video.
Well, the pathway to a solid career in financial security, so we've been told, has been through a college education and a 4-year degree. But that appears to be going away. With companies struggling to hire in a tight job market due to the pandemic, many organizations are now lowering their job requirement to attract job applicants, some even eliminating a degree requirement altogether. Here's a list of some of the prominent Fortune 500 companies who have already jumped on the growing trend of offering high-level roles to applicants who are not required to have a college degree. General Motors, Microsoft, and Apple, just to name a few of those. Here to discuss the trickle-down effect of the move is our Thursday company, Amber Athey, Washington editor at The Spectator World, and Republican consultant Mahek Cook. Ladies, welcome to the show. Good to see both of you. All right, this is a fascinating trend to watch. Mahek, I'll start with you. I mean, for many people, they're probably like, great, I don't need to go to college anymore. Why would I go to college? Why would I ensue all that debt if I can get the same job at a Fortune 500 company with going to 4 years of school? But I just think once you make this move, how do you ever go back to requiring those positions to ever again have a college degree?
I think it's going to be really tough to go back and rewind, but it's also showing you that our educational institutions aren't truly prepping kids to be not only college ready, but also to be ready for the real world. We have a huge issue today in our academic institutions where kids are not ready for jobs. They're not prepared. They don't have the work ready skills. So I think that this is not a surprise that a lot of these companies are saying, maybe you don't need that 4-year degree. And I would agree, if you don't go into medicine or the law or engineering or some of these specialized fields, I don't think academic institutions are doing our kids justice today. And until they don't change, I applaud some of these companies for actually drawing that hard line.
Amber, it's a good point. You know, this almost makes it more competitive. We've seen how expensive college tuitions have become, that these people go into jobs that are paying, you know, $20,000 to $50,000, and they have over $100,000 of debt. It's like, how can you even pay that off, especially with today's inflation rate? And so maybe this will help colleges realize, like, hey, people don't need us more. We need to lower some of these tuition rates and maybe try to draw some people in.
I think that's exactly right. Colleges are either going to have to lower tuition prices or increase the actual services that they offer and make sure that they really are preparing students for taking on jobs when they graduate. Because right now, there's not much difference between a high school and a college graduate, aside from maybe the experience of living away from your parents for 4 years. And you hear a lot from conservatives that college is worthless at this point because of the exorbitant costs as well as the insane liberal indoctrination that students face. But until recently, it just hasn't been typical or possible for a lot of people to get high-paying jobs without college degrees unless they go into a blue-collar profession. So I think it's really refreshing to see that some of these top companies are saying, hey, we're either willing to train on the job or we recognize that college degrees simply aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, I think that's right, Mahek. It goes back to skill training or to trade school, which really has gotten, I think, a bad rap over the last few years because so much attention was only on these 4-year degrees on university or college. But you look at some of these trade jobs and positions, those people are making great money. And so maybe some people will open their eyes to say, hey, there's other opportunities. I don't just have to go get this traditional degree.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, in Ohio, we've been pushing jobs in oil and gas production. You can make six-figure salaries by going through tech schools, workers training. You don't need the 4-year degree when you're taking classes like women's studies and yoga to actually graduate. That's not going to help you in the real world. The cost is exorbitant. We're putting Americans behind, and we're truly at a disservice at our academic institutions today because kids are not being prepared for future jobs. It's better for kids to consider some of these tech schools because you're getting that advanced training, you're getting hands-on skills, you're actually going to a job and using your skill set and applying it at a much faster rate than you would. I think college is a setback today, and institutions really need to step up and meet the demand of our workforce because they're truly failing.
Okay, so Amber, I think one of maybe the negative sides of this is we already have an issue with people wanting to go back to work after COVID. We've seen that people can say that staying home can pay them more money. And now that people are saying in some of these lower end jobs, or I think of a lot of the hotel industry or small businesses, even restaurants, those industries have had a really hard time getting people back into work. So if those people now can say, well, that I was in this industry because I didn't have a degree, and now I know I can go get some awesome lucrative job, why would I be working at this hotel when I know I could go maybe get a job at Google?
That's definitely a fair point, but I think there are still ways to distinguish between people who have the same degree, just like you would a college graduate. There are things on someone's resume in terms of part-time positions or internships that they've held, apprenticeships or skills-based job training that can differentiate different candidates that have high school degrees, just like you can differentiate candidates who have college degrees. And so companies have to figure out ways to do that to make sure that they're still getting individuals who are prepared for the job or who are prepared to undergo on-the-job training in order to be the best fit for that position.
So interesting to see. We look at a lot of these trickle-down effects from what happened from COVID and the pandemic. I think this is actually one of the good ones that we're seeing, that actually these companies are waking up, that you may not have to have a 4-year degree to do some of these roles. So we'll see how this all continues to play out. Amber, Mamek, thanks so much for being here with us to discuss.
Thank you.
Yeah. Clearly, they have some prediction for something that's coming, that they're going to require all these tradespeople and stuff like that. These, again, a lot of these decisions are made by numbers, by data. So they're looking at the data, looking at the trends, and they think something is coming, some shift, and it's going to require all these tradesmen. Marcus McGee in the chat says they're paying for me to go back to school for skilled trade certification. Earlier, he mentioned he was working for General Motors. Ben Uko, he's in the chat. He said, if you're going to STEM skills, then you need college. If not, learn a trade. Right? He's a tech guy himself. So yeah, college degree is not needed. What are your thoughts? What are you guys' thoughts? Jose, let's start with you.
I agree with you. Planning tens or hundreds or maybe even millions of young people leaving education is a tough job. So yeah, via media, they are preparing the population for what's coming. I agree with you. This is there's always an agenda into managing the many young people that into managing a country. So yeah, I agree with you. There's something behind it. There's they are expecting a change indeed. Yeah, that's what I think. And I my whole damn life I think school is just to get the papers to get in, because once you are in, if you do more than 1% of what you learned at school, it's a miracle. I mean, I also have a tech background. When I was doing my Microsoft certificates. It was in the NT4. NT4 was new, and when I did the exams, I had to learn 80% of the exams were the Service Pack 3 from NT3 was just introduced, and 80% of the operating system had changed, was revised. So that's a terrible example, because the exams were absolutely not what I was doing in reality. So that's the best example that I have, that education or even targeted preparation will does not rhyme with everyday practice when you eventually get the job. So to me, school was never had something to do with the job market, or but okay, that's my personal experience. But yeah, I mean, the plumber will always exist, and the plumber will I'm guessing it'll take some time for the plumber to be automated. Same goes for the electrician, the painter, the carpenter. There's those positions will always exist. Well, I don't know about accounting. With the developments, there's a lot of jobs that can be automated away. But those jobs will never fade away. So yeah, maybe they're expecting that a lot of work will be automated, and a lot of people will have to get off those high horses if they even want a job in the future. Maybe it's that, but there's a reason why this is a topic in mainstream media. It's something in the near future happening. But I pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Jose. Afro Native World is in the chat. He says, talking to brothers on the continent, countries like Ceylon, they need skilled tradesmen to go over there and help build, teach, and employ. That's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up. And let people know. I hope folks who have the ability to make that move would indeed do it. Would indeed do it for our people. Buana, what say you to this? College degree is not needed. Thoughts?
No, I think that college degrees are much needed, much needed. In particular with our people. I think that our people need. Here's the thing. When you lay down on the table unconscious, you would want the person who is performing any kind of operation on you to have went to some institution or university, and to be properly trained and vetted to ensure that what he is doing, he ain't just learned from YouTube. So or when you jump in your car every day and you take your family to school and you take yourself to work, you would like to know. I'm thinking that these people would have went to mechanical engineering school and would adequately know how to put together a car where it wouldn't just bust into flames. So I think that there is some useful purposes of universities. I see that there is, and also let me also say this. I think that in colleges and universities, you are challenged if you go into a reputable one. You are challenged to be able to critically think about things and critically analyze things. You are not just a compliant worker, and a compliant worker who just carry out a specific task or skill, etc., etc. I think that critical analysis and looking at the world, thinking is an important aspect of the world. And of course, the the powers that are about, they want to take away the importance of critical thinking because they don't want people to sit down and think of how they're getting screwed by them. And they take some critical analysis on things. They just want you to perform a job and go home, drink a beer, and watch the basketball game, which is fine for them. Because you ain't gonna touch their bottom line, which is cash flow and money. But when you start critically analyzing and looking at the world, in a different way, looking at certain things and thinking about things, then you will look at the world a little bit different. I think that colleges and universities help with that. It's not the fact that you can't get that kind of understanding outside of colleges and universities, but I think that universities and colleges assist with that. Good ones, with prepared teachers who challenge people along those lines. But let me also say this: I think that there is also an importance in trades and certification. If you can't go to colleges and universities because it's too costly and it leads to a whole lot amount of debt, I think that you could read books for critical analysis and reasoning, but you could also get certification and hands-on training. So when you go into any space where you need to become the best at a particular skill, I think that you could get these through the process of certifications and training or on-the-job training. I think that these are very, very good things to do too. So I wouldn't say that that college degrees are outdated. I just think that what you are going to college for is outdated. Because if you just going to be indoctrinated, into some leftist or liberalized or feminist philosophy and thinking all the arts and sciences, well, that's becoming a nonsense for me, in my opinion. But as far as being properly educated as an engineer or a doctor or even a lawyer, I think that college is necessary and needed because if they had certifications and training and that, people will go do that. But as we speak, the only way you could be able to adequately represent a person, through the judicial system is to have went to law school. The only way you could adequately go perform surgery on some sick person is through going to medical school, and you need to prove yourself to get degrees in these proficient or these occupations to be able to do specific things. So I think that is important too, and I think that also that critical thinking skills and analysis on things and looking at the world is an important thing to do. But I also feel on the other end, having technical skill and becoming an electrician, plumber, and all these other things are important as well. And you don't necessarily need a college degree. You could get certifications and training to do that as well. So I think that the both would help advance our people and our cause. I think that we should take up interest in both of these fields. Any doctor or lawyer or person in the youth profession should also get a construction certification so he could learn how to fix his own goddamn house. You know what I mean? Or get certification in plumbing so he can learn how to perform plumbing so he don't have to pay so much money. So I think that there are different avenues of education, which is important. But I think that thinking is a very important skill, and that skill needs to be, I think that we could do more in getting more information on how to use that skill, because that skill has invented the world that we live in right now, critical thinking. And unfortunately, the only place that we have to exercise that or build muscle in that effort is through universities, and because people don't read no more. They just watch YouTube and go on Instagram and all that shit. So, if people are readers, readers are leaders. But because we don't have that because that is not a foundational principle of our people right now, I think it would be good for them to take a program, even if it's an associate's degree, even to get some training into thinking. Thinking is an important skill to do. You just can't just be a sole worker performing some skill as a compliant, I just come in here to do my duty and then go home. I don't think that's a very good thing for our people. So I think that these two things coupled together would make a very productive people. I think that they don't have to be coupled together, but I think that it's important to use both avenues if one could. I would leave it there.
Thank you for that, Buana. Tanzan entered the chat, saying peace and greetings, everyone. Afro Native World responded to Tan. Marcus McGee offers a really good insight here that I hadn't considered before. He says the skilled trades workforce at General Motors are all older guys that are getting ready to retire soon. That could very well be what they're predicting. They did that about 10 years ago in the US. They predicted that there was going to be a shortage of medical doctors. And so they kind of changed the traditional requirements for pre-med students and undergrad. They changed them. They swapped out certain topics that I guess were proving difficult over the years for other more social science type topics and stuff like that. So that could very well be what it is, Marcus McGee, that the trade skilled labor guys, they're aging out, and there's going to be a bad gap if they don't put out this kind of propaganda we watched, right?
The funny thing about that, Kokou, is automation is going to take their jobs. Automation is going to take over their jobs. I mean, well, I in this industry, maybe Mr. McGee would like to come on and give us his analysis on the issue.
Let's welcome in Ben Uko. Ben, how are you this week?
I'm doing pretty good. It's gonna be on here for a little bit here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is something that really should be talked about here, because this is actually something really serious. Because when you, first of all, here, number one, let's just talk about all these standards that they're lowering all these standards. Like you don't, first of all, the guy, one of your guests was saying, we don't read anymore. Oh, no, absolutely not. Then you just, and the reason of not forcing to read, you're just passing everyone through the school system, just whipping them out. Oh, this is what you're gonna be. Boop, out of the system. Just go to school for 12 years, do what you're told, do all this BS, and that's what you're getting. Then you go to school. Then you go to school for additional years. You have no plan. No plans, no nothing. And you just said, oh, I'm just gonna take this degree, make it easy, and then I have all this debt. So you have all those layers. Now you have the skilled labor. This is what's all AI. I don't even like AI. I don't think it's really good technology. I think it sucks. But they're just gonna keep pumping it and pumping it and pumping it. This is the biggest thing that's important. STEMs and trades are gonna be the importance of our future. We gotta be very honest. They have really dumbed down our public very well. They've done a good job under both parties. What are you getting out of this? Well, you think you're just gonna go to school and be a fool and just party all the time without any standard? This is why you guys have the issue with the HBCU. We go through celebrity. We don't put in hard work. And I'm gonna rest my mic and I'll respond after this.
Ben, what I would say,
I agree with that. No, go ahead, Buana, go ahead.
No, how I would respond to that is the Americans, and when I say Americans, I mean Black Americans in particular. The Black Americans has the best access in the world. You know, they have something called the internet, where you could go on YouTube and you could really, whatever field of industry that you would want to, that you have an interest in, you could go on and learn and really become proficient in it. Most Black people in the world don't even have that kind of access, that access. And I think that you could benefit off of that access. And if the Americans, the dominant, the white Americans, they ain't showing y'all no love, y'all could offer that service to the rest of the world who really are in need of that and be sufficiently compensated for that service. You know, use the access that you have and benefit not only yourself in learning the craft and the trade and the industry, but you could benefit other people around the world with that craft and service. But use this access, this thing called a smartphone. Unfortunately, you don't have smart people. But with this smartphone, you could learn the intelligence of the universe and bring it to the doorstep of people who don't have that kind of access. So I believe that the Black Americans and people and Black Canadians and the UK people in the UK who look at the internet as just a piss in the wind should use this tool to properly to really inform themselves, and they can benefit themselves substantially and the world. So I think that I just personally think that it shouldn't be a tool that's misused. You could use it and benefit yourself and the rest of the world with it, the rest of the Black world with it, if you all feel to do so. Don't just use it for partying and whatever. You know, just use it as an access point to where you could properly instruct yourself with whatever industry and skill that you need to benefit not only your people, but other groups of Black people around the world. And people will thank you all for it.
In the chat,
I agree.
In the chat, Nama X joined us, saying peace, love, and reparations to the Black world. Hell for the power of knowledge. He says, to me, Burkina Faso kicked out France from their country today, from what I heard. If that's true, that's wonderful news. Now make sure you have put in the work, right, Burkina Faso, to replace the French nonsense with your own African ideas. Does anyone else want to add any comments to this prompt?
Yeah, I think also we got to add into this whole angle. But remember, they also took out the trade skills out of our schools. That's why we don't even have any trade. So we got to remember that they also did that. Because remember, back in the times before, Black Americans used to have trade schools, like trade places in high schools, but they all yanked that all out in the 70s and 80s. Because they didn't want Black kids to learn a trade. No, they want us to be lazy.
They take out the trade schools, but you guys have uTorrent. You guys have YouTube. Yeah, man. You take them courses online, brother. Take them courses online, man. You're not helpless because you all have access. Access is the important key. That what other groups of people don't have, your brothers are blessed with. I think that since they take it out of the schools, people have their own agency. You know what I mean? Take it upon yourselves to find these things on the internet, uTorrent. Y'all could download any courses y'all want to and learn it anyways. They don't.
Yes,
the school
absolutely.
Yeah, the school don't have to teach you it, brother. You know, you could learn it in other places. You know.
Yep. I just recently found some other stuff for the Black Tech Building Program, my Facebook podcast, where there's a lot of things, like there's different things in the Java classes I didn't learn. No, I had to teach that myself. I had to learn how to write this code myself. I'm still learning how to write the code in Java. So when I was doing HTML and like SQL, I was never taught that stuff. I taught myself, and I still got some things to learn in SQL to this day. But
yes, man.
Because
stick to it, Ben. Stick to it, Ben. And then after you learn it to a proficient level, you know, you find out how you could use it to sell that service to others. You know what I mean? So they could improve their situation if they want to build a page, and you could just sell it. Somebody could sell the service, and I could build a page for you. You know what I mean? So you continue.
Right. And that's the that's the same thing I was doing with fixing computers. I had to learn things online. I had to pay like about like 59 something like, because the first I was paying like $39 a month to do like some computer, like some courses. So it wasn't like courses, like labs, computer labs, how to fix these computers. And I was working on a job that was actually teaching it, and I was doing some of it at home during the weekends. And not all the weekend, but during that time I was actually learning it and learning it, trying to get proficient at it. Because they weren't gonna teach that fully. No. I had to learn it myself. So that's why. And then look, this Newsmax, this is a Chris Ruddy news network, and this dude, this is the idea. This is a network, so that's why I'm just trying to get my thought. I'm just but that's one of the things. Like that. So you guys need to look. People need to look at Chris Ruddy. So that Newsmax, that guy was the one that put help bossed the Bill Clinton impeachments in the 90s. So people should look that up about about Chris Ruddy, who runs Newsmax. So that's one thing that people should understand. So back to the topic here. So that's that's how I was learning most of my stuff. And then I went to go learn to do the fixes at like this program called Free Geek Twin Cities. And I'm going to be going back there soon to brush up on my skill and fix these computers myself. That's how I learned how to do the break, fix, repair, because I wasn't going to learn it in the classroom, in the KWAZ classroom. No, I had to learn it there, and I learned a lot. That's what exposed me to Linux 10 years ago. And there's always a lot to learn.
All right, thank you for that, Ben. In the chat, Marcus McGee makes an interesting point. He says, we didn't have the internet when they took it out, though. So I guess when the trades were taken out, had to be before 96, 95, 96, I guess. And so he's saying that there was a gap there where, 20 odd, 25 years ago, there was this gap because they took it out of the schools and you had no internet, so you didn't have the access. Nama X says, we know the answer. The problem is we think that education should go through the Pale Man for 12 plus years. He says the first 12 years should be homeschool. The next 4, you just get an easy degree at their school. We wait to get skills at college while Asian children know these schools at 14 to 16. By 18 to 20,
That's all fact. That's all fact. That's all fact.
By 18 to 20, your brain don't want to be learning new stuff. You do that at 12 to 17. I agree with that too. That's my Asians and Indians. That's why Asians and Indians come here with advanced knowledge super young. They don't wait until college to get these skills. That's a dope thought stream right there, Nama X. I appreciate that. Let's welcome in Tanzan.
That's all complete. That's all complete fact. Because they don't want to wait till they get to their late 20s into their 30s and they have no skill. And that's what. Go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting you, Ben. If by 18 to 20 you don't want to learn anything new or no new skills, you might as well go to prison right now. You really and truly, you might as well get them to put the handcuffs on you and go to prison right now. That is a crime because information is continuous, first of all, and information changes. They change every 5 years. Now, because of the age of technology and the information we exist in, information is continuously being updated and changing.
No, Buana.
If
Buana,
sorry,
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
okay, all right.
He's talking about your uptake, your intellectual capacity, your bandwidth, if you will, of how quickly you can take up new information and stuff. That's really 12 to 17, 12 to 18. You know what I mean? By 21, you are trying to put in practice the things you learned 12 to 18, right? You're trying to put it into practice, turn the theory into practical, right? He's not saying that you lose a zest for learning new information and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
He's just saying that your optimal period, period is 12 to 17, right? Of grasping this stuff quickly and grasping a high volume of information.
Understood.
Yep, that's exactly, because that's what a lot of other races. Because when I go to a job, when I used to work at this at a company, they have folks. They had like this group of Indians just going through all the technology, the things I know, but things I had to be brushed up. Okay, that may be this. Okay, so they knew most of all the connections. Like, okay, this is how they do this is how they do that, this is how they do heavy customer service. So that's why when I had my older job, they knew it, the IT customer service, more than I actually did. Because I was more fixing the computers more actually than the customer service side. So people have to understand they get busy. Right. So that's why that's why they keep kicking our ass so much. So when we don't promote, when we don't, as adults, we don't start promoting stuff that's real adults, teaching people, getting the scholars and adults. It's actually the truth. That's how things get down.
Right. Let's bring in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
It was just a bit hectic today, but I'm glad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear
Hello?
you.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. Yeah, just a hectic day, but I'm glad to be here. I missed part of the prompt in this one, so I'll sit it out until the next one.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Namax is saying how it's scientifically proven. He says optimal. Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Doctors and things, they aren't made in medical school. Doctors and engineers and stuff, they're made in that part of school when you're 12 to 16 or 17. The kids who go to SAC, for example, or the kids who go to QC, for example, and when you see them later on becoming the doctors and this, that, and the other, that they were made in those years, not so much in the latter years of your teens or early 20s. Does anyone else wanna comment here before we move on to the next prompt?
Yes.
One more part I want.
Go ahead, Ben.
I know this topic. I love this topic. That's why I popped on here. I'll let you talk it. But people have to also understand that what's very important. Oh man, what also is very important is the way that we have to maintain the talent too. So it's not just building up the talent, we have to retain it. It's retention of the talent. Now I'm probably going to do a Black Tech Building Program show on this, the way that we lack of retention of the talent. Because a lot of times when we bring our best and brightest, they are talking when we talk about the 12 to 17, they take our talents, like Bakari was doing the show, they take our talents and they use it to weaponize against us.
It's funny that you say that because they use it to weaponize it in a couple of different ways. We saw on Tanzania and them show this week where Khalid Muhammad, you know, he is revealed to have been like a talented kid who they plucked out with 28 other people and put them through these programs and whatnot. And years later, when he's Khalid Muhammad, the black nationalists, people are using that information to tie him to being an agent. So it's interesting that whole, that retention thing is interesting what that really means. It's not just you being pulled over to the other side to work and make money for and with the other side, but it's also, it could be that you're pulled and, like you said, been weaponized against us in these other kind of ways, like agents and agent provocateurs and people who are placed there to make the people not want to push forward with trying to change their reality.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he goes out here and promotes the lethal injection. So he goes out there, gets an interview, promotes the lethal injection. So just weaponizing his scientific knowledge. It's the same thing they do all the time. They get these folks, they are best and brightest, use them, and they all go away. It's pretty sick. It's real warfare. All we need to do.
Yeah, Kokou. Just an aside, bro. I went to Princeville. They call that the ghetto private school, but I went to Princeville. So what I would say is this: people have openings at different points. So I wasn't the best student in school, man. I really skate through. I mean, when I say skate through, I mean I got my diploma, high school diploma, like just by the skin of my teeth. I wasn't the best high school student, but when I went to the United States for university, it's there I found a little bit of my stride academically. So I feel like if you say that children become things like from soccer, be doctors and lawyers, that might be true for a lot of kids. But I just feel like with that one size fit all, man, I mean, you can kill me with that because I wasn't that. Maybe I was, and I didn't know it, But I wasn't expressing that kind of potential in high school because I believe that children have openings at different times, intellectual openings at different times. So if he was to put that suit on just like the kids who used to be outstanding in SOC and QC, then I would be lost in the sauce, or people like myself, because like I say, I just think that children have openings at different times, and for us to just gauge it to 16 to 18, bro. I mean, I would be lost in the sauce, bro. So I was thankful that I stuck with it and was able to learn other kinds of things and learn how to learn in different kinds of ways, as opposed to how we are instructed with our system in the school in the hometown. So I just think that maybe I was lucky, but I just feel like if brothers was given a different opportunity and was educated in a different way, then you would see their genius and intelligence. But because we have the educational system where it's one size fit all, these lawyer doctor definitions is decided early. Whereas if first of all, if they was educated differently and if they was given time to develop, maybe you may have possibly seen some other kinds of people come out of these institutions. And I think that because of the curriculum, because of how the education is, our educational system is set up, I think that you don't see the geniuses spawn out of our high school programs, and it's just this restricted lawyer doctor paradigm. And there are still some people who still become lawyers and doctors even after, and may not have been the best students. So it's just a whole lot of factors that go into it, man. I believe. I personally believe. But
You know, I don't want to put words in Nama X's mouth, but I think it's implied that, of course, if you're in a system that you didn't create, a reality that you didn't define, right? Then things will be wild and kind of crazy. Folks will develop and reach their stride at different ages, but against increasing odds the older the age is. I think you can still push on through, but the ease on which you could push on through at an older age is not the same as a younger age. And I think that's the notion. If you don't have that mechanism, that reality creator that allows for everyone to kind of, on average, more or less develop, that ability, that intellectual skill, right? That they'll develop it somewhere between 12 and 17. Because it's not 12 to 17, it's somewhere between 12 and 17, right? I think that's the idea. And I think one of the things we don't recognize is, because we don't recognize that we are in someone else's reality, then we're not going to ever do the work. I mean, the real important work of educating our people on how to be in the best environment for your optimal, output, your optimal productivity. You know what I mean? Right now, it's like we eating cornflakes before a marathon or something like that. It's like we're not taking in anything. We're not in a position to be in a state of being where we can be our best.
Yes, I agree with that completely.
Yep.
I think that environment plays a heavy role, and I think that this is the difference. This is the difference with other societies, countries, institutions, systems. I think that we have been put it's like we are in the wild, wild west, trying to organize in a way that is productive, as opposed to other countries. I think that, like I said, I agree. I think that we should create our own format, and I think people are working on that. But as it currently stands, I think that because we are in a situation where we take pieces of other people's formats, you won't create the optimal kind of individual that is productive for your society. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
And then also what I wanted to get in here is it's also the way it's not just the Indians and Asians that are doing it. We got to talk about these Israelis too, because most people don't talk about the Israelis, where they have a program in Israel where they teach their children even better than most of the Asian countries to get into the technology field. So there was a documentary that I think Vice did inside talking about Israeli high technology sector, where they teach their children everything to be in the military, into the defense industry, everything, even out of our own taxpayer money. But they keep us down on purpose. So what would happen if you kept that foreign aid that you give Israel every year? And we have that here in the African nations. Oh, we can build a lot of infrastructure, a lot of IT infrastructure that we actually control. Don't that all make sense? Yield the mic.
Makes sense to me. If there's no last words here.
Yeah, I want to
Okay,
say
go ahead,
something
Jake.
about. I'm echoing, but I wanted to say something about high tech and Israel. For some strange reason, Israel is producing and getting a lot of contracts. They are producing security systems, and I found that odd. You know, maybe it's even off topic, but
So it's not off topic. It's actually fact, and there's actually a free trade
yeah, wait a
agreement.
minute. But wait a minute. The off topic part is that Israeli everywhere where they are, they will pull in their system. So Israel is strong at security. Why? Because they dominate everything else. They dominate the United States. They dominate Western Europe. Behind the curtains, of course, and that's how Israel gets all these security contracts, because they need to scoop in, they need to spy in with their Mossad. It's just that I just wanted to throw that in the ether. That's all.
Israel's our friend. No, Israel's America's bitch.
No. America is Israel's bitch. But okay,
yep,
it's
I agree.
off topic. It's off topic.
Yep, but again, but even that they really that's, you watch that documentary from Vice, you can see how they really test. They really get really in the niche of their children in the security contracts and in the IT, and they get into AI and cryptocurrency. Ain't that perfectly? Oh man, and it's a great conquering that they needed to do. They didn't need the schools. They had different. I bet you they have different programs that they do all the work for them. But here, oof, we got a lot. Oh, I'm ADOS. I'm FDA. I'm more. Just tribal bullshit. Just like the Africans, no different.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, but my train of thought is gone. So let's go to the next topic. Yes.
All right, should be topic number 5. By the way, shout out to Gas Them Up, who's out there in the chat. Should be topic number 5 is how plantation tactics is still being practiced in modern Western societies on Black folks. This came with a link.
I have another question since you mentioned it, right? What was the origin of this tactic of using slaves to commit violent acts of discipline against other slaves, and what was the psychological effect on other slaves when they witnessed that?
I don't know the origin, right? But I know the effect is you can't trust your own people. You know what I'm saying? All right, because if you have, we're all in this plantation together, and one person's being put above us, to either make us do work or disciplines, whatever the case may be. It does create a system where you learn not to trust your own. In many ways, there's manifestations of that today. All right, if you work around a bunch of people, and there's one person who seems to be currying favor with the powers that be, that creates distrust. Not only the person who's currying favor, but around other people, because like, who's the next one that's going to try to move up the line and get control over us? So that in the larger picture, it does create a lot of distrust within a community, and I think that is something that still manifests itself today in a lot of ways.
And it just seems that slave owners were great psychologists.
Great. And now, in fact, this is I think I quote this slave owner in the book. It was Bennett Barrow.
Later on,
yeah, somewhere. Either Bennett Barrow, Barrow Bennett. I have to look and see. But anyway, they will make rules how to run a good plantation. And one of the main things is interesting to make the point is that they wanted to make sure that the slave looked at the plantation as their home. That there's no other place a slave would rather be than the plantation. So this little area that we have, there's nothing outside this area that's better for you than the plantation, right? And so in one sense, that made the slave very reliant on the slave master shore, but also killed the will to escape and rebel too. And that's still something that we still manifestations of today in terms of how African Americans are treated in some environments. Whereas, there's nothing else better for you, right? What we've created for you here is it. There's no need to ever think about, can things be better for me? Now a lot of people rebel against that, but there are some people who accept.
Many people fight.
That's what I'm saying. The job you have, either the church you may attend or some of the communities that you reside in, this has been set up for you to enjoy. Don't ever think about anything else. And that's a huge problem.
And historically, right, when we think about the harshness of slavery, the focus is always on violence, but not psychology. And I'm just so it's just like
it was psychology.
And I just think that the way it's presented, people present as if violence kept the slaves. It was more the psychology that kept the slaves.
Well, the psychology was affected because the slave maintained himself more than the master maintained the slave. Their boundaries you never crossed. Because that psychology was so effective. And that's why I think for Elkins and some other historians, the parent-child relationship is what they use as a way to speak about the relationship between the slave master and the slave, like a parent and a child, like a child views his parent as his ultimate source for everything. Like how many children, children who are reared well, at least, the child's not just going to leave home and run away, all right? Because this is everything to me, all right? The parent supplies my needs, feeds me, clothes me, gives me love and care, even if that love and care may be abusive at sometimes. Children are still going to stay at home. It's just like the slave, right? Because of the care they believe they're receiving from the slave. Now, let me tell you, there's an interesting part of the story, Uncle Tom's Cabin, where there's a wild slave named Scipio, right? Rebellious. He's the anti-Tom, right? Always trying to run away, rebellious and so forth, right? The slave masters, there's a group of slave masters that have a meeting about Scipio, how to tame him, get him calm. There's one slave master says he has the answer, right? He has the answer to fix Scipio. So to your point now, he takes Scipio. Now, most people would think that this slave master took Scipio and beat him every night and tortured him and starved him. That's not what he did. He said he took Scipio, put him in his bed, and cared for him. That's what he did. And then Scipio turned out to be. But this is the thing. This is the end of the story, though. Scipio ended up taking care of the plantation way better than the slave master ever would, just because of that. So to your point, it's not violence. No, sometimes it's psychology. Make you think that I love you, make you think that I really care for you, and you'll be better. He's taking care of the other slaves now, taking care of this man plantation better than the slave master ever would. So that's really it's psychology, like you said. It's not violence, and they figured that out. It's not always beating. Scare them a little bit, make them feel good, and they'll take care of stuff better than you will.
And it's so wild because it's what happens then happens right now.
Same thing. It hasn't changed. Same thing. And that's why, in a lot of ways, people always say, "Well, why are things haven't changed or gotten better?" Because a lot of us are cared for too well. That's a problem. Because people talk about racism and pain. No, we're cared for very well. It's like I'm not trying to mess with. It's hard to do it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of ways we keep the same way the plantation maintained centuries ago, the same way these systems are maintained today. Not always violence. It's the care you got to watch out for. All right? Not the police out here beating people or shooting people, or somebody at your job is doing you violence. No, how are they caring for you? That's a sign of how the plantation is being maintained. That's the scarier part, because we love being cared for. Violence is easy to see. The care is the problem.
I believe I emailed that brother this week. He seems to be a theologian, right? I think he's like a theologist or something like that, based on the information I found. So I hope I emailed the right brother. But I I emailed him, but something he said at the very beginning, man, that I don't want people to forget, that goes back to the point I was making before. You know, these guys, these people that we have this war with, these guys have done a great job of creating realities, man. Like he talked about, you know, how they instill in the mind of the enslaved that there's nothing outside of here. There's nothing better than this. This is your reality. This is the best it is. There's nothing else. Don't think outside about anything outside of this. And we did that. You know, they had a film a couple years ago. I don't remember the name now of the movie. I'm going to give some spoilers here, but like basically, the singer and actress Janelle Monáe is seemingly transported back in time to the plantation. Again, I'm giving some spoilers here, so forgive me. It seems that she's transported back to the plantation, and this whole story is playing out where the master, you know, the so-called master was, her so-called master was raping her and all this kind of stuff, as what happened on the actual plantations. And then this is a spoilery part. These motherfuckers are in a bush somewhere, right? They're out in some bush, basically built a plantation and are holding people, black people, on this quote-unquote plantation in modern day. And everyone is going along with the idea that we're back in antebellum slavery. And of course, she breaks free and she realizes or remembers or whatever it was, that there was a civilization out there, blah, blah, blah. Right? But you watch this whole thing thinking she had been teleported back to the plantation and all these atrocities of antebellum slavery occurred to her, when in reality, it's just a bunch of Negroes going along with the goddamn illusion, the programming, the reality that these guys set up, that they're on a plantation in antebellum slavery. It's a fascinating thing what they have been able to do. And I suspect, this is the hurtful part, I suspect they just stumbled upon this too. I suspect they kind of stumbled upon this amongst their own people with all the different shit they did to their own folks. And they had an aha moment, and that's how they were able to do this shit to us. And that's the sad, crazy part of it, too. With that said, I had a whole spiel that I apologize. Nama X has some great comments going on in the chat, so you guys check it out. But let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, for me, I think it plays two roles. You know, the one aspect of it is that it brings people together. You know, it gives people a reason to you know, to live and to work and to congregate, to socialize. So that aspect of it, you know, I'm not against. It's just that sometimes it also pacifies people. It makes people, you know, unthinking or only able to think in one way, and sometimes even resistant to new ideas. So, but I don't know, you know, without having something to replace it, I don't know anything that is strong enough to bring people together. Even though we see the tactics, sometimes, you know, if you take something away, you know, the vacuum might be worse than the, you know, the palliative. So for me, while I do realize the, you know, the tactics, it's just, I don't know, you know, what else, you know, people could socialize under, what else can bring us together. And yeah, if we can come up there, I guess that's the next assignment. If we can come up with something that people can believe in us strongly and, you know, dedicate, you know, life and effort to it, that would be the next step. because I realized that those needs are human needs. You can't tell people not to want to be social and then be with other people and then strive for something greater than themselves. So I think that the ideals are good. It's just the tactics and the aim sometimes is not the best. So yeah, and we've always been people who who are religious, who are spiritual, who want to out worship everybody else. So in that regard, I think there's something to it. There's a power to it. It's just, I think right now it's either being dissipated or it's just being used in the wrong ways, or to make people more in line with what the society and the state says. So I think that religion is part of the whole system. It's not outside of it, and it really should be above. If people really believe that, it should be above the state. Basically, when he said give to the Caesar what is Caesar, send to God what is God, I would think that one should be above the other, but who knows. Yeah, that's my take.
Gas him up in the chat asks a very interesting question. I get where he's going with it. He says Toussaint was a slave owner. Did he do this? Yeah, because the conversation is going along as though it's about the practice, when really it's about the people. That whole saying, don't throw pearls to swine, etc., right? It's the people who you have to look at here. It's not so much the practice. And when you talk like this, you kind of absolve the actual people who did it, the enemy, right? You kind of just make it this neutral kind of figure. But no, let's identify the enemy. Let's identify the enemy. Let's hear from Ben Uko. What say you to this? Okay, looks like Ben's not there. Jose, what say you?
Yeah, of course it's true. Psychology, it's even in team building. You have a project, you have an idea, and you managed to convince a group of people to help you with your idea, and you will use psychology to keep the team or the group going, right? Even in staff meetings, you will have psychological quote unquote games to convince the rest of the team or the participants or the rest of the staff department that the direction you want to go in. You will use psychology to convince people, and that's the same. It's the same. What's happening to us in the diaspora is the same. Yeah, and the best example is of course the group that's most talked about, and that's the Black American. So yeah, we are number 9 in we have this and this trillion spending money. We are number 9 on the economical ladder worldwide. No, you're not. That's the psychology. That's the lie to convince you that you're better off in the United States, because you're living from bill to bill, just like us in Europe, right? The majority of us is living from bill to bill. So how do you have that much spending money? It's not spending money. It's the rent that you have to pay. It's your credit card that you're paying. So also I wanted to bring up that point, because always religion comes to mind. But look at us. How many of us are pure in our religion? No, it's that lie that you can have when you're in the West. You don't need to be. No, you can have a house, you can have a car, and you can take a vacation, and you can take whatever. And of course it's psychology that plays the greatest part. Of course it is. I pass the mic.
Appreciate that. Did Ben come back? I guess not. Buana, what say you?
Yeah. What I would say to this particular prompt is, for this kind of discussion, I would uh, defer to our resident psychoanalyst in the room. Tan, Gas, and Jose, who go into detail in delving into the ideas of psychoanalysts. By the way, shout out to Gas and his last video on optics, mirrors. It was a very insightful thing that they was discussing in terms of these kinds of things. But I would refer to these kinds of people who really break down, deconstruct, how in terms of psychology, we Black folks look at the world and how there should be a reconfiguring of the world in terms of how we view the world through our own spectacles, through our own eyesight, and question the things that these people come up with as a proper system, because they did create a system. Make no mistake about it. When this brother said that the best slave is a comfortable slave, the best slave is a comfortable slave. It's not the slave who is malcontented, who is getting whipped all day, every day, getting beat up. That slave wants to run away. No. We don't want those kinds of slaves. We want a contented slave. So we're gonna make a nice cushy pillow for him, and we're gonna make him lay down on a nice comfortable bed, give him good food, where his stomach is always full. And in doing that, we maintain our system. In fact, we don't even have to maintain it. He'll do it for us. What better psychology is that? So, to break down these kinds of paradigms, you need to refer or defer to people who engage in the understanding of these kinds of things. And although we may have disagreements, I think that in terms of the psychosis that predominates Black people in the Western world, you need to refer to the experts. So I think it would be good to have a listen to these kinds of discussions, the people who really have studied these people, where they've come from, and try to get some better understanding in terms of trying to be productive for ourselves. But I'll leave it there.
Trying to find a mute button. I appreciate that. Does anyone want to add any last words here? So what I'll do here is this. We're making good time tonight. I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. But I'm going to pause for station ID. And on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, which is why is FBA attacking Kokou, Erzulie and Gas? We'll talk about it on the other side. Just stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Once again, make sure you guys are checking out the Brother Bakari podcast, the Consider Cheek Show, the Forecast Radio, and Tanzan African Mind also on KWAZ Radio. I was talking to someone. I'm not going to reveal it yet, but I was talking to someone to join, and they said they're interested. I'll reveal that when it happens. Why is FBA attacking Kokou, Erzulie, and Gas? This, of course, came with a video. Let's check it out.
in the world right now in the United States government. That colonizer owes us tremendously. Whether we get it or not, we're pursuing it 10 toes down. We're not backing down. You know, we have the courage now and we're moving forward on it. All we're simply asking of our brothers who are not of the lineage is it just basically don't undermine us. That's all we're saying. Don't undermine us, because guess what? We don't go anywhere on the planet and undermine anybody. We don't have a history or a culture of that. So what we're saying is when you come here and you immigrate, knock yourself out, do what you came here to do. We're fine with that. Just don't get in our political struggle we have with our oppressor. We understand that the oppressor may have given immigrants an opportunity or a lane to come here and live their best life that they would have never lived in the continent or anywhere else. We get all of that. We're just saying don't undermine us. It's really that simple. But what we're finding now is you get a lot of people who come over here and they speak on our politics and they start to get in positions of influence and they start to say stuff like, well, you know, get over it, slavery, there's no more slavery, there's no more discrimination, you can make the best of what you can do in America. They've totally given up. We're not giving up.
So I'm gonna say a couple of things. One, I think it's a bit more than that, right? We've seen some anti-African rhetoric being used by a number of individuals that I would argue is extremely unbecoming of someone who is seeking to what, as you stated, get at the colonizer. Number two, I think one of the major issues many people have, and I'm an African American, is that we see many individuals in the movement, and not saying you in particular, I've never heard you say that when you was on Dinah's platform, but use rhetoric in which they are parroting the very white supremacists that they state they're seeking to fight. So I think that's another issue that I think many people would take umbrage with as to why they view the FBA movement as what? Problematic. Hold on, I'm gonna allow you to provide a retort.
I just want you to repeat yourself. I couldn't hear.
Okay, I said one of the issues many people take umbrage with the FBA ADOS movement is the fact that they find many of the individuals who have taken on this movement signifying and parroting the very anti-African, anti-Black rhetoric of the colonizers that we're supposed to be fighting against. So I think that's one issue. I think a third issue we have to look at when we talk about undermining. There isn't a history of African or Caribbean immigrants coming to America and undermining Black liberation struggles. There isn't a history of that. However, what we do know is there have been some Black and African immigrants who have come to America and been put in positions of power by the white power structure, just like African Americans have been put in positions of power by the white power structure, and they work to what? Do harm to African people, irrespective of where they are in the world. The last issue point I would make is that Kwame Nkrumah taught us that if we are vaguely nationalistic in our approach to defeating white supremacy, rather than Pan-Africanist in origin, we would simply be used against each other like pawns on a chessboard.
And FBA pushed the rhetoric of them trying to delineate from Africa, which is literally suicide. African Americans are about 13 or 14% of the population. Do you really truly think that you can defeat this whole system of white supremacy with 13 or 14 population?
13,
Let me say this.
13%.
Yeah, 13%.
Listen to me. We've always been outnumbered on these lands. We've always been undermined by other groups. So we've always been a numerical minority. That's what I think a lot of Pan-Africanists don't understand. We've always been a numerical minority, and we fight. We don't run. We don't have a history of running.
Hold on. Stop. No. Listen, on my channel, I do not allow people to make claims that are patently false. So I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to correct you, and I'm going to tell you why. First and foremost, whenever African people or Caribbean brothers and sisters come to America, we accuse them of running. The claim that you made of African Americans not having a history of running is patently false. The first African American to repatriate was Paul Kofi. We had a large segment of African Americans go to Haiti after the Civil War. We had a large segment of African Americans go to Liberia and Sierra Leone.
Not Liberia. There was a few that went there, and that got shut down.
Right, and then we had, of course, in the Garvey movement. So there's been a history of African American repatriation. In fact, I actually have a book up here entitled why African Americans left America and went to Africa. So this whole concept of we not having a history of doing that, we've seen significant movements.
No, what I said is we don't have a culture of that.
No, so first off, you said we do not have a history of doing that.
Let me correct my word.
No. I will let you finish, but as I stated, I do not allow people to make claims that are patently false on my platform. And what I'm stating, there is significant scholarly literature, and Brother Dwayne is the resident historian, he could back me up on this, of African Americans every century, literally in every generation, seeking to leave America and go back home or somewhere else. So the claim that you made is patently false. You could provide a retort.
I'm going to clarify my words. Maybe I shouldn't have used history. We don't have a culture of that. Here's the deal. For centuries, we've always could have gone to Canada. People forget that.
There were a lot of African Americans that went to Canada, particularly after the Fugitive Slave Act was passed.
Say this again.
After the Fugitive Slave Act was passed, a very large population of African Americans moved to Canada. So once again, you're making a claim that is patently false, and that group was led by what? Martin Delaney. They had a conference in Cleveland after the Fugitive Slave Act was passed, and they all said, we got to get the hell out of here. So what I'm saying, you're making a claim that is patently false.
Listen to me. That's fine. You can speak that. What kind of numbers are you talking about? You talking about a thousand or a few thousand?
I'm talking about thousands. I'm talking about the tens of thousands that were financially, economically able to left. Just like we had African Americans leave the Deep South, and they went engaged in two great migrations.
Let me say this.
Everybody does that. Everybody in the world. Hey, if we're dealing with a situation,
even if they left, here's the deal. For argument's sake, let's just assume what you're saying is true.
Oh, no, it is true. There's no assumption.
Let me finish.
No assumption.
Even if they left, they still didn't undermine the people who remained.
And no one's undermining. What you're talking about are puppets in the African immigrant, African Caribbean, and African American community who have been put in positions of power.
Well, how do you think they let over nowadays? They do extreme vetting when they do immigration. Everybody gets vetted now. Everybody gets vetted. They're not letting in no Garveys or Malcolm X's anymore. All these people they're letting in now are being thoroughly vetted. Just take for example what that Haitian fiasco that happened at the border with Biden's custody and border patrol. 99.9% of those people are coming here for economics. They're not coming here to be reinforcements for us to fight against white supremacy. They're coming here to escape poverty. First and foremost.
Absolutely.
Secondly, when they get here, the first thing they're gonna ask them, what are you coming here for? We're coming here for economic opportunity. Are you coming here to basically turn up with these FBA? Oh no, FBA.
Why would they say something like that? First off, a wise general doesn't discuss battle plans with the enemy. That would be nonsensical for them. Hold on. That would be nonsensical.
They're not going to say that anyway.
Hold on. That would be nonsensical.
I know that.
For someone to show up and say, hey, we're here to turn up and destroy what?
And it can get deported. And it can get deported. FDA doesn't have no.
Hold on, real quick. And here's the second issue. We also know that there's a reason why immigrants tend to not engage in radical political action the way American citizens do. And the reason I said there's a reason why immigrants tend to not engage in radical political action. And it's because they know that they would be deported.
I know that.
The same as when I've traveled abroad. Something's going on, I shake my head and I keep it moving. Before you know, they might get your ass on that plane and go back home. So to to make the claim.
But that also means that all skin folk are not kinfolk. We don't all share the same interests because you have limitations.
You can't have limitations. You're dealing with generalizations. You're making assumptions about entire groups of people without even having conversations with them because of what a few puppets have said in the mainstream media. That is absolutely ridiculous, and I would argue that is intellectually lazy to do so.
If what you're telling me is those people who are at the border, who are in abject poverty in Haiti, then all of a sudden they're going to come here and they're going to get their weight up, and then once they get their weight up, they're going to basically fight for liberation. When basically they're beholden to the people who let them here in the first place, that goes against their whole interests. They have a conflict of interest.
So most Africans that are coming to America, they're literally coming here for money. Most Africans that are coming to America, they come into overseas or the diaspora for money. They have families back. Let me break it down. They have families back home that are literally struggling. For example, let's say you come to America as a continental African, and then you get deported with no money back. Everybody's gonna look at you like you're literally like the shame of the whole family, because you made it to the promised land and you can't even help your family back home. And then another point is, okay, let's say these Africans come to America, right, and they start like participating in all these movements, and then they get deported or put in jail. African Americans don't have no institutions or infrastructures that's in place to actually protect these people. That's another point also. But I feel like what you keep doing is you keep trying to make it seem like all the coons and the Negro pans are only Africans. This is a global problem. Most African Americans don't even agree, and most African Americans don't even identify as FBA. So you need to stop making it seem like this problem is only unique to Africans in the continent. This problem is a global Black problem, and that's the problem with FBA. You guys keep pushing rhetoric that's historically inaccurate and it's just false.
We have major coons too. We call them out. We have major. You have the richest land mass on the face of the planet.
Oh, hold on. Wait. So what's your point by making? You made that statement. What's your point?
My point is, hey, me personally, death is better than dishonor. Death is better than dishonor.
Right, so I'm gonna stop you right there. So I'm gonna ask you this question. So you stated that you believe in fighting against the colonizer here in America. Right? You stated when you started your soliloquy that you believe in fighting against the colonizer here in America, correct?
First of all, I was addressing.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
You're not going to misquote me. You're misquoting me.
I'm asking you. It's a yes or no.
No, I'm going to explain. I was addressing Big Kawhi's point when he was talking about continental. And what I said was, on your land that 90% of the people basically look like you, there is death before dishonor. That's what I said.
Do you believe, before Brother B. Kawhi even spoke, when you first tapped in, you stated that you believe in fighting against, and actually wrote this down, the colonizers on this land. That's what you stated.
Me in America, yes.
And so the question I'm going to ask you is, what radical action have you taken to defeat the colonizer in America?
What we're doing right now.
No, hold on. I said, what have you done?
What have I done? I'm glad you asked. I'm a practicing attorney, and I've been doing it for 26 years.
Okay.
I've been in the criminal justice system for 26 years. I used to be a public defender for many years. I represent young brothers all the time, and I'll be gaming them up all the time. So when you talk about what have I done, you're talking about education.
So what I said, radical action to defeat the colonizer. I didn't say educating Black people and defending Black people.
No, that's the first step. That's the first step.
You didn't answer the question.
But I am. You just don't want the answer.
No. Because I have a career. I'm an educator as well. I teach African American history, right? And I asked you, what radical action have you taken to defeat the colonizer? I didn't ask you, what have you done to educate Black people? Those are two separate issues, two separate questions. Because I'm an educator, and I've been an educator for the past 12 years. So the question is, you stated that one of the issues that you had a concern with in terms of African and Caribbean immigrants is that they're not likely to engage in radical action to defeat the colonizer.
Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is,
you did say that, by the way.
What I'm saying is, as we're pursuing our case for reparations, which is going to be a political program that's going to have to be pursued. What we're saying is, we're asking our brothers and sisters from the diaspora not to undermine. That's a real simple concept.
Can you give me Can you give me an example, a tangible example, in the history of the African diaspora in which African and Caribbean immigrants have come over here and sought to undermine African American gains in America?
Yes. The man who Austin Chang, the guy who ran for Michigan, ran for governor of Michigan. And he said we should do away with Black History Month.
I said as a group.
No, you didn't say as a group. You just said.
Yes, I did. I just said as a group.
Sir, here's the deal. When you say as a group.
Yes, and the reason I'm saying this is because guess what? Who's the guy who played? What's the name of the guy who played Joe Clark and Lean on Me? Morgan Freeman. He said that we should get rid of Black History Month.
We call him out. And we call him out.
Once again, it's not based on a person's nationality.
No, but it is. But it is.
Okay.
Because guess what? They don't have anything to gain.
Thank you. If I can kindly respond to our good brother Braz Reeves lives on. Did I get your right? Your name, sir, correctly? Braz Reeves. Oh, okay. I guess the gentleman is gone.
Before you go, make sure you hit the subscribe and like button. Thank you for supporting the channel. And remember, here at Lumumba Speaks, we always bet on Black. Peace.
Yes, indeed. That's Lumumba, who's been on Shoot the Breeze a time or two in the past. That was a good panel there. You could always tell these Nashidiites, man. Like, these guys don't have an original thought, it seems. Whatever Nasheed says, and I know now my ex likes the guy, but whatever Tariq Nasheed says, that's all these guys repeat, and they have very little to say otherwise. Very interesting stuff. Tanzan, you had a question in the chat room. Express your question now.
Well, I think what they keep saying is, oh, undermine. I don't really know exactly what they mean by that. They say, oh, you're undermining for reparations, or you're undermining about, just having a different opinion, which I don't think most, immigrants, Black immigrants really have any problem with, with FBA getting reparations or getting their due or respecting their history as much as they can. Yeah, there's some people who are ignorant, but for the most part, nobody would say, oh, we don't want them to get anything. People don't really have that kind of resentment, I don't think. Most of the time, if people do, it's maybe a personal thing or somebody said something to you. But, I don't know, I don't understand what exactly they mean, by immigrants undermining them. If in terms of numbers, maybe other people from other places, but not from Africa. Firstly, the numbers are not even, great enough to bear that reality. And then in the second place, they should be more concerned about other people, if in terms of economic jobs and, that sort of thing, it's definitely not the people who are coming from Africa. So I still don't really understand what they mean when they say, people are being, we're undermining them. How could we do that, and how it's possible for us to have that kind of power? So yeah, that was my question in the chat, because I've had that. Yeah,
this undermining talk is nonsense. The average person in the Caribbean or Africa isn't even thinking about Black American reparations. This notion that we're vetted on the way over, like we're pulled into a room and our eyelids are peeled back and we're watching anti-Black American propaganda and all that. I mean, that's just nonsense. I don't know where y'all make this shit up from. Just nonsense. One or two fools who've been here for a while, they might repeat some white talking point, and then y'all conflate that to all immigrants. The real immigrant who's doing you harm is the Latino ones. Those ones who are coming from Cuba and all that shit, that's the ones who are causing you harm. The immigrants from the Eastern Bloc, the Asian, those are the immigrants that are causing you harm. We're not the ones taking your dollar. Our dollar is being taken along with yours. We're not taking your dollar and cycling it elsewhere. It's being taken the same way yours is being taken by the same people too. There might be a little bit more cohesion with, especially with, I could speak about Caribbeans and Africans too. There's a bit more collectivism, but that's natural. To be foreigners in a foreign land, you're gonna seek out your own kind in that way, people who you can relate to much more easily. But this idea that folks is are graded and educated in this anti-Black American thing. Y'all got to stop that shit. It's asinine. It's completely untrue. But it feels good to hear some shit like that. Oh, that's our enemy. That's the op. That's another thing. I talked about that this week in a short. Babysitting. Well, no, what's it called again? Baby and Black folks. Y'all let these folks talk to y'all like children and have y'all focus on childish things. Petty name calling and all this old stuff. While they repeat silly phrases like bussy and Bucci and all this old stupid shit. Like, grow up. They have y'all, that's the same way they feed y'all these little slogans. Yeah, the immigrant is the op. You know, the immigrant is schooled to be against you. Stop that shit. Let's go. Let's welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you?
What's up? Good. I'm good, man. I'm good, Kokou.
Good.
Yeah, I want to speak on this. I know exactly where you're coming from. Like the idea that, you know, especially from the Caribbean, people from the Caribbean, especially like the big islands close to America, right? The Bahamas are right next to America. I mean, like Cuba right next to it, Haiti right next to, you know what I'm saying? Jamaica is kind of like behind Cuba, but the idea that we know we're acting there's a bit of acting brand new. However, I mean, when people say delineate, I think that I get the reaction of it. I do, because I live in this country. I don't see Black people in general who come to this country from Africa or from wherever my op. I do understand, however, that in the multitude, in the masses, people get blended in, and we're talking about the Latinos. There's Bangladeshis that come across the border. If I don't necessarily want bedlam and just chaos and anarchy, right? And I'm going to like at least kind of go along with the program as a national. I do want to make sure that like people who enter the territory that I represent, you know, that there's some kind of like, you know, check and balance about it. Now, to the degree that Tariq is going, like, nah. I mean, I've seen cases where, like, you know what I'm saying, a couple like Jamaicans, a couple of Haitians or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? There's always, you know what I'm saying? But if I sit here and say that, then it's like, I cannot then ignore the Mexicans, the Guatemalans, the, you know what I'm saying, the people from Central America, the MS-13. The Haitians ain't got no MS-13 that we're really worried about. It's not even like that. I mean, people got their people, but it's not even like that. I definitely feel like, how do I say it? I'm going to turn a blind eye to people who I see here. I could only say that naturally, if anyone's going to any country, they should learn up about as much as they can, because it's like you're brand new. Now, how would I say it? I cannot stress to emphasize, I don't see foreign Black people as ops. I can't. I know that, but I'm not going to discourage African Americans from wanting to, in a sense, firm up things, as it were, without being antagonistic, without being demagoguery. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with the like, as you know what I'm saying? I'm Afro. Speaking for myself, I'm Afrocentric. You know what I'm saying? I understand that every Black person, the vast majority of Black people, you know what I'm saying? In fact, I might go out and say every Black person in the West right now that you're going to sit here and call Black has a root in Africa, bar none. There's no way that you can sit here and say that there's no source to Africa. So, I mean, you might have people who want to encourage basically a nationalistic streak in Black people. Okay. And then you have the people who are the nativists who want to say that we have nothing to do with Africa, and that, you know, any of this outside talk, you know what I'm saying, it's an insular. That I think is very immature and very it's not realistic. I know that I'm here in America, and it's okay for me to state, you know what I'm saying, with pride, that I know where I come from, that I come from Africa, and not really be mystical about it. I can sit here and say, yo, I was put on them boats. I got such and such and such. And the fact that if you're black and you're here and you don't necessarily, you know what I'm saying, if you're from Africa and you are, I mean, there's 50,000 countries. I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is, I get it because as black people see, again, the Latinos and other people come into this country, you know, and what as African Americans that we have, you know what I'm saying, that we've gone through, we constantly get the short end of the stick. And in fact, that I would go so far to venture is that much of the world finances is built off of black people's back. And even worse so, some of the worst things that we can do in this country is built off of black people. Black people can be the salt of the earth, and we can be some of the most wicked people on the face of the planet just by being in America. And that other people just don't hold a candle to because they're just not built this way. It's just like trying to make the most of it kind of has people saying like, whoa. We need to, like, you know what I'm saying, like make sure that we reassess things. The whole idea of reparations, like people are worried because people are worried that the whole idea that we're actually not going to get anything from this country while other people do enter the country and wind up getting, you know, a heads up on things just on the simple matter that you can deal with a couple people as entities as opposed to you kind of see your own people who live here as a background population. I'm not saying, I'll say this, like, I've heard that, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to sit here and like be namey, but I've heard some things about, oh shoot. Hold up. I got a phone call, but I just want to make it clear that, like, for speaking for myself, like I got no problem with, you know, people over here. Only thing I can say is that as anywhere, just to make sure that you learn about what's going on in wherever you're going from. Wherever you're going, learn the history, talk to people, and just make sure you know where you fit in. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yeah, I think you touched on something there too. There's something in this conversation that we just viewed that goes back to the previous prompt. You know, damn, I just lost that thought. What was the thought? I just lost it. In the meantime, let's see if Jay is there. I'll come back to my thought in a second. But it's related to the previous prompt. Is Jay still there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm cleaning my carpet in this sleepless night, but there's a whole lot of things I want to say. I hope I can.
Oh, Jay.
Yes.
Jay, real quick. The thought I had was related to the previous prompt, which is this idea that we have been made not to trust any other black folks. That's another part in this story too that we don't talk enough about. The psychology of the Black Americans who, because of the plantation system, the plantations they were on, and the people who creates their world, right? Their illusion. They don't trust any other black folks that come around. So that's a tie I want to tie back to. Jose,
okay. Let me use that as an opener then. Everywhere we are, we have the same problem. There's a large part of our population anywhere where we are that does not trust blacks, and it's you know, in this political weather in this United States political weather is the immigrant, you know, and in this weather, our brothers in the United States, they are also looking for the immigrant. How it became the black immigrant, I don't know exactly, but maybe it's the next point that I want to touch. It's this general non-trust in black people. You have it even inside families. I mean, the F word in the black community, the F word that is really forbidden in the house is the word father, right? So the black leadership is not trusted in black communities. So automatically, in this anti-immigrant right-wing political weather in the United States, there you got it. Black folks in general don't trust black leadership. Plus anti-immigration. Voila, we got an enemy, right? What's that word used for it now? The enemy is the op, right? That's drill music language, right? And you know, in drill music language, they talk about killing each other. And here we are, nearing the nigger killing nigger culture, the African American nigger killing nigger culture, right? And why also do I think the African American is developing in this direction? They are the only known black group. They are filmed, documented, and all of that, you know. So they are the only group with an image, with a body, with a voice, with a face. The only black group. So when we speak of blackness, and when we speak of black issues, it's always about African American issues. So I understand this talk about interfering, obstructing, and I know where it comes from because everybody is speaking about black American daily life. And nobody speaks of black Dutch daily life. Nobody knows how blacks are doing in France. Everybody knows there's a lot of blacks in France. Nobody knows how they are doing. How is police treating them when they go to the hospital? How does that end? Everybody knows about the numbers of dying black women, dying black mothers while giving birth, or shortly after. Everybody knows. Everybody knows about the abortion. So when we complain about things that we do to ourselves, it's most of the time colored by Black American daily life. So actually, it's hilarious how Black Americans complain about having their own lineage. The only lineage known worldwide, the only black lineage known worldwide is the Black American lineage. Slavery, cotton, slavery. And slavery isn't, I mean, I believe most slavery was on sugar plantations. But the slavery image is cotton. Why? Because the Black American is the only black group spoken of, spoken about, spoken against, spoken for. They have the least to complain because they have an image. They have a face. They have an address. You can find them. Where? America. You know? So where do you find the Cape Verdean? Where do you find okay, the Cape Verdean is easy. Everywhere where there's a port or a harbor, you will find Cape Verdeans. But where do Cameroonians? Where do I find Cameroonians? I have family in Senegal, but I find it hard to find Senegalese here in the Netherlands to team up with, you know, I have half a container to send. Can I find somebody else with another half to send, you know? So that's one point. The American has a face. Another point in all this, the only immigrants, no matter where, the only immigrant has a color. Even in South Africa, the immigrants have a color. The white people are never called immigrants. So there's a lot of white people in the United States. Did they run? Did they flee? Do they have a culture of running? I mean, they are in South America. They named a whole continent Australia. They named another country, a big island, New Zealand. Don't they have a culture of running? No, it's weak black. It's that image that you see in the mirror. That's the weak motherfucker that runs, not the white man. He's strong. He conquers. And these people are waving their fingers in our faces, speaking about fighting and staying to fight. How they can't even imagine conquering. They can't even imagine going to a place and dominate it and come up winning. No, it's running. You're running. And the white man, he came and conquered us Indians. He conquered us Indians, and he's no immigrant. It's these Hispanics. It's these Africans. And I'll pass the mic.
Jay, that was I really like that response. As you were talking, I was thinking to ask you, do you think the situation in South Africa with the so-called black immigrants who are crossing the borders and finding trouble from the black South Africans there, do you think that's influenced by the U.S. and the fact that they kind of center the black American or the African in America's situation?
100%, because the United States is the next Germany, right? So the multinationals have their aim at the United States. So that's the lifestyle, because shortly before the United States became the lifestyle template with rock and roll and chewing gum and blue jeans and the American dream, right? Before that, Germany was the dream. So now the big industrials and old money have aimed their future at the United States. They are selling a lifestyle, and this lifestyle is followed everywhere, and especially where blacks are, the black lifestyle is adapted. So yeah, they're copying us. No. We follow the advertisement. The American dream is advertised, and blacks have a template, and that's the black American. Chinese have a template, Chinatown. You have a Chinatown in this city. You have a Chinatown in Amsterdam. So this whole Chinatown thing is also American. So just as the Asian American has influenced the Asian world worldwide, especially the immigrants, right? So a Chinese living outside of China will likely follow Chinese in the United States and build a Chinatown. Then they will follow Chinese in China. That's obvious, right? Everybody can see that. It's the same thing with us. You move out of your African country, your environment here in the Netherlands, you're pushed into this yo, hey, yo. There was even a period in the 90s, the other word for a black dude was a yo. Hey, there goes a yo. You understand? But I'm in the Netherlands, wooden shoes. Wooden shoes. Where's my wooden shoes? Why am I wearing American blue jeans, right? And baggy, and brands, Troop, whatever brands that brothers in the United States are wearing. Why? Because it's advertised. It's the American dream. It's the American dream for the black dude in Rotterdam or in Marseille or in Porto or in Barcelona is, hey yo, my nigga. That's it. No, they're copying us. No, we are copying the advertisement of your white owner. The same guy that owns my inner cities in Nigeria, in Kenya, in whatever. And I'm speaking commercial. I'm not speaking traditional colonization. I'm speaking of commercial, economic colonization. Yes. So the answer to your question is yes, in caps.
Thank you for that, Jose. Let's hear from Buana. Buana would say.
Let me first say that, Jose, you are absolutely in rare form tonight. You sound like a world title fighter tonight with that your commentary. That is excellent, brother. Excellent. In your discourse just now. Let me first say that what people say is, let me build on what Jose said. That black immigrants, immigrants see, if your people don't know, who are from America, immigrants see the United States like Disneyland, and where all your so-called dreams can come true. So they do anything to get here. What Disneyland actually is Disneyland teaches you to be a child forever. You could be a child forever. I hear Brother Kokou say, y'all need to grow up, man. Grow up. Disneyland doesn't teaches you to become an adult. Disneyland teaches you, which Disneyland is property with America.
Your volume is a little bit low, Buana. A little bit low. Go ahead.
Yeah. So can you hear me now? Yeah. So Disneyland is a proxy. Disneyland teaches you to be a child forever. So when Kokou says grow up, you all need to grow up. How could you grow up in Disneyland when it teaches you to be a child forever? The thing about Disneyland is the adults who build Disneyland, they're not going to tell you, to become an adult. They can tell you to enjoy being a child forever, because the adult is to be made responsible not only for himself, but for the environment that he exists around, to be a controller, to be an organizer, to be an adult. But that's not what Disneyland teaches you. And the people who control Disneyland don't want you to become an adult, because if you become an adult, then you're going to compete with them in their adulthoodness. You may want to create your own Disneyland. That's not good for the people who construct, organize, and build Disneyland. They want you to maintain that child status forever. But I find it interesting that our brothers, some of them, very few, because I consider FBA to be a small group of African Americans, very small. They do not represent the consensus for African Americans at all. They represent less than 1%. But what I would say is, I find it interesting that they are using, white male far right extremist talking points. It's crazy. They used to say back in the day, when the United States, catches a cold, the Caribbean has the flu. And I'm seeing that my brothers are parroting the same talking points of white far right extremists. How is that possible? But it's interesting, when you live on a plantation, of course you're going to take on the characteristics of the plantation owner, especially if you instruct you correctly. My brother, a real black gentleman, he made a statement. He said that you all need to learn your history. And he is absolutely right. You all need to learn the history, because anyone who learn about American history would understand that most black people say they come from the Carolinas, not the Mississippiites, because they may be a different brand of people. And anyone who say my family comes from the South, or a current comes from the South, one of the Carolina states, don't you know that the black African people, they didn't come straight from Africa. They went to Barbados first. Barbados was like the jewel of the Western world at one point. Before the Americas, it was a jewel, and many slave owners they brought their slave from Barbados into the Carolinas areas. If you understand American history, you know that. So your antithesis wasn't your starting point wasn't in fact in America. It was actually in Barbados and the Caribbean. Anyone who know American history would understand these things. This is why it's important to understand American history outside of the box of what you've really been learning in high schools or schools. So when I listen to these guys, and I was kidding with Tan in the chat, but you have to suspend all reason. You have to suspend all rationale when you're talking to people like these and just purely deal in sentiment and emotion. Speak of in trying to speak to the language of these people because they have cast facts, logic, and reason to the wind, and they just purely rely on sentiment or the ideas of people who would have instructed them. And not only to read the sheet because he is just a mouthpiece for who he represents, his daddy, his white daddy. So it's an unfortunate thing, and I'm glad Brother Lumumba is on to at least to clarify some of the things. Even though what I ultimately believe, and I say this all the time, if you convince a man against his will, he is of the same opinion still. So he go, regardless of the evidence that you could show this man, regardless of the documentation you show this man, he won't purely rely on sentiment, feeling, and emotion. So what's the problem? What's the use? You got to charge some dudes, some black men to the game because they are lost and they are lost forever. But I'll stop there though.
Azuki, the brother undermined your point on going to college, right? Because 25 years he's been practicing, but he still doesn't know how to think.
Hey Jose, what you can do, man? I can't fight with everyone, man. I just leave them alone. I leave them alone, man. I can't fight with everyone.
Okay. Sorry.
If anyone has any last thoughts, go ahead now.
I want to say, son. Yeah. This dude in the chat, man. Kokou, man. Clean. Look, I be jumpy about people. Look, I'm out here speaking. You got this dude blowing up the chat. That shit's like, sus. Clean that up, man. That he you know what I'm saying? It's not even about opinion. It's not about, at some point, pure detraction. You got to clip that. That's just pollution.
I hear you. Nama X has those FBA ADOS leanings. I think he has a lot of Tariq Nasheed talking points, but he's not a Nasheedian per se. I think the thing that I like is there's the opportunity to be heard, but there's also the opportunity to listen. And I think the brother coming through, he not only does he come through Shoot the Breeze, but I've observed Nama X on a couple of the other shows on KWAZ radio. So, I'll say that he comes through, he participates, he's listening, he's not belligerent per se. He's repping for his squad, I guess is how he looks at it. But ultimately,
I guess I want to say this, like I'm in that circle of FBA. I am FBA, no doubt. I just don't want people speaking for black people. And we got, again, the whole extra smoke. You gotta, that tunnel vision ain't cute. Talk about some Latinos. Talk about, stop talking incessantly bad about black people who are not Americans for no reason. You're gonna do what you're gonna do in the chat. I'm just saying that when I see something like that, look, I don't trust you. And the fact that, you're not really trying to talk. I don't, Like, it's one thing to like play by the YouTube rules, but it's another thing, you know what I'm saying, be about, you know what I'm saying, like, it makes me say, who sent you type stuff. Like, if you really legitimate, like, you know what I'm saying, you got to have a little bit of passion, not that sarcastic, sardonic. That's like soul sapping. I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like a current situation that we talking about. You know what I'm saying? We want to have current peace. Not all this, you know what I'm saying, side stuff. And what I'm not saying, you know that you try to elicit a response. You know what I'm saying? Don't be on that type of time, man. I'm a pass.
I feel you on that, Real Black. We'll keep an eye on the situation for sure. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7, because it also has to do with the topic too. Topic number 7 is Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 7 is this true or bull? Why hasn't Haiti reclaimed those resources? How can Haiti reclaim them? This came with a link, of course. The link takes us to a YouTube video. Looks like a short.
Material is found nowhere else in the world except South Africa, and it's the purest in Haiti. 65 million years ago, an asteroid landed in this space. We have an asteroid mountain in different places. We have mountains. They're made of asteroid. They use this asteroid because it's the remain of this asteroid that is so heat resistant that they use for spacecrafts. 1 ton of Haiti's iridium.
I wanted to get to
iridium is worth $45 billion. We have mountains of it. They put soldiers and private military contractors in UN uniforms. They're everywhere in Haiti, digging out the mountain. So they literally, since 1986, with the fall of Duvalier, the U.S. military has been taking out Haiti's. Haiti has an extraterrestrial material that is found nowhere else in the world except South Africa, and it's the purest in Haiti. 65 million years ago, an asteroid landed in this space. We have an asteroid mountain in different places. We have mountains. They're made of asteroid. They use this asteroid because it's the remain of this asteroid that is so heat resistant that they use for spacecrafts. 1 ton of Haiti's iridium.
I wanted to get to
iridium is worth $45 billion. We have mountains of it. They put soldiers and private military contractors in UN uniforms. They're everywhere in Haiti, digging out the mountain. So they literally, since 1986, with the fall of Duvalier, the U.S. military has been taking out Haiti's. Haiti has an
Kind of sounds like the story of Wakanda from Black Panther, doesn't it? You know, that sounds a lot like the story of Wakanda in Black Panther. I gotta wonder if they were inspired by that. Is this true or bull? I wish Erzulie was there. Erzulie, if you're out there, plug in. Why hasn't Haiti reclaimed these resources? How can Haiti reclaim them? Let's go to Real Black Gentleman first. What say you?
Man, like, look, part of me is skeptical, but part of me understands, you know what I'm saying, the geology behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess supposedly, you know what I'm saying, 66 million years ago, you know what I'm saying, it was an asteroid impact, you know what I'm saying, around there. But the thing is, like, if asteroids, you know what I'm saying, if meteorites, you know what I'm saying, if they move in if they don't necessarily like go, like, sometimes they're not like a single asteroid. Sometimes they move in like clusters or pairs. So like as the first one hits, you know what I'm saying, it might be the big one, but there might be smaller ones behind there. So you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get what the geology behind it, and it wouldn't surprise me, because America do be going all up into places, and I mean, people aren't necessarily aware, you know what I'm saying, you know what the deal is, you know what I'm saying, they don't necessarily know the treasures underneath their feet. So it's like, yeah, I I'm not. I get what she's saying, but like again, like I just want to make sure, you know what I'm saying. I can understand that there's one big asteroid, and that again, the idea that there may be other ones behind it as the Earth turned. I don't even know if the rotation fits the right way. So if the big one hits in Mexico, the smaller ones kind of hit in the Caribbean-ish. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm not saying the islands are part of the asteroid. What I'm saying is like, you know, there's just material. It's possible. I'm not going to say it's outside the realm of possibility. I do hope that Haitian scientists can at least curious people who are about it can at least, you know, double check, and just to make sure that, like, you know, take advantage of it the best you know how, and just like don't let it go into the wrong hands. I'm a pass.
Sorry, I was muted. I was trying to look up the iridium behind the scene there while Real Black was talking, but I wasn't able to get to it in time. In the chat, Nama X says the solution is what I'm looking for. The solution is weapons and military. That's the road towards Haiti's liberation. He said Mali. He says Mali and Burkina Faso are on the road. Carl Hezekiah's out in the chat. He said Haiti has been under attack since they won their independence. How could they claim their resources? They can't even elect their own leaders. That's a well-stated comment there, Carl. Jose, what say you to this?
I say maybe it's a little bit off topic-ish, but the West always brags about technological advancement, and this is difficult. And you know, the West has the best fighter planes, fighter jets. Because of technology, but most of the time it's the resources, and this is one of those type of resources that give the West an advantage, right? So since the world is becoming multipolar, we should really realize that we are the shop owner. Since we live on the soil where all that stuff can be found, we should start thinking as shop owner, and start managing the multipolarity of this planet. So if the West has the best planes, it's not because their technology, it's because their compounds, and the material that they use. They can fly longer in their military jets because they got the stuff in their engines. So what should we do? Sell that stuff to the other poles, so that to strengthen those other poles, and to shut up the big mouth of the West. That's what that's my take on this subject. Just start thinking as a shop owner, and start selling that stuff ourselves to who we want to sell that stuff. I mean, if China becomes the largest client, the United States will think twice before they send in some mercenaries to take out the president, right? I mean, I've been accused of being a China lover and agent and trader, but it's the art of war that I'm trying to express when I speak, when I have this proposition like I just did. You know, I mean, start thinking like Machiavelli, or whatever war strategist, and at the same time as a shop owner. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Jose. I do, and you went to the next point that I was going to get to when you were done. The problem is when you become the shop owner, we have these folks in our countries who the U.S. could come and buy out, called rebels. All of a sudden, they come and undermine what you're doing and take you up out of the paint. And that's this is why it goes back. We have to build on the psychology of our people, man. We have to change something. It's too easy for an African, a man especially, to be doing something for the people towards liberation, that road to liberation stuff. And here comes one of our, one of the people that look like us, fly the same flag as us oftentimes, etc. Go by the title of friend, right? And America comes in and buys them out, and next thing you know, you're in a shallow grave under a toilet or some shit like that. That's the issue that we have. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tan, what are your thoughts?
For me, sorry about that. Yeah. For me, I think that we have to start seeing firstly ourselves as we're either brothers or we're enemies. I would think that in a time like this, when Black people all around the world are facing dire consequences, and we should be talking about how to strengthen our positions instead of how to continue with this. To me, they seem petty. Maybe I'm just on the outside of it, but I don't really see what we're fighting about. Really, it's either just name calling or these accusations, instead of trying to see what we can do to profit each other, or how we can make up for certain deficiencies in both our communities. Because when you come as from a different country, you face very different situations from somebody who's already here. Somebody who's here may speak about racism, may speak about economic unfairness and all that, but for you, your struggles are different. And sometimes it's instead of accusing, we should try to understand where everybody's coming from. I for for one, I think that Africans should really understand the plight of the experience of slavery, of being taken from your country, of not knowing who you are, and then trying to search for that identity. And the same thing with Black Americans and Caribbeans. They should also understand, for Africans, what it means to belong to a tribe, to have certain rules and regulations, to have and relations, the way you view other people and so on. So yeah, we have differences. We have things that have separated us, not just time, but also distance and our experiences. But I think that just trying to talk about what separates us is not as important as what brings us together. Now, in terms of Haiti, I don't know too much about Haiti, except the basic the history of Haiti. Erzulie is the expert, but if they try to claim any resources, if any country tries, they found gold in Uganda, I think last year. And what would happen to that? It's not that the Ugandans are going to be richer for it. In fact, there used to be this saying back in Kenya that we were lucky we don't have oil, because, the people who have them always end up fighting each other. We just have our simple agricultural products and so on. So, when you have when you have some big resources that you're not able to protect, then you become a target. And I don't know about Haiti. Maybe they should seek partnership with the neighbors. Maybe they should see about working together. I don't know about the their neighbor on that island, but I'm sure they have friends across the Caribbean. Yeah, that's that's my take on it.
Tan, did I skip you in the last prompt?
I think you did. I asked my one question, but I didn't really get to to speak about it. Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry about
So
my apologies. My apologies.
it's okay.
My apologies. Let's go to Bana Hagaziki. Is this true or bull? Why hasn't Haiti reclaimed these resources? How can Haiti reclaim them?
Yeah, first let me say that I have my issues with this lady right now because I just have my issues with her. Let me just leave it there like that. But what I would say is Haiti and Haiti is not there yet in terms of being what we would consider to be a world player. They as far as their leveraging power, they hold very little. And this is all respect to Erzulie if he's out there listening. I ain't trying to be disrespectful or all. I'm just trying to come up with my interpretation of what I would do if I was in a situation. So they have little leverage and power. So what I would do if I was in this particular situation is the fact that you have uridium, as um, Jose would have suggested earlier. It's like become a shop owner, shop owner. Uh, Haiti needs first and foremost they need to learn to know how to feed themselves. They need to know how to feed their people. So if I have uridium in the ground, but I don't have the machinery to extract the uridium in the ground for it to be useful for myself, then I have to show up to other countries in the world, countries so-called first world countries, who have the ability to extract these kinds of things. Maybe not the United States. You go to China, you go to other places in the world, who have the ability to extract these things in the world. And I say, well, what do my people need? My people had a thriving rice industry that was ruined. I need to rebuild that. So if I approach another so-called first world country, do they have the ability to help me reconstruct my rice industry? So I would at least be able to feed myself. So because rice is one of the things that I feel would be able to feed a lot of Haitian people. The next thing is what else Haitians like? They like griot. Everything is griot, 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 griot. So then I'm a approach countries that has a good uh, um, animal farming industry in terms of trying to create a lot of goats, got a lot of goats for the island because we need to feed the people hungry. We need to give them some food, animal husbandry. We need to rebuild that industry. So I would leverage my iridium in terms of what I could use as a trade-off in rebuilding these kinds of industries. So whoever in the world that's very good at these industries, I need to bring them in and have a trade-off, a leverage trade-off. And say, well, you give me this, I give you that. That's where I would start first. I would try to take uh, elementary steps before I start trying to jump and run. You know what I mean? So I feel like to restart Haiti and getting Haiti going again. I think that these are the things that the leaders need to consider. But I don't know if they'll do it or not. I really don't know. But I do know that Haiti does have a lot of mineral resources, and it's unfortunate that the devils like Hillary Clinton have already went in there and claimed their stake in terms of mineral resources in Haiti already. But the fact that they may have discovered this new resource, this new resource, it could be used in terms of leveraging power for them to do other kinds of things for the people of Haiti. But for me, I just there's so much nuances that goes into that country, so many nuances. So many people who have their fingers, their tentacles into that country. I think that one of the things they need to do is cut the many different tentacles that exist in that country that is preventing that country from thriving. Even the tentacles that exist within Haiti itself, because you have a mulatto population, you have a wealthy mulatto population, who benefits from the chaos that exists. So when you get rid of them, by any means necessary, I think that Haiti would be free to operate independently without having to restrict themselves from the internal tentacles that exist there, who benefit from the chaos, and the external tentacles who don't necessarily want to see Haiti become a thriving population. But I am optimistic. I believe that if one of the countries that exists that will arise from the ashes, history is like a phoenix out of the fire. I believe Haiti has the potential to do that, and I'm waiting to see that happen. Maybe not in my lifetime, but I believe it will happen. They are great people, and I think it will happen for them. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Does anyone have any?
Yeah, I got a question. Well, if it's on the Haitian side, why is it possible that it's on the Dominican side too? I mean, these are things that just like when you hear things, you hear what people are saying, but it's like, okay, Haiti, okay, that's like a third of the island. So, I mean, what about talk about iridium in the Dominican Republic? These are just things that you just got to ask.
That's a good point too. I guess the fact that she didn't mention it, it must be on a mountain ridge.
Yeah, and she is a Haitian, so she is talking into another thing too. She ain't a geologist, you know. She just going off of information that she may know from someone else. So she's not an expert. She's a lawyer, I think. So she's not an expert and really kind of like understanding the specificities of what's and also she lives in the United States. And it's not to take away from what she knows that's going on in Haiti. But I just think that sometimes you need to, with what you hear, sometimes you have to really scrutinize it very carefully, especially when who you hear it from. But I think her name is Erzulie Danto, you know, but what she goes by. But I just think that that's a legitimate question, a real black gentleman. You need to do some more investigation on that matter, I would believe.
Nama X in the chat says Dominicans sold all their resources to divided states corporations. DR had the most gold reserves on this side of the world, all sold by the government to divided states' company in the mid 2000s. Probably sold the iridium as well. So that's some information you guys can do with what you will. If there's no last thoughts here, let me shoot the breeze topic. Hold on a second. Where are we now? We're on topic number 8. Let me grab it again. So we're going to shoot the breeze topic number 8. This takes us to Twitter. So shoot the breeze topic number 8 is, so everyone says move to Africa, right? Maybe not South Africa. Let's see what this is about. This takes us to Twitter. Twitter takes us to this person called Twin Flame. She says, family came to spend the day at Mazel Sport Resort and Conference Center in Free State. My brothers were attacked by these grown men because they are apparently not allowed in the pool as it's reserved for the quote-unquote white people here. So this happened around Christmas time, but we didn't talk about it. Let's talk about it now, I guess. I was looking to see if it was a thread, but yeah, that we've probably seen that about 2 weeks now. But it came up. It was supposed to be discussed last week, but we didn't have time to get to it. So everyone says move to Africa, right? Maybe now South Africa. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's go to Buana. Buana, what say you to what you just saw?
Yeah, I saw this clip. I saw this clip before, and the white men didn't want these young guys to swim in the pool because I think that they had a whites only a whites only kind of thing going on in this particular pool. And what had happened is, if you watch the video carefully, the young black guy was just trying to fight back the best they can. These cowards, they never fight men. They always go try to attack the little boys, in this kinds of situation. But these white guys was arrested for assault and attempted murder because the white guy was trying to drown the little black boy. He's actually trying to drown the little boy in the pool. And I think that was a crazy situation going on. And the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, he got on the platform and he addressed the issue. And he kind of gave a mealy mouth speech. He was saying, well, y'all the black boys, because he invited them on a platform with him. And he said, well, y'all black boys, don't be afraid of the white man. Don't let people abuse you, blah, blah. Just a mealy mouth commentary. But I am curious to know what Julius Malema had to say about it, because I know they went to the pool after this incident. I think that South Africa is a beautiful country, but they have political turmoil and strife. But there are black people from the West who are actually actively living in South Africa. South Africa is a black country, and I think that you still have people, as you do in the United States, but the difference is that they are in the minority. They still trying to present this idea of we rule and run this country, but they will only say that in certain places because they'll get what they need to get. But I just think that it's an unfortunate incident that happens. But cowards, they try to take advantage of vulnerable and weak people. And as you see in this clip, they was trying to beat up little boys and not men. And I really wish I was at this pool at this time. And the little boys was, they was throwing blows. They was really trying to do the best that they could. But it's unfortunate that their dads wasn't out here at this particular incident. But South Africa is the black man's country, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And one of the most, I believe, one of the most misguided leaders of South Africa was Nelson Mandela. My goodness. Nelson Mandela was one of the most misguided leaders. Misguided. Because this is a result of Nelson Mandela's nonsense of the Rainbow Nation. Because what he wanted, the boys in South Africa didn't want. They want to continue their domination reign, torture, beating up, and control of South Africa. They wasn't buying his shit. And this is the throwback. Now the grown-ass men beating up little boys. No, you just run them out of there. You use the Mugabe method. Run them out of there. Make it very uncomfortable for them to exist in that space. So now you see, with this Rainbow Nation nonsense, these old white men beat up the black children of South Africa. How dare them in 2023? Get the hell out of here. So we work towards, well, I hope they work towards finding a real solution, not no truth and reconciliation bullshit, but some real solutions to the South African, the Africanness existing in that space in South Africa. But Africa is a beautiful country. South Africa is, and I think that it is for Black people to exist in. No country you're gonna go into that you're not gonna find situations where people are gonna, you can have strife and disagreements and arguments like that. I don't know where these people exist in. It couldn't be in the United States of America. Well, you can't go anywhere in the world because you see fights happening. Where you live? You live in Disneyland? Come on, man, give me a break. You know what I mean? This is our continent, and this is a continent we should dominate and control. And yes, there's going to be issues that all human beings face, but I think that we should exist in this area just like any other human being. The Indian doesn't feel unsafe in India, nor does the Chinese feel unsafe in China. But Negroes will say, "Well, don't go back to Africa because these kinds of things happen." Give me a break. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Bwana Hagaziki. Let's hear from Jose. Jose, what say you?
Yeah, it's those Dutch folks, those 18th, 17th, 18th century Dutch speaking folks out there with their orange with their orange pride. And it must be in the I'm guessing this is in the area around Johannesburg, because that's where they still dwell, and that's where that's their stronghold. And I'm for it's the same as Cape Verdeans, so I mean, you get two choices. Step on the boat or dig your own grave before we shoot you. There's no in between. It's either you're on the African continent and you're going to respect Africa and Africans, point blank. Else it be the point blank on the other side of my barrel. We need to people need to fear us, and not just fear us, fear a single black man in
Oh, we lost Jose. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman while we get Jose back. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Man, this is infuriating to look at. I mean, yeah, I would definitely, respond firmly. I would throw my hand. I would. That. I mean, we talk about Africa, and we talk about the Arabs, and the Muslims up north, and and all that. But the whole Dutch takeover, and there was the Dutch and the British. That whole confederation of the Boers, man. It's ugly, and it they want too much. They're going to keep on in this entrenched situation. They tried to have nukes. You know what I'm saying? Them white folks tried to have a nuclear program, for crying out loud. So you know what I'm saying? So they could, throw some dirty nukes on niggas. That's all. Look, I don't trust that whole setup. It's not humane. The people down there have a green light to act in the Africans, the people. You know what I'm saying? The classical peoples who what it is. You know what I'm saying? All the stories about that whole side being unpopulated. We know those are lies. It's ugly. I mean, this is ugly. This is. I mean. I mean, if this is why when we talk about Africa unification, imagine if like you had a 1,000,000-man army just mob down to South Africa just to hold it down, man. This is why, you know what I'm saying? This is why you need to get some roads. This is why you need to get roads, man. So you can move people and get people where they need to go. Because I mean, it's always going to be a population war. It's always going to be this stalemate between the Boers, and it's always going to be a waiting game. You can't play that game. Because I mean, unless, you know what I'm saying, South Africa or somehow, you know, gets that advantage, which I don't see it. And I mean, that advantage, I mean, people know what they need to do to get the advantage. And, you know what I'm saying, they're going to have to, like, seek resolute contrition from these invaders, man. This is ugly. This is ugly. These white people don't belong down there. Everyone knows that. They're a successful colony from their point of view. From black people, it's just like, wow. These people are just like, it's terrible. Everything about South Africa. As an American, like, I see that whole, like, segregation. I see it. It's the way white people and black people engage with each other. And when you have these situations with the land. And the only way is, as long as black people are not free in South Africa, it's really, I see it as kind of like a bellwether for everything else, because it's like the last kind of bit of colonization, you know, in a way. You know what I'm saying? It's not as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, the whole scramble, but that whole little last hard, because it's a hard colonization down there. You know what I'm saying? Them Boers really have they land down, and they really have separated out people. Not as opposed to the whole Islamic thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if black people can deal with that, you know what I'm saying, get the South cleared right, you know what I'm saying, they can focus on the North. I mean, because when black people fight each other, I mean, this is just kids. These are the kids. And I mean, this dude just it's ugly. This is ugly. You look at it, he wants to. He has to be hesitant, you know. He has to. Everyone, the way that black people are not able. You can see the kids. They want to do what they have to do, but they have to restrain themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like what black people were doing in the South. I mean, not everyone was restraining themselves though. South. I mean, I think Africans can learn a lot from Americans. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of ways. I mean, the truth be told, South Africa almost won. I mean, I know how the Zulus fought them. It's like those old school guns didn't really work as well as people like may claim. You know what I'm saying? Those Zulus they almost did it, and that's why I know South Africa can do it, because they almost did it. I'm yield the mic.
Well, the thing with it wasn't the old school guns as much as it was the old school tactics. The European was still fighting. The European was still fighting that straight line, open field, full of musket, and the Zulus were doing more guerrilla warfare, as I understand it. So that's what really, you know, they had to learn from the Zulus. This thing that they use in football. Football is just a facsimile for war. The wishbone, right? The wishbone offense and all that kind of stuff. That, you know, they learn a lot of their tactics from the Africans, actually, because before they was just like two sets of idiots stand up in the open field, shooting at each other, similar to what you saw in that movie. Mel Gibson had a movie called The Patriot, where you watch a cannonball get shot, hit the ground, roll down a hill, and just took a white boy's foot off. Like, he couldn't see that coming, right? But that's how they did warfare before. So it wasn't so much the guns not being good, it was the style. You know, styles make fights, and their style wasn't ready for the Zulus. Jose came back. Jose, what say you? Unmute your mic, Jose.
Yeah, I was practically done. You know, I was practically done.
Oh, okay. All right. Tanzan stepped off. So does anyone have any last thoughts they want to add to this prompt? In the chat, Namax says, I keep saying that very fact about guns before the 1900s, but everyone doesn't believe me. uneducated black people telling me that slavery happened because Europeans had guns in the 1500s. And I tell them the guns had no real influence back then, and they act like they did. Since no one has any final words there, we can move on. We're making real good time tonight. We're almost done. We can move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight, since Tan stepped away. That shortened the length of that conversation. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight.
Okay.
Buana, what's up?
No, just for a filler, what I would say is that the South Africans, as a collective, needs to understand, and I don't think that they get this yet, that Nelson Mandela was a failure to the Black South African people. I believe that his solution is a failed idea and ideology. I think that the ANC is a failed ideology, and I think that this is the result of their ideas as far as trying to make South Africa move forward. This whole Rainbow Nation nonsense that they go on with, it is a failed experiment. I think. I'll stop there and leave it there.
Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. The school that comedy built. I assume this was supposed to be shout out to Michael Blackson. School out kind of works too. This came with a link to YouTube.
The first day of school at the Michael Blackson Academy. Right, young next year we'll bring out more. Every year we're gonna go up 16 more kids every year. I'm excited. Most of the time, at least lately, I've been hearing that they usually get 2 teachers per class. So you have a teacher and a teacher's assistant. You know, when you have always certain amount of kids, I think you should have that. And we'll pay extra attention to the kids.
Truly commend Michael and his dream, and then the fact that he could actually execute it.
We just walked through some of the classrooms, and you see the kids with their pens and papers, excited to be in school, excited to learn, smiles on their faces.
Congratulations to the Michael Blackson Foundation on a job well done. This is only the beginning, but what we see here is an opportunity to take something locally that has global impact.
Yeah, well done for Blackson on what he's accomplished. He's Ghanaian, the Ghanaian American comedian Michael Blackson builds a school back in his home country. That's kudos to him. Jay Bronze, what say you about that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. This thing about going back to Africa and building schools and orphan homes and helping. You know how you help. You know what would help Africa? Business, money, economics, right? So I'm cool with those millionaires building schools, right? But it's again advertising. I've a lot of these repatriating blacks, right? Even us immigrants, we are programmed like, oh, Africa, oh yeah, schools, food, water. People go to Gambia and they drill a well, and and they collect school materials, and it's the same story every time. So okay, I'm not this is not aimed at this comedian. What's his name? Blackson. It's not aimed at him. He got the millions. He can't afford it. But this mind state of going back to help. So I'm the helper. I see that, and that's not in this video, but I see that a lot with repatriating organizations, and I'm it's okay when these guys do it, these millionaires, but if you're the average Joe, and you're on social media, look, I drilled this well, and I mean, all hands on board. It's yeah, I'm more like show me the jobs you created, or show me the businessmen you educated, so show me the businesses of the people that you've educated, so building schools is not I'm gonna say it, and it's going to sound bad maybe, but I'm not impressed about black folks going to Africa and acting like UNICEF. I'm sorry.
No, I feel you on that, Joseph. I think in our exuberance to celebrate positive actions and successes like repatriating and doing something back in the hometown, etc. In our exuberance, oftentimes we don't question the other side. And I also want to say something about that too. I've noticed there's a rhetoric. I've heard it on several shows on KWAZ radio. I've in the chat on the panels that if you are fair and balanced in your questions about certain black folks, to use the example Tanzania did recently about heroes, right? That you're somehow anti the person or whatever. No, I think fair and balanced. The truth is not an offense. I think fair and balanced is fine. I think we should want that. You know what I mean? So while building the school is nice, what are you teaching the kids in there? Are you going to import that American education system into your part of Ghana? We do have to ask those questions. It's fair. It's fair. Let's go. Actually, let's welcome in Achieve Mindset this week. Achieve Mindset, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Can you hear me?
Good to hear your voice. Thanks for coming through. I assume you saw the prompt.
Yeah,
what
I did.
Say you?
It's 5 a.m. here. If I thought I would check you guys out before I dip this Sunday morning, but it's very interesting that he's come to do some charity work in Ghana to build schools, which is nice. But everybody building schools nowadays, so I think it's quite good. But the problem is not schools, like the previous gentleman said. The problem is not schools. The problem with Africa is that we don't have a set curriculum. We don't have a set curriculum that helps us deal with our own issues. You understand? It comes with a structure. You have a system, you have some standards, and then you implement it. And that's really what the problem is. The whole talk about how education is knowledge is the key and education is the key, whatever, is not being fully understood, and we're not really progressing any further just because somebody builds a school. We need more than just building schools. We need a proper curriculum that people can say, here's what we're teaching, here's what's going to take you, and to put in place the structures for that. And what's funny is that it took him so many years, because he's been a millionaire for quite a while, I think. Could be wrong. And now he decides to build a school, and it's interesting, but, he could do more than just build a school. And I think that when you spoke earlier about questioning certain people's questioning heroes doesn't mean you don't like them. We need to measure people by their cloth. You know, if somebody is a Jay-Z level, like billionaire, him building one school in Africa is not enough. You know, it's a spit in the face. You have to be able to contribute to the economics and the larger social fabric of that particular nation. If you was to, for example, put money into, let's say, Nigeria or something, you understand? We can't judge it on, oh, you built a school. Like many poor people who are, many of the diasporas from, you know, from UK, USA, and all the other Western countries go to Africa and build schools. You know what I'm saying? So for me, he hasn't done enough, and it's more for publicity stunt in a sense. And I don't want to be cruel in saying that, but you have to engage much more with the people. You know what I'm saying? If jobs are there and business are there, it inspires people much more than, you know, just going to school. There are many people doing school and they end up becoming armed robbers in Ghana because there is no opportunity for business to hire them. So yeah, that's my take on it.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Let's go to, I'm sorry, Achieve Mindset. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman next.
Yeah, I'm definitely against the whole one school principle. You know, with Oprah went to South Africa, right? And she had a school. I don't know how much she spent on the school. I think it was like 50 million. I don't know. Someone might will probably correct me. $50 million for a school to teach 100 people, man. You know that smells funny off the top. I mean, with $50 million, you could do a lot of fundamental stuff. See, again, like everyone's on the right idea. Like, look, this one school, you cannot. You got to be able to have a dynamic system in place, and whatever you bring in. If I go to Africa, my job is to bring the best of whatever it is I have, considering I want to be capable of learning on my feet, as it were, because whatever even I bring in my own mind is definitely going to be challenged, but you want to bring your best. I don't think that, again, one school, it's not it. You have to have a system that's going to make sure that it's not about, you know what I'm saying? It's about, you know, when we talk about investing, this has to be smart. I mean, it's ways that like you can get revenue and like start up small businesses where you can get your money and like do things to further. I mean, these are things that you can do. If the school isn't making any money, if it's not anything to the economy, this is not generating any trade. That's not anything about in like paper currency or anything like that. If it's not generating trade, anything where it's like there's no motion going on, of ideas of people of just resources in general. I mean, I'm definitely I'm not one with the school. I would say one he could have done, like I said, small businesses. I mean, anything that could encourage small businesses. That means you don't have to like be loud about it. The one school though, what's his name? I think Cam Bone. I think he does some schooling out in Gambia though. He's, you know what I'm saying? He's legit. That dude is legit. He is legit. That dude is for real. So I mean, it's not impossible, but again, everyone's not built like that. So like, I'm not mad for. I see his ambition. Like, yeah, but once again, what we're saying is like we cannot keep going at this like school. Like you say, like, you know, the school's a nice building, nice little windows in it. You know, just upkeep. Someone's got to climb them roofs. You know what I'm saying, and get on top of them roofs and clean that and maintain. So like structures, maintenance. You know what I'm saying, like. Yeah, we got to get away from that model. I'm with it. I'm a pass.
Thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. You know,
I wanna add something to that, because Real Black Gentleman touched something real. I saw it, and I didn't want to mention it, but after Real Black Gentleman, I want to mention it. This school looks too nice, right? It looks like a prestige. And with the millions he have, You know, with the money they spent on this school, he probably could have built 20 or 40 schools in the village, right? At the local standard. If he had built schools at the local standard, he may have built 20 schools.
Definitely, I'm with you on that. All there's three. It's like that. You see that as 3 stories, yo. I didn't go to a school with 3 stories.
Wait, hello, sorry. How much did he spend on the school?
I didn't get the number. I didn't get the amount.
Okay.
I didn't get the amount.
I was thinking that maybe it's part of the tax write-off, right? Some of these people have these tax incentives where you spend money in charities or do something. Maybe part of it he was allowed to, you know, put that money back into Africa or something. You know how these taxes go. So it could be a ulterior motive. I don't want to, you know, be the what do you call put negative on his idea. You know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we'll see. Only time will tell.
I would like to chip in here and present an alternative view to what the brothers would have presented. And I respect everyone's commentary and I hear what y'all have to say, but I am a beneficiary of someone like this particular individual. You know, there was a guy, I don't know if anyone would remember who he is. There was a guy named Sidney Poitier. Sidney Poitier was an American actor, very famous, and he did give back in terms of putting a substantial amount of money into the school that I went to, in the building of the school that I went to, Prince William. And if it had not been for him, I wouldn't have received the education that I would have received at my hometown. You know, so I am a beneficiary of his, and it may have been a tax write-off like the brothers would have suggested, but I am a beneficiary of his charity in terms of putting money back into his community and creating a schooling system or whatever. And I agree with the brothers when they do say that the curriculum is important. The curriculum is important. But at that time, I don't think that maybe people was considering things like this to be more important as in terms of building the school itself, teaching children about English, mathematics, etc., etc., etc. So I wouldn't poo-poo his efforts, you know, and even though it may be nefarious, I don't know. I really don't know, or it might be sincere. But I am a beneficiary of someone like these types of individuals who would have given back in terms of sending money back to their own hometowns and trying to do something constructive. And there are many others like me. And we have in turn, you know, been contributed to our society because of their efforts or what they would have put forward in terms of money. You know, so I just wanted to share an alternative view to the general consensus. You know.
Yeah, the alternative view is cool. I mean, I kind of expected, me personally, I kind of expected that to be your view from the prompt and whatnot. But I think the thing we're gonna have to get over is we have this, I guess, this general disdain for disregarding, albeit meaningful gestures, oftentimes, you know, non-beneficial gestures. I appreciate the effort, Michael Blackson, and this is why it's so important. This is why the education is so important in terms of getting it in our folks' heads that if you're going to do something, do it correct. If you're going to build a school, create the lane for the African-centered curriculum that's going to truly build up African kids. If you're still going to come and build a school that's going to pull and separate the African from his traditions, from the land, from his traditions, from his culture, what does well-meaning really mean to me at that point? You know what I mean?
Well,
And
Kokou,
that's the thing.
what if they're Afrocentric though? I mean, Sidney Poitier was well, he did do some things in terms of housing that he should buy after Malcolm X died. But every let me say this, let me put it like this: everyone doesn't have our particular view, but but what they could do on the face of it, teaching children about mathematics, teaching children about science has a contributive value not only into the lives of the children themselves, but into the greater community. Yes, I agree when you say that knowledge itself is important. But if they have no knowledge itself, but still are able to offer something that have some kind of contributive value to the child and the community at large, I wouldn't like that, man. I really wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't.
But Buana, the if, that's a huge if, because the education by its design is designed for failure. So that's a huge if that person would come through that education system and be able to offer something of substance, of worth to the collective, towards elevating the people out of the situation. Like that if is so heavy. It's so heavy with the wrong education. That if is so heavy that I have to question, well-meaningness versus its negative impact. If the negative impact is too high, I got to go back and question the well-meaningness, which is why I'm saying this is why we got to get to our people early, and we got to get our people patriotic and about their folks. So when you do this gesture of building a school, LeBron did this shit here in the States. Big hoopla about this school. Me and Oni broke that down a couple of years back, right? LeBron did this big thing. When you check it out, is the public school system education still? It's a school that's going to have pretty much the same outcomes of everything else. So again, I here's what I'll say too. Sidney Poitier them probably meant well, but Sidney and them, like you talked about the leaders earlier, Sidney and them grew up under a British system and all this old shit. So they think that's the thing that, that's the way to go. That's how a lot of those olders think to this day in the Bahamas and the rest of the Caribbean and on the continent, right? So he donated to this school, and he didn't care about the education system because I'm sure he felt it was good for him. It'll be good for you, right? And this, again, this is how we have to get to our people. We have to get to a higher number of our people to have the understanding that if you go do something for your folks, do it right. You got to do it and be well-meaning, and it has to mean something for the folks.
I agree. I hear that. I do hear that, and I do agree with that. And currently, in the Bahamas, I think that there's really only one Afrocentric centered school that exists here. In Jamaica, I don't even think that they have a system where they even teach about who Marcus Garvey is. Then that is a crime. But until we get to that point, and I think the onus is on us, really, really and truly. I think the onus is on us. Yes.
So Buana, if a Jamaican returns now and builds a school, and the school doesn't teach it about Marcus Garvey, what was the whole effort of building that school?
No, you got me on that. I think that it is important. I think it's important to when you are, like we was talking about designing locations and that last prompt, designing areas. Ultimately, you want to create a particular result outcome. And if the outcome of that schooling system is to create a Black European, I agree with you. And I think that the olders, they were stuck with their limitations. They were stuck with their limitations. Yes, they had money, but their limitations was they only was educated by the British, so they only could see as far as England. I think that with us, we are able to see a little bit further. And I think that the onus is on us to take it a little bit further and teaching knowledge itself within our schools. I think that's important. But as a foundation, the society needs the lawyers, they need the doctors, they need the electricians, they need the technical people, they need something to build a nation itself. As far as knowledge itself goes, that is a foundational point, and you got me on that. You got me. You know what I mean? But I would include that. I think the onus is on us to include that as far as moving the direction forward for our countries and societies and our nations, etc., etc., etc. So I agree. You got me on that point.
I'm going to go to Achieve Mindset quickly and then Tanzan. But first, I want to say there's another little point here too that I want folks like Michael Blackson them to get to. Just because there are folks who are discussing the curriculum and the impact on the outcome, the output, the cultural output that we want to see, right? Just because we're talking about that stuff, it's not hating, it's not complaining about what you did. We appreciate what you did on the face of things, but by us talking about it, you got to listen to some of this stuff too, so that when you do this stuff again, if you decide to go build another school, you'll build it the correct way the next time. So it's not hating. I hate when people talk about
it's not hating. I think Michael Blackson is stuck with his limitations. I don't even know if Michael Blackson even have a knowledge in his goddamn self. So he in his ignorance, he feels, like many of these other celebrities do, that building a school is the most valuable solution. I don't even think he even considering along the lines of curriculum. And like I say, I think that the onus is on us to put that seed into people like his head, because he's the purse. So to put that seed in his head to say that Africa, not only do they need schools, but they need to have an understanding in teaching these in a curriculum, as a curriculum goes, you have to teach your child that he is great as well, and give him some knowledge yourself in that education. So I think that that's important as well.
Let's go to Achieve Mindset and then Tan. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I understand what the gentleman talked about in terms of, some people still benefit from that kind of system, not necessarily the European mindset, but at least they get to go to school, at least they get to learn, would you say, positive for the society, which I agree. Yes, here's the problem, right? I don't know how old you guys are, but in my lifetime, there has been 3 Wazungu billionaires who are the richest men on earth, right? One was in computing, which is new age technology. One, using that new computing is a service on the computer, which is Amazon. And the other one is space technology and new technology, where we want to consider electrical vehicles. 3, all these 3 are important in our day-to-day lives, or let's say like EVs. But that's the main point. When we talk about Michael Blackson and celebrities going to Africa and building schools, people say, well, they did something, which is okay. There's the problem. If a Wazungu was going to pay a black person 30 million, 40 million to solve a problem, to, they will get that money in wages, in cars, in everything, they will do their best to make sure they solve the problem. The school really highlights that. The big problem is that these people are doing it for gratification instead of solving a problem. There are many schools in Ghana already. A lot of people are graduating, cannot find jobs. The problem, that's the main problem. They're not solving the problem, they're adding to it. That's my perspective on this. Personally, I don't feel like his school was needed in any shape or form. The problem is that we sit down, he's going to build a school, next 10 years, another celebrity builds a school, another celebrity builds a school, somebody builds a school. Okay, we get it. The school's important. But that's not what we need right. That's not what we need right now. We need to move on from the school. What do we need? The curriculum, the structures, the infrastructures need to be put in place. These, within what I've just mentioned, there's an opportunity for someone to come in, build a business, make some profit from it, and deliver good service. It's that simple. These people don't put their mind to it to achieve it for their own people. However, if it was in the Western world for Wazungu, they will break their backs to achieve it. That's the main highlight problem of service. This shouldn't be, the era of like a celebrity coming to build a school should have been done by now. Oprah was the last big person I know. You know what I mean? And if, for example, let's compare him to Akon. Akon went back to his country. He's trying to invest in his country to change things because he studied it. You understand? But he's a comedian, so I don't really take him seriously. So that's why I feel like, cool, it's good that he did something. You know what I mean? That's the least I expect from him. But the fact he's a millionaire, I expect more from him. We have to measure people by what they have, what resources they have. You understand? If a poor person builds a school, by that measure, that's a great achievement. When he builds a school, for me, it's not really an achievement. You're not using your resources properly. So that's what I have to say about, him. And I'm not going against the old gentleman who talked about benefiting from the school. Many people benefit from the school. I benefit from that situation because most of the schools in Ghana are built by people from abroad or from, charities. So, I understand. But we need to move forward. Someone's got to dip their toes into the unknown, really, so that we can actually push ourselves out of this darkness. So that's what I have to say about his idea. And I'm not
I agree.
disrespecting him.
Mr. Mindset, Chief Mindset. I agree with when you say that we should have businesses. Business is important. Jobs is important. I think that is an important thing. But how you can run a business if you can't count to 10?
I agree. I agree.
I think that one should go with the other. I think that as you suggested, I think that business is important. I think that creating businesses where after you have properly trained people, they will have some viable institution to go into to be able to provide a service and exchange that service for something that is tangible so they could live productive lives. I agree that completely. So I think that one should go with the other. But I wouldn't displace the importance of having some training, some
No,
educational
of
training.
course.
Yeah. I
Maybe.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
sorry.
bro.
You could continue. Maybe my what I'm very pressed about is that if people are building schools and the same, we've talked about it as well. If people are building schools, okay, they're doing their part, the citizens are doing their part, then the government needs to step in and say, okay, cool, let's change the direction of the curriculum. Maybe my issue is that maybe my issue is not I'm placing my anger in the wrong person, directed at the wrong person. Maybe it should be directed to the government to make sure that the curriculum is done in a way so that they don't have to build the schools now. All they have to do is put out the materials, which will be Afrocentric, directed and related, so that we can go into a new era. Maybe that'll be the best solution. You understand? But until then, it's going to be very hard moving forward. You understand? So that's all.
Yeah, Tanner, it's on you.
Okay. Yeah, so firstly, I don't like this this Michael Blackson character, because he's always playing a very ignorant, stupid African. Like every time I see him on screen, I just cringe, like, oh, just the typical what people think is the worst caricature of an African, like just this. But anyway, so he's basically building a mini cathedral for himself, because there's a difference between, he says that, oh, he went there and there were children who could not attend school. So his solution to that is not to give them money to attend the schools that are there. He didn't say that there were not enough schools for the children. He said that there were children who could not afford to attend schools. So how do you solve that problem? You give them money to attend the schools. You don't build a school. You know, the schools are already there. The problem is not the schools. The problem is that the children cannot afford to attend the said schools. Like, you know, and then the other thing is, you know, when you look back at, you always go for, you know, follow the money. You look at, oh, okay, so interesting, who's funding or who's involved in that stuff. So yeah, this is a joke. This is it is a total and complete joke. He you know, he's simply doing this as a whatever, as a publicity thing, or maybe he's so, you know, full of himself that he really thinks that he's doing some good, which maybe he thinks he does. I don't know how deliberate these people are, you know, in doing what they do, but all these children are going to be indebted. If it is free, like he says it is, let's just say it is, all these children are going to be indebted to this fool. You know, they're going to look up to him, like the same, you know, girls who are in that opera school, you know, they're there because she gave them that opportunity. They're going to be forever beholden to her and owe her debt of gratitude. So even if something happens to them, they're not going to go against it, because if you're given something for free and something that you did not have before, do you know what kind of, you know, psychological bond it makes you to that person? You know, you're beholden to them. So if you really want to do something good, you should help those children, you know, give them money, or you know, improve the schools that are already there, not build a new one. Because what about those other schools? What about those other children who cannot afford to go there? You solve the problem that is there, you don't create a new one. But in any case, he's creating all these children who are going to go there knowing that this, whoever this Michael Blackson character is the reason why they're there in that school. He built this school for himself and for those children. So those children will be almost, you know, not worshiping him, but in utmost gratitude for his work. And then when they look up what kind of a man this person is, all they'll see is somebody who's been playing, you know, making fun of Africans for the longest time for fun and you know, entertainment. So this is the person that they're beholden to. You know, it's ridiculous, the people that they choose to, you know, to support for, you know, to put the name charity behind. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
I think you make a big statement. That's a big statement you made. So what you are really saying is, all throughout the United States, you see high schools like the Thomas Jefferson High School or the J. Edgar Hoover High School, and all these other devils who there is a name in their honor for these public schools. So the black children who attend these schools, you are suggesting that these black children are indebted to these devils.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Once that's clear. Yeah, like the Christopher Columbus University. Yeah, it's like so these children who attend these universities and colleges and high schools are indebted, even though they have black children who have been victims of these people. They are indebted to these people, as long as that's clear.
Yeah.
Because you say that, oh well, this guy was a clown. Well, these guys were slave traders. So I mean, I understand that point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad, but you know, they know what they're doing, or maybe they just, you know, he's just being used. I don't know, but either way, you know, somebody is behind it, and whoever knows exactly what they're doing. But anyway, yeah, that's all I had to say. You know,
I mean, I'd like to hear from some of the other folks here. When you see these blackface initiatives, like the the big three, the basketball league, the big three basketball league is one of these things. They keep pushing Ice Cube out there. But when you really check the story, Ice Cube has a Steinberg type who's his partner. You know, they kept pushing Jay-Z as an owner of the Nets, right? When Jay-Z only owned less than 1%, I think, or something like that. Right? But they kept pushing him out there. You know, lo and behold, it's some European guy at the time. Right? How do you guys feel about the information here about who his backers / most likely handlers? You know, what's your thoughts on it? Because I know Buana touched on it and Tan, but what about Jay and the rest of you guys? Is Jay still with us? Maybe not. What about Achieve Mindset? How do you feel?
Understand? I'm here, but I don't understand the question completely.
When you see Michael Blackson as the face of building this school in Ghana, but when you scroll down his site, you see on the screen who his handlers are, or AKA.
I had some questions with people that I saw in the video. One moment in the classroom, there's a white guy standing in the classroom, but I believe he is the interviewer. But that other one, the older white gray dude, who's he? Yeah, good point.
Yeah, sounds like the guys who are there to make sure what was agreed upon is carried out, right? I mean, it comes across that way to me.
Or something like that. Indeed. Yeah, I agree. There's Akon gets accused of bringing in Chinese, right?
Yeah.
But if you look it up, you know, he has also tried to pull in investors from the Middle East. He's been all over the world looking for investors. But that's us black folks not trusting Akon's black face. So you know, I'm sure he looked for black people before starting. I mean, he gave his family jobs in his Akon City project, but maybe you know what Akon is accused of. Isn't Blackson doing the same thing? Isn't he just the face of some do-good organization?
Right. You see, these are things we shouldn't have a problem questioning this stuff. I think Tan wants to say something. Tan, go ahead.
No, I just thought it was creepy the way it's worded about you know, education is very important to help these countries elevate by touching one child at a time with a quality education. Like, you know, I know, but it's just weird the way that's phrased, you know, touching one child at a time. And then, you know, with this quality education thing, you know, my foundation is a proud donor, you know, they're just telling you exactly what they're doing, you know.
Yeah,
but
I want to add something to that. Thank you, Tan.
Okay.
The private schools in Senegal are most of them are Catholic French.
Ew.
So if you speak of quality schools,
Yeah,
you know,
and then the other guy also talks about quality education, like this other puppet, you know, on the other side, you know, volunteering your time. So this guy's talking about poverty. This guy's talking volunteering your time or donating. You know, why are they still donating if they have these big bucks donors? And then if you scroll up, you know, donate your time, donate money for this, donate money for that. They have all that money. Why are they still asking for donations? You know, donate for food, donate for medical, donate for this. But this guy's talking about with a proud donor. So they have a big donor, but they want you to keep donating for them. Like they can just take all that information and whatever. But man, things are just so
I hear what the brothers and sisters are saying, and I think that their questioning is legitimate. It is legitimate. However, when I have heard Dr. Umar Johnson, for instance, just as an example, he had a program where he was trying to build a completely black school without any kind of European donors. And you know what? After 10 years of trying to create that institution and build it off the ground, he had to rely on European outside support, outside financial support. If our people are not willing to put in financially, and I know it's a struggle to put in what needs to be done to build these institutions, then what do you do? What do you do if you have another financier?
You got to get them willing.
And he's been trying to do. Hold on that point. He's been trying to do that for more than 10 years, and within that 10 years, you have heard criticism. The man has been taken to court. The man is, they call the FBI on the man. All manner of things that our own people do. Our own people do. So in that instance, if you have a man say, okay, you have this outside, and it's an unfortunate, it's a tragedy, because you see all these black faces represent on the internet showing about their opulent wealth, how much money they get, and this and that and the third. But they couldn't support him, and he had to rely on external people coming in and funding his program to build his school, his institution. Then I don't know. I feel two ways about it, and I do agree. I do look at it in a way Tan and Jose looking in a side face, because I'm considering, if I were, why does he have a medical pro? What's this? Who is this guy? And I understand that. But if the black people are not supporting them, and there's many Ghanaians who are wealthy all over the continental United States and in UK and in Canada and etc. Why don't they chip in and try to put their money where their mouth is? If we are unwilling to do that, somebody else is going to be in. Somebody else is going to come in to step in the gap. So I understand the criticism, but I understand the other side to that issue as well. Our people are not willing to put their money where their mouth is. So it is what it is.
But
It is what it is.
Wanda, you can't keep doing wrong, hoping that one day it'll just get right. So my thing is this: it's, my thing is you're gonna have to work on the people first, and that's something I realized about our situation. Before you could get grandiose and talk about, for example, nationhood and all that kind of stuff, we got to go back down to the basics. We got to teach our people how to think with our people in mind.
We work on it. Kokou, we are working vociferously on it. We show up every Saturday, and we give our precious time on this planet. And even the most the most virulent Gavi is get tired. You know what I mean? And as far as trying to have buy-in, even though our numbers are small, and I don't even get offended because our numbers are small. For me, that's just cutting out and creating the cream of the crop. I don't mind our small numbers, but as far as having buy-in, people supporting, I think that needs to happen, because if it don't happen, then you create a void, and someone else is going to fill that void. But I'll let Jose go.
Oh, I just want to say, I think that there really is an active dissuasion from black people to actually have to truly direct heavily into direct African nation states. I mean, I if I'm wrong, I had heard, through the grapevine that when Mugabe, was back in the day, he put out an offer to say look, wealthy black folks, if you can come in here and help to invest in some of these mines, we can get this on and popping.
But there's always, let's be honest, you know what I'm saying? You the people in this American system, you know, when you wind up having a certain amount of money, you know, where you're comfortable. I mean, you know, where you're comfortable and you're saving money, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't save money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black people are not really able to save money. That, you know what I'm saying? That's off the top. So black people who are able to save money, a lot of that's the main philanthropic audience. I mean, I think that there's an active like dissuasion campaign for that's what Africa has all the minerals. Like, why can't like rich folks invest in, you know what I'm saying, get some shares in African mine and get some equipment, you know what I'm saying, get something going and refine, you know, materials, and you know what I'm saying, there's a lot, you know, you name it, refined materials become the manufacture products on the African side and then export them to the world at, like, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, and just be able to, that's what you do. And you know, if I had $1 million, oh geez, I mean, it's not really a lot of money, but it can be. You can, if you know how to like really split up that $1 million and make that, you know what I'm saying, make that $1 million work for you. Oh geez, I mean, compound interest is it's you know what I'm saying, compound interest on where that matters, on, you know what I'm saying, on $250,000. Yo, that's the disconnect.
I will say that I'll say this, that nonprofit game is a serious game too, boy. These white folks know how to carry out their social.
Look, screw this. Look, I'm an American. If I go to Africa, I want to make money. At least knowing that, and that's just the residual of being a resident, that I actually have earned a keep, and that I have residual. I mean, and in doing that, hopefully, naturally, if I had the wherewithal to actually have a supply chain going, you know what I'm saying? I have this product, and okay, we trade, and okay, I get more. You know what I'm saying? Come on, that's business. That's what you do. That's what you. I mean, having base capital matters. I mean, as an individual, but when you have the big money, this is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. There's a disconnect. There's no reason in hell that black people who have good money shouldn't be out here trying to get some of this sweet African land. They're at least saying like, look, sir, government, like, I'm just trying to put in my, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's always risk and reward. I mean, that's why people are hesitant. I mean, you want to make sure that your yield is good and all that, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. It's like when we look at the school, the Oprah school is a scandal. That money is a squander. She could have financed a good 5% of the whole South African fucking school system with that kind of money, if not more. Are we kidding? Have we really broken the whole thing down yet? No, we didn't. No, I mean, we know you cannot have these elegant pieces that's going to have 30 kids in there for 365 days, yo. Like, really, is this what we're about? Really? Come on, man. This nation's got millions of people. Tens of millions of people. Come on, man. You gotta make that shit pop and grow, man, and spread seeds. Capitalism is just knowing how to like make something grow with a whole bunch of seeds, so those seeds can make more seeds. Make your money. I mean, people talk about capital, and I'm not worried about that. You use your money to get you use your head to get ahead, which is the best way to do, because you want to get ahead. You want your stack to be ahead of the other person's stack. There ain't nothing wrong with that. The other way is to get over in a competitive way, or like, you know, skullduggery, and like, you know, take, and, you know, envious means to get over. I mean, we don't want to necessarily do that, but that's the only other. I mean, if you manage that in a competitive way, man, you make some moves, man, you finesse a dude. It is what it is. But you don't necessarily want to do that so hard, because then everyone's going to look at you. It's like, it is what it is. Capitalism is capitalism. People have to make the decisions based on what they see. And in doing that, that's not alien to people, but you want to make sure that you're not the only one making decisions, because then you're the one scheming on everyone else. No one wants that. That's cultural. You don't want to be the traitor. You know what I'm saying? Whatever African name for traitor, that's not what you want to be. I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, like I was saying, this nonprofit stuff. there's a big hustle if you have the patience for it and the connects in a sense and how to repeat the process over and over. But these guys create these bleeding heart organizations, give themselves these lofty positions in the organization, thereby giving themselves 6 and 7 figure incomes per year. And they're doing it off the donations of people and these certain grants from the government and stuff. Like it's a big, and they ain't doing shit really. It's a big hustle. Does anyone else want to add anything to that conversation?
Yeah, Tan already gonna call this man a child trafficker. I mean,
No. Before you go all laughing like this is a joke, this is how it started, with the whole opera. People say, oh, she's doing a good thing. She's finally helping. She's doing it. Why are we so, like, what track record does this man have of caring about, education and children and all this? This man is a comedian. So a comedian wants to build a school and you people are taking him seriously. That is not part of some, even if you don't think about it too much, like, why would he all of a sudden do that? And then with all the connections, you've seen where the money is, you've seen, that, having access, this is not a new thing. These people just want a lot of these NGOs, and he's not even the first one. A lot of these NGOs, non-profit, blah, 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 whatever name they choose to give to them, they just want to have a reason to go out there and do whatever they do to vulnerable people. Like, the guy said, poverty makes it easy to get access to these children, touch one at a time. You might think, you're reading too much into it, but the actual reality of it is it happens far too much for you to ignore and just say, oh, I'm not saying making any accusations. Look at what happened to the School for Opera. Look at all these NGO organizations. Those two things together should just make you question everything about it. If he really wanted to do something good, he wouldn't need to go, get some Steinbach to help him. Just do it, donate your money, say, look, there's a community that needs schools. I can show you one school in Ghana where they don't even have tables to sit on. The children are sitting on the cold, hard cement floor. They don't need luxuries. They just need an improvement on their current situation. So if he really wanted to do that, if he saw children who didn't have, who couldn't afford to go to school, he could have sponsored many more children and helped their communities and help the people, not build an expensive school and free education and not wonder what's going to happen to them. And I told you that there is access to them. Why would somebody just go, help him, a comedian, build a school in Africa? Like, you think they're just nice? You think Mr. Steinberg is just, for suddenly, it's like that whole thing with that Nigerian guy who was selling Afrobeats to Mr. Cohen. Like, these people are fools and jokes, but behind the jokes is serious, they're not joking with these people. When they go in there, they're not going there to joke, they're going there to destroy. So you can see it as a funny thing, like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, but you don't know what's going to happen to that. You don't know how often he's going to go there and make visits and pick up some little girl and say, oh, I like her. It doesn't matter. How would you trust your most vulnerable, your people who are not just poor but also grateful to have been given a chance? You think they're going to, what do you think their level of, or if something happens, just let's say something happens, what do you think they're going to be able to do about it? Nothing.
No, I apologize. I apologize for making it a laughing matter. And what you have said does have legitimacy. I think that,
and the same thing they did to Haiti. You know how many NGOs were out there doing
absolutely.
stuff?
Absolutely. And I do agree that, because on the face of it, when I looked at it, I'm like, he's a comedian. Why is he never talked about education? Why is he all of a sudden trying to build a school in Ghana? I mean, on the face of it, but I am an optimist. I don't want to unfairly assign a nefarious intent to a man who I have never met before. But I do agree that I do question the whole scenario. It does seem a little bit weird that, and also I do question his image, because I never liked the image that he portrayed as the dumb African person who doesn't know anything about anything. I never liked that image about him. So, but I really, for me, I step back at it and I say, I've never met this man, and I am skeptical. I am skeptical, but I don't want to assign a nefarious intent to a man who I've never met before. I think that for me that's unfair. But you who are closer to the ground and understand in terms of what actually goes on the continent itself, I would leave it to your analysis may be better than mine. So I apologize for laughing.
I just want to point out something too. You know, pictures are usually an advertisement for something. Even the pictures that we take of ourselves, selfies and all that stuff. You know, you take a selfie because you thought you were looking particularly good, or your lineup was nice, or your eyebrow, or whatever the fuck it is. But you know, you thought you were looking. There's an advertisement for something, right? Look at this picture on the screen here. What is Michael Blackson really advertising in this picture? Does this picture convey anything about education? Or is he conveying like this young black child like a trophy type thing? You know, things like that make me, I read into those things because I know everything is done intentionally. So what's the intentions in this picture? You know, it's very troubling. And it's something that we need to keep our eye on. It's something we need to keep our eye on, unlike the Oprah thing where we took our eyes off of that. And then when we heard about it again, there was some allegations of molestation and stuff going on with those girls.
Yeah, that Oprah thing. May I say something about that?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, that Oprah thing. The education was just done locally, you know. So when you have a big mouth, you get a slap in the face or something like that. And this whole drama from the West, I believe it's about that, you know, over there. Yeah, my son is in school also. Yeah, and sometimes he comes home. Yeah, the teacher hit me, and my question is, what did you do? I'm not going to react like a Westerner parent and oh, you abused my child. No, it's a classroom of about I don't know, 70 children, even if it's a private school. But the classroom is big, you know. So the teacher, very simple. Last year, this year I didn't meet her. Very sympathetic woman, but she has no time for your bullshit. So if you're full of bullshit, you get slapped, maybe even kicked, you know. And I believe the whole drama about the Oprah school was about that. They're hitting the children, they abuse, and the word abuse is a lot of things. So in no time, our own people had made it like a child trafficking scheme and all that type of shit. No, they hit the children if they have a big mouth or if they disturb the classroom. So yeah, shit happens.
Any other thoughts here from anyone? If not, we'll go to the last topic for tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 says the state of Missouri plans to execute an innocent man. This takes me to this PDF. This PDF that was sent in says Justice for Raheem. So here's a QR code. You could scan that and see. It's probably going to take you to a web page with more of the same information. But you guys let me know in the comments what it takes you to. So Leonard Raheem Taylor was sentenced to death for a crime he has not done. Now, this is already poorly worded. He did not commit and is scheduled to be executed on February 7th, 2023. Despite overwhelming new evidence that he is innocent, we need your help to stop the state murder of Raheem. Please join us in asking Governor Parson to grant a reprieve to Raheem so that the St. Louis County CIRU will review the new evidence in his case and he can have the opportunity to prove his innocence. So that's Raheem over there on the left. So the background to the story is in 2004, Leonard Raheem Taylor was convicted for the murders of Angela Rowe and her 3 children, Alexis Conley, Aquaria Conley, and Tyrese Conley. Throughout the trial and appeals, Raheem maintained his innocence. Even court documents show that the murders occurred after the time Raheem left Angela's home, where he last saw her and her children alive, and headed to the airport to visit his daughter in California. The evidence is clear, and yet Raheem has been on death row since 2008. Raheem currently has an application before the St. Louis County Prosecutor Office's Conviction and Incident Review Unit because all of the evidence, both old and new, presents a convincing case that Mr. Taylor is innocent of the 4 murders for which he is condemned to die. So there's a section now called the airtight alibi. The prosecutor had the medical examiner change the time of death only after Raheem Taylor's alibi was confirmed, which had excluded him from being on the scene. Raheem left St. Louis on November 26, Black Friday that year, and the times of death had been reported to be within 36 hours of the date of December 3rd. Perry Taylor testified that he was beaten, coerced, and threatened to give a statement against his brother. The prosecution knew that he would be a reluctant witness in the trial and used that coerced statement despite him recanting after he was out of police custody. A well-respected neighbor and the victim's sister saw her and spoke to her after the verified date that Raheem Taylor left the St. Louis area. Key evidence concerning the victim's phone records was not provided to the defense attorneys of Raheem Taylor, a violation of his constitutional rights. The former St. Louis County Prosecutor Bob McCullough has a history of biased, racist, and prejudiced prosecution of African American people. Despite African American, by the way, despite all of this, the state of Missouri is working to pursue an execution while there is an active multi-state investigation underway that could prove his innocence. Brings us to a section called Innocence and Death Penalty in 2021. Death Penalty Information Center, DPIC, released a special report on innocence and the death penalty called the Innocence Epidemic. The data show that for every 8.3 executions carried out in the United States, a wrongfully condemned death row prisoner is exonerated. We cannot make another mistake in Missouri and execute an innocent person. We're asking Governor Parson to grant a reprieve to Leonard Raheem Taylor so the St. Louis County CIRU can review the new evidence in his case, which could prove his innocence, right? So, Innocent Lives Matter. That's Raheem for Justice. You guys can scan the QR code for potentially more information on the situation. Let's go to Jose. Jose, what say you about this story? Jose, if you're there, unmute your mic. If not, let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sad, but it's too frequent of a story, to just to dismiss. I mean, I don't know the details of the, I can't really say based on, the one article, but, that happens so often that I would not be surprised. And, I guess people can go sign petitions and so on. I don't know how effective it is. I hope, that's those kinds of action, help. I hope they can get a reprieve or something for him. So, if it's something that somebody can do, maybe they can do it and go look up an information and see what they can do. But unfortunately, this still happens. There's that Project Innocence, where they continuously uncover, people who who wrongfully convicted, and they go back to the evidence. Usually it's a DNA thing. So I would, I don't know how much time, it's not a lot of time, I guess, February 7th. So yeah, if people can look into it and take some action, yeah. So.
All right, thank you, Tan.
Mm-hmm.
Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Yeah, I looked into the case real quick. Supposedly, like, he wasn't even nowhere close to, you know what I'm saying? His defense is saying that he was nowhere near. He was like on the other side of the country, basically. And what it is that I'm reading this from the Atlanta Black Star, right? It's saying that I'm reading right here that the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reports that an investigator found Rose's body at the crime scene still in rigor mortis, which typically sets in within 12 hours of death and dissipates by 36 hours after its onset. However, it is not clear whether the jury heard this evidence. See, this, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, like, they're trying, it's like, this is like on it's like pressing for a conviction or a prosecution, no matter what, trying to blindly going by, instead of, like, because again, this is America. They'll kill a black man quick, fast, in a hurry, just like they killed Darren Seals. You know what I'm saying? That dude protested for Black Lives Matter. He's found dead in, you know what I'm saying, in his own car, burnt, type stuff. Dumb stuff. You know what I'm saying? People are still getting lynched, you know what I'm saying, in 2022. Hung on trees and stuff. So yeah, I mean, look, I know who I speak for. I mean, I don't want that to happen. Oh, hell no, I don't want that to happen. You're innocent. You know what I'm saying? You did nothing, and you're being like, this is I don't even want to talk about it like that. I'm past.
Yeah, thank you for that, Real Black Gentleman. I think Jose is back. Jose, what say you? State of Missouri plans to execute an innocent man. How do you feel about that?
It's that shit that makes you feel powerless, right? It's that shit that makes you sad. It's that shit that wants to It's that shit behind the repatriation movement, man. But on the other side, about 15 years ago, I was in a certain online group, and one member, everybody was onto repatriation, and between then and now, a lot of things happened. A lot of us are indeed on the continent, but he was. This was his work, trying to free Black Americans from this type of situation. He was also the one survivor from Move that is still imprisoned. I don't know if he's still alive, but he was also taking care of him. Yeah. I mean, why am I saying this? I'm a repatriate. My solution to our problem is to, our problem is not this racism or discrimination. Our problem is a proximity. We're too close to the motherfuckers. So move away, repatriate, immigrate is my type of solution. Running, as an FBA would call it. It's my type of solution. Well, it's not really running; it's going somewhere where we can build. But yeah, my solution is move out, man. Get it, move before it's going down anyway. So before yeah, before the West is over, because they are going to over. I mean, we should move out. We should have moved out and move away to avoid this type of shit. But for some strange reason, we prefer all the hardship in somebody else's domain and somebody else's law, and the law is, if you're black, you're guilty. But we for some strange reason, we didn't manage to go home, you know, and we became an advertisement even for other black people to come to the West. So yeah, I can only be worded in harsh words, and I'm not going to do that. But we one day we have to choose for us, and us is not now when we are leaving. Us is the coming 100 million years, right? So I mean, yeah, this type of shit makes me feel powerless, and yeah, move out, man, move out, move away. A lot of people, yeah, and this may sound harsh, but a lot of people already died in this useless, endless struggle. So how can we end this endless struggle? Distance. We're too close to the motherfuckers when we live in their country. And I pass the mic.
Yeah, the issue is we have separation anxiety, and we are afraid of what will we do without white mommy and daddy. What will become of us if we anger them by leaving them? Will they save us when we ultimately fail on our own? And that's the seed. That's the kernel that we got to destroy, man. We got to destroy that shit within ourselves. I know Bwana mightn't have much to say on this one, but Bwana, what say you to this?
No, I think that you are right with it in terms of separation anxiety. I think that many of us are addicted to the situation that we are in right now, and we don't. I think there's a fear of us, of the unknown, something that is not necessarily predictable for us to experience. And I think that as immigrants, I think that we have a different kind of view to understand that yes, black people could exist in a state of affairs where black people are in situations where they are in governance of the countries, and yes, we know how to create a situation where electricity is provided for the citizens, even though it's static, or we can find a way to feed ourselves. We believe we have seen, that we could live in that experience, and we're not gonna die. So I don't think that the fear is as great as it is for others. But I think that there is a fear of the unknown for people who have not necessarily lived outside of that experience. In terms of this brother, for me, I don't have enough information on him really to comment. I think that I think the person who created this prompt should have been here to really do a little bit of quarterbacking, because I believe in the death penalty, and I am not I'm not in the delusion that we don't have black devils, black devils who've done horrible things to people, not only within their own race but to other people as well. So I don't have really enough information to comment on who this man is. I don't know him, and I really don't have enough information. So I would just leave it there with him, for now.
Well, let's welcome in Carl Hezekiah this week, the poster of this prompt. Carl, how are you this week?
I'm doing all right. Can y'all hear me okay? I'm on my phone.
Yes, sir, you're good.
Okay.
Carl,
So,
the state of Missouri plans to execute an innocent man. Talk about it.
well, we call the state of Missouri the state of misery. And it's always been a very hostile place for black people. the NAACP, which is not a revolutionary organization, but the NAACP actually put out a travel advisory warning for Black people going or traveling through the state of Missouri because of how hateful, how dangerous it was for them just to travel through the state. You know, we understand the Ferguson uprising when, you know, the young brother Michael Brown was killed by the police. So Missouri is a very dangerous, very hostile place for Black life, and I say that as somebody who lives in Florida. So yeah, but I got this prompt from a sister. She works for a organization against Missourians against the death penalty, and the issue I think is that the first of all, the death penalty is not a deterrent to crime. You know, those states that have the death penalty don't suffer, you know, lower rates of crime. And two, I think it's because it's applied so heavily towards Black people. You know, we're more likely to get the death penalty than anybody else. When you look at the majority of the exonerations, it's mostly Black people who are being exonerated. I have no doubt that the innocent people have been put to death for crimes they didn't commit, which, you know, this person here, he had an airtight alibi. The state withheld evidence. It's a common thing. The prosecutor's office wants a conviction. They don't care who is convicted for this crime. And the victims, you know, the people who were murdered, they've never received justice. So I think that there's enough evidence to at least grant him a new trial. But Missouri likes to put people to death like boom, 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 right away, without the opportunity for clemency, without the opportunity to even review the cases. So I think this man definitely needs to have his case reviewed. As far as abolition of the death penalty, you know, I'm on the fence with that. I mean, some people, I don't know, I hate to say it, some people got to die, you know. As far as your point to moving away, I don't think historically speaking that's even really an option. If we think we move away to someplace, they're not going to follow us. We were away initially in Africa when they came to our continent. So to think that we can go away and escape this, they're just going to come after us because their mentality requires someone to subjugate, you know, falling back in what I talked about in Urugu. It's their Asili. You know, the violence inherent within their culture requires someone to extract it on. Otherwise, they would self-destruct. When they didn't have anybody to beat on, they beat on each other. So they need a safety valve in a way to release all that aggression that's built up within the Urugu psychology. Because if they don't, they're going to destroy themselves. So to think we're going to move away and it's going to be cool, they're just going to come after us like they did before. They're not going to just let us leave. And
but Carl,
yeah.
I think the biggest strategy we have, the biggest feather in our cap that we have, is that without us to beat up on, these people will turn inside on their own selves. And I think that's something we should try to hasten into happening. We need to get these folks looking at each other and tearing out each other's throats while we go over and build ourselves, you know, some power, build ourselves some protection, you know?
I'm not against that, but I mean, if we do that, you got to take away their nuclear weapons. You got to take away their ability to wage war all over the globe because the United States has the ability to project force anywhere on Earth and even in space. So again, it's a nice thought, and I'm not totally against it, but we got an enemy who can strike it anywhere in the world. So how do we deal with that? You're just going to go over here and be cool, and they think we're going to build our own empires. Look what they're doing to the other countries that even start to come up to be a threat. Look how they're waging war against China. And because China could be a threat to them someday, they're not just going to let us live in peace. They're going to send their arsenal. We got to dismantle their war machine too.
You're completely neglecting the other war that's being waged, and that's what I believe Kokou was talking about. I was in the window smoking a cigarette, so I'm not sure if I heard it well. But we can distance ourselves and watch them shoot each other's head off. I mean, what war is waged against China? they are cruising their ships between that Chinese island. And recently, the recent elections, the party that wants to rejoin with China won. So the leader of that other party, the woman that received what's the name of this American politician that flew over to Taiwan? What's her name? That woman resigned after the results of that election. So there's not really a war being waged against China. There's a war being waged against Russia in Europe. So they are shooting each other's head off, and it looks nicer from afar. When was the last time that they came after us? And you speak of letting us go. They would never let us go. When do we dare to go against them? Oh, you won't let me go? I'm going anyway.
So let me.
Can I say something? Can I just say something?
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
Okay, for me, I think that there's two kinds of fears. Yes, there's a fear of, the ghost of the white man and all that stuff. Yeah, that's the outside fear. But I think there's also the fear of Black people being left to their own devices. That the fear is that we cannot really trust each other. That is the deeper fear that we have. That if these people leave, now we have to trust not just ourselves but each other, and that's something that we're not really used to doing, because for some reason we all think that we just are the center of our own universes, that we know everything and nobody can tell us anything, and why does somebody think that they're better than us because they know something that we don't, or whatever, and that's different from the way, to me, other cultures seem to treat their heroes. For them, the heroes are treated with such reverence and almost put aside, and whatever bad things they did is swept under the carpet, and they just put them up on a. In any case, I think that is also the fear of ourselves, that now we'll have to deal with each other, we'll have to figure out how to get along, because firstly, like you said, Carl Hezekiah, that there is a war. You can either fight the war from the outside, but then if you see that outside war is overwhelming, with the nuclear weapons, the other war is that internal battle and struggle, and that's the struggle of getting your forces in order, which is what China is doing. That they do not stand for any dissension. Like, this is the time to huddle up, be of one front, see what we can do, and prepare for the difficult times and get everybody in order. That's what you can do. That's the only thing you can do. If you cannot face the monster, at least you can face the monster inside of yourself. So I think that we as Black people, we don't want to face that internal monster. We don't want to find a way to somehow get things done amongst ourselves. We can blame, and it's not an empty blame, it's a real thing. But at the same time, if we cannot get our stuff together, then I don't know. That's I think the internal battle that we still have, amongst ourselves. So yeah.
Well, I think that the question is, as far as the United States being at war, the United States engages in many proxy wars. So they may not go themselves, but I think economic sanctions, are a form of warfare. I think that biological warfare, proxy wars, asymmetrical warfare, the United States is involved in. I just don't think that there's 45 million African Americans in this country. It's not. If 45 million of us got up and just went someplace, logistically speaking, that's not possible. One, and two, that the drain on the economy. I'm not imagining white people just say, okay, y'all niggas go, and then once we're gone, they just turn on each other. No, they have a global, worldwide war machine. There's no place we can go to get away from them.
So when are we going to engage in that war?
We're already at war. We've been at war for 400 years.
No,
you don't think slavery, you don't think enslaving your people is a form of warfare? You don't think that the segregation, Jim Crow, that's war.
No. There's one party taking the hits, and there's one party cracking that whip. That's no war.
What would you call it then?
That's suffering.
Yep.
That's eating. That's swallowing. It's swallowing.
So we for 400 years we've been perpetual victims. Is that what you said? We've never struck back. I don't think that's historically accurate.
That's not what I'm saying. The war to be fought is not a revolution in one state or on one plantation. No. The war is how this show started. The unity that others have that we don't have. We are not at war as long as we are as divided as we are. There will be some battlefields, but not from one nation, not between one nation against the other. No, it will be this American town against local legislation. That's no war. That's a small battlefield. What you described is what we have to face. So we go, and they come with their economical sanctions. They come with this. They come with that. They come with such and such. But the world is becoming multipolar, so we don't need them. It's like. So okay, we leave economical sanctions, just like what they did to Zimbabwe. But Zimbabwe is doing is progressing. Even they are harsher sanctioned than Russia at this moment. Right?
Zimbabwe is being destroyed by these sanctions. Why do you think they're leaving Zimbabwe to go to South Africa? They're being crushed.
Destroyed. They are starting to survive. They are standing up. Their economy initiatives and such. They are leaving the situation in which they were.
I don't see it.
So they have already started to do what we should do when we leave the West. And what you just described is actually my ideology. We leave at once. Where we go, the economy will boom because mouth needs to be fed. People need a roof over their head. People need clothes. That's what economy is. This whole thing of overpopulation is bullshit because Africa is underpopulated to run a healthy economy. So what we actually need is more mouths that go to shops to buy food, more bodies that need clothing, because all of that is economy. And yes, where we live, they will be missing those dollars. They will be missing those jobs, those positions, etc. And yes, the danger is that they will do something. But we need to see ourselves as one whole body, and then we can engage. Then we can, as a nation, pick who we deal with. Who will it be? China? Will it be Brazil? Will it be Turkey? All these new economies are options on sanctions. I mean, the sanctions against Russia are not working, and same for Zimbabwe. The sanctions are not working because they are progressing.
The sanctions against Zimbabwe are working so well that Zimbabweans are leaving Zimbabwe to go to South Africa to work. Cuba's been under sanctions for 50 years and they're not progressing. Russia is big and strong.
Cape Verde is not under sanction. Cape Verde is not under sanction, and people are moving out of Cape Verde. I'm sorry that I cut you off like that, but Cape Verde, Dutch people are leaving the Netherlands, not because it's sanctions, no, because they see opportunities elsewhere.
I just want to add in just some brief comments to what I've heard so far. So first, let me say this: if the blacks in America decided to leave the continental United States, I think that the white power structure would say, "Be glad to see you all go. Thank you for leaving, because at least we don't have to provide jobs in terms of jobs, stability, etc., for you guys anymore." There used to be a time, and Mr. Hezekiah could disagree. If he, well, he'll put some analysis to what I'm saying. There used to be a time where the United States was in big need of Negro labor, in particular in the agricultural historical part of the American society. There used to be a big time where they needed that Negro labor. Now they are past the information age, and they're in the so-called technological age, right? Where we are not heavy in that industry. Heavy in that industry. There will always be people who is needed to pick the oranges, to drive the trucks, but that labor is being replaced with Mexican labor, and is being replaced with poor Europeans coming to America right now. And what America, it seems to be doing, is saying that we really don't have no use for you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna house you all in our penal institutions. House you all in our penal institutions, or we're gonna practice this idea of benign neglect. We don't give a shit what happens to you. So I feel like there's a catch-22 to the situation, because it's like, what is the black man gonna do? What's the black man gonna do in that scenario when he is really his services is no longer needed? His services is no longer needed.
Haguziki, can I interrupt you for just a second?
Sure, go ahead.
And forgive me for
No
my,
worries. Go ahead.
presumptuousness.
Yeah.
Is this build the skills in America to make them valuable in Africa? Because America doesn't.
I agree.
Yeah, America doesn't need you anymore, but America has the place and the opportunities where you can build those skills, and then you will have an advantage when you do go to Africa. You'll have, the broader perspective you'll be able to do. For me, I'll say that firstly, make it where you are, and then you can make it anywhere else. You can't just go to somewhere, you can't be a failure here and then think you're going to be a success somewhere else. You have to start with where your home advantage is. So start with that. If you can make that happen where you are, that's great. And then transfer that where, even if you take a risk and you fail, you still have the home advantage. Don't put everything into any basket, even the African one. So
Yes. I agree. Sorry, was you finished?
no, go ahead. It's a conversation. You can
Yes.
interject.
So I agree with that. I think that there needs, and I'm thinking that Black Americans are doing that right now, because you see in droves of African Americans taking their intelligence elsewhere, or at least investigating. If I were to say that, at least investigating what their options are in the world, and they are seeing, hey, the world is bigger than the continent of the United States, and I think that that's a wonderful thing that they are doing, because it seems, and I could be wrong, it seems like they are being pushed out of the economy of the United States, and the Mexicans are moving in, and other races of people are moving in. So if their services are no longer needed, the rest of the world needs their services. So by all means,
Well,
partake.
I still say that you should have a foothold on both sides. And this is why, Europe you have colonies, you have people on one side and have people on the other side. And you can go, on this side and still go on the other side. That's the beauty of travel. You don't have to. In fact, this whole idea of people go to these extremes, like, oh, you want everybody to just pack up and go.
No, we don't want that. No.
Firstly, even if let's just take it on a personal level. If you want to explore your options, you're not just going to go and take your hard-earned, savings and go put it into, the first guy that you meet at the airport in Africa. No, that would be foolish of you. The first thing I would say is, you already have something built where you are. You speak to some people from there. They are. You don't even have to travel. There are Africans everywhere. If you can find them, talk to one. And if you can't find one, you know, you can always use the big old internet. So try to find, you don't have to leave, you don't have to take a drastic steps, take it in small steps. And then if you do visit, talk to somebody before you go there, make connections. And then when you do go there, you know, find out the business environment, the legal, you know, stipulations and so on. Find a lawyer, speak to the lawyer before you even get there. Don't just pack up and go. That would not be sensible on any level. And then if you do go there, just like with everybody, you know, even with these populations, like excess populations always go somewhere else, and then they boost up the local populations. This is what the successful countries have done. India gets a lot of its, you know, local wealth from outside sources. So you have Indians all across the world, and they still go back to India. Even Indians in Kenya, you know, the ones that Idi Amin and all that, but they still go through, you know, the circuitry of India, Africa, and the UK. They especially love the UK, but nowadays with Silicon Valley, you know, America has also been added to the Indian, you know, fit. But in any case, you know, as a global people, we should start acting like global people. We should have nodes. And I know Kokou and Brother Bakari talked about this at one time with the communication experts. You should not limit your nodes. You should expand them to all corners. Like when you see those airline paths, you know, when you're traveling, and then you see all those different places that they have nodes, and then those nodes connect to all the different nodes. So you can travel from any place in the world to any place in the world. You might have 2 or more connections, but you can go from here to there. That's what we should be doing. We should not be doing this blocking and saying, oh, you can't come here, you can't come here. You know, we should be creating those kinds of things where people can go back and forth, even individually. You should not limit yourself to one place. You should have, you know, if you have property, if you have, you know, businesses, you should not just have your business in one place. You should try different places, because opportunities are not limited to where you are. Anyway, sorry to go on.
No worries, no worries. One last thing I wanted to say. Last thing I wanted to say, and the brothers could walk. They mentioned this idea of war, and I want to comment on that briefly. I think that there used to be a time in the world that the Western world countries had the big stick, in the world, trump card. We have all the atomic weapons, so we control what happens to the world. I think that this example of this 2 years or this C-19 from China, which I feel it was a biological warfare to show their might and strength in the world. They could cripple all the economies in the world through the use of that biological weapon. You know what I mean? Cripple all economies without even dropping a bomb. You know, I think that that whole big stick psychology now has been uh, there's an affront to other peoples of the world. Say, okay, you have to do all the weapons in the world, but we got this, and we can still cripple the economies in all the world and still mash your economy, defeat you without dropping a bomb. I think that that's been example for the 2 years that we've been under, and it still has a ripple effect. You know, and also let me also say this: even if the United States has all the nuclear bombs that exist, it'll only take 4 nuclear bombs to fundamentally change America as we know it. One going to California, one going to New York, one going to Washington D.C., and one going to Texas. After you hit those 4 different states, then you will go send the continent of the United States back into the third world kind of thing, because it's like these are the essential ports, economic ports that puts or buttresses the United States into the so-called first world status. Once you hit these, and it's not to say that they can't completely decimate other countries, but all you really need is those 4 states. You know, so it's just it's a lot of different nuances that goes into it. But I'll just sit and listen to what y'all brothers got to say about all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I got to get back to work in a few minutes. I just want to say.
Okay, then speak.
Okay, so I just wanted to say I appreciate everybody's comments. Let's not forget our brother Raheem Taylor. He is innocent, and you know, if anybody could sign the petition, share it around. He is an innocent man. The death penalty is racist. It is applied unevenly to Black people in this country. A lot of countries have abolished the death penalty because they consider it inhumane. United States, we're not there yet. You know, it's a nation that's founded by barbarians, founded by psychopaths. So yeah, but yeah, please sign a petition and, you know, support our brother in getting his freedom, because, you know, he should not be facing death at this point. This man deserves to be free. And y'all stay out of Missouri because it's awful. I wouldn't go there. You paid me.
Thank you, Carl, for coming through. I know you
I'm still gonna be on in the chat though.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming up on the panel. Jose, and then whoever else wants to speak, go ahead. We'll end that too, okay?
I was doing a screenshot. Yes, what I wanted to say is I wanted to again to emphasize that where we live, the economy will suffer. You know, and let's stick with the 40 plus million African Americans or Black Americans. You leave, and the United States will fall. And it maybe even with just 500,000 or a million, the avalanche will start, right? It's the same. I've been saying it to blacks here in the Netherlands. If only 50,000 blacks leave, the Netherlands will suffer. They will need some time to adjust to lesser mouths. And I want to share also, because we what Tanzan said, you know, I want to add to that we are worldwide, and we can share what we live, right? Everybody thinks that the United States is the world, but I want to share this to emphasize that mouths and to feed, bodies to dress, and the roofs overheads is where the real economy is. For example, Agazuki said that they don't need people, and they would be glad to let Black people go. I don't think so, because it's still the mouth that needs to eat, and the body that needs clothes, and the roof over and the head that needs a roof over its top is where the economy is. Why and how do I want to emphasize it? In the United States, Europe is called socialist, right? You have no job, they give you something. Why do they give you something? To eat, to dress, and to live somewhere, right? Social support, or I don't know how you call it. English is not my first language, so the money that they give you when you don't work is actually subsidy for the how do you call it, the middle class. It's subsidy for the middle class, because you don't work, but you get money. Okay, what do you do with the money? You have to eat, you have to clothe, and you have to live, right? So somebody is so you get this. Let me say, in the Netherlands, you get about 900 euros nowadays, and you're subsidizing the middle class, because you're going to the grocery shop, you're going to you understand. So it's where the mouth is where the economy is. It's not that they will not let you go because they don't need your type of work anymore. No, I agree that they have difficulties in letting people go, because it's another mouth that leaves. A mouth is a bag. A mouth is a bag. A body is a bag. And so when there's a mass exodus, the receiving end will economically explode, and the leaving end will suffer. Point blank.
Real black gentleman, go ahead.
Yeah. I definitely would be, in light of, again, like the whole Mexican Spanish immigrant thing, that is, unless it can be stopped. I mean, black people, I mean, this is what I think will wind up happening. This is just a scenario, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna throw some dystopia in there. You know what I'm saying? About 2 million, maybe 3 million people are able to leave. The rest are kind of stuck and trapped here. Well, maybe it's like it'll be a situation where not enough people are able to leave in a period where it's like black people, the whole idea of like black people, like the black people who are scraping by will basically amalgamate into out of blackness over a long enough period of time, and those people who, unless the demographics change, I would definitely encourage the idea of like repatriating. I think that I just want to reverse the whole transatlantic thing. I want to have huge vessels, you know what I'm saying, that carries about 1,000 people. Let those go through on the calm season of the oceans. Let people move back and enjoy the ocean ride and like reminisce on, like, you know what I'm saying, what their ancestors went through. Anyone can go on a plane, but it's the whole idea of like we don't have planes, and black people in Africa, the best I know, that ain't really trying to develop an actual airplane. Anyone can build a nice boat though. Imagine you retrofit with some of these cruise vessels, you know what I'm saying? And maybe not so elegant, you know what I'm saying? Just something sturdy that moves at a nice clip, you know what I'm saying? That can get across the ocean in a couple months. That's what you need. That can sail around the Caribbean in like ports of call and just go around and just like, yo, this a cruise, and then we just jaunt across, you know what I'm saying? Last port is in Brazil, jaunt across to Africa, you know what I'm saying? And just make that. These are the kind, that's what I want to see. If I had like Elon Musk money, that's what I would do. I'd build huge ocean going vessels to transport stuff. I mean, if black people, and the thing is, black people is in the worst situation because we might have economic, play, but we don't have the hard. I don't have the stuff to build a ship. I don't have those that iron. That's where Africa comes in. Look, black people in America needs Africa, and Africa needs America. I don't want to. I want to see a black presence in America, but I don't want it to be neutered. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be neutered. I don't want it to be an emasculated, effeminized a version of blackness in America. And that's what I'm worried about with the LGBT and all that. I'm gonna end.
All right, that's the show tonight. We were going to do a bonus, but we reached 2:00 before it. I want to thank everyone who was here. Everyone who was in the chat active tonight. Appreciate you guys. The link is always open for you guys to jump on the panel as well. We like to hear your voices too. Tanzan, you have anything you want to shout out this week?
No, just the usual. Let's see. Only made fun of me for shouting out "Shoot the Breeze" last time, but I'll shout it out again. Shoot the Breeze on Saturdays, and then Tuesdays with me, Tarzan. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, and then of course Fridays with the Black Pentagrammers, and once in a while also SNN. Yeah, so that's me, and everybody else on the KWAZ network, Brother Bakari, Brother Focused, Hash Reality Podcast. Yeah, and yeah, thank you. It's been a wonderful one as always. Thank you, Kokou.
Thank you for coming through. Jay, what say you? You want to shout anything out this week?
Shout out. Shout out to all the black people around the world, Team Black. So yeah, I mean, shout out to you. Thank you for having me. And maybe you have some tips to go to sleep. Maybe I should just stay up. Shout out, Gas Them Up. Maybe he's gone. I don't see him commenting anymore. That's it. Black people first.
Absolutely. Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout anything out?
What do I want to shout out? The position. I signed that real quick. So I mean, I'm not big on petitions, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even big on, you know what I'm saying? I hear it, I become numb to it, but this time, I went ahead and I filled it out. I signed up petitions, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that black man executed. I don't want to see him executed. I don't want to see no one executed like that, man. I just, instead of, you know what I'm saying, I just did something. So I'm gonna shout out to him, saying to the brother, just Raheem, you know what I'm saying? Little Raheem Taylor, man, you know what I'm saying? If he's truly innocent, there's no reason that he should stop breathing. And
I
you know what I'm saying?
appreciate I appreciate that. Buana, anything you want to shout out?
No, shout out to everyone who would have contributed tonight. I hope that someone could take away some of the information that was given or heard tonight to use it to do something that is good and productive for yourself or your family or even the community that you live in. Some advice for Jose: if you're trying to get to sleep, man, lay down in your bed, close your eyes, and think of the word sleep. You know what I mean? Just think of that word. Think of that word until you doze off. That's my advice.
All right, I appreciate that, Buana. Buana, you and Makari talk anymore about that thing?
You know what? I that completely left my radar. I'll come back to it again. Because I really wanted to have a conversation with you, between me and you and him, about it. But I'll come back to it. And when I speak to him again, we'll dialogue about it. It completely left my radar for this week. But I'll get back to that. Yes, I'll speak to him tomorrow. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the show for tonight. I want to thank everyone personally who came up on the panel tonight. Thanks to you guys who was in the chat tonight. Thanks, Carl. I know you had work and you took a beat to come and talk with us on this last topic tonight. So thank you for that. The topic I'm going to start with next week, which was going to be the bonus tonight, is the African mode of production. You could go on the Discord, join the Discord today. You can see that prompt. You can see the video that's attached to it. I'd really like to break this down and study this a little bit deeper. So that's what we'll start with next week. All right, guys. Maybe you'll see me during the week. It's kind of a messed up time, busy period, but maybe you'll see me during the week, but you'll definitely see me next Saturday once I have life in me. So you guys be good. Take care. I'll see you soon. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Kokou. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.